debate, uncut, and after show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Shambhala, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Dal West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Come again?
The one we all been waiting for. You had it yesterday.
Yeah, so it coincidentally was the same video that Taboo Conspiracy, the bit I trimmed out for him, was on. So as he'd released that video that day, I thought I'll just release it today.
I watched Taboo's video. It was pretty good.
Yeah, no, when I listened back to that yesterday, oh my goodness, it is so.
I know what you're saying, Neil. Mike's a train wreck, Neil.
My mic's a train wreck.
We're just too far from it.
It's right by my mouth. Let me drop and rejoin. How about now? Still a train wreck?
That's fine. So what were you saying?
When you listen back to that show, every single time AI was jumping in, you even had to tell them to stop. So it's like when you listen back after what we've been discussing, like it's obvious.
I did talk to AI over the weekend.
Who just said that?
Me. It was Adam.
Oh boy. Don't get
I'm
involved.
not trying to
with
be the
camps,
enemy, but I'm not going to stop
results.
talking to people.
What's that?
Said I'm not trying to be the enemy, but I'm not trying to stop talking to people. And I had to hear his points because honestly, there was nothing else on. I don't know. It seems he had some good points, especially about branching out and making it more palatable.
Well, you've been witsitized by AI.
I don't know if I have. He starts lying to me, I yell at him like anybody else. Like I'm super freaking nice till you lie to me, then the claws come out. But it's true. It's true that our arguments are getting out there, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, a lot of the times our arguments are not getting out there by us. They're from
So
the
that
people
was to
that are
go there and
being
talk a
shown.
bunch of crap and then
Neil,
go in and
he's
try
in
to
the
clean it
middle
up.
of a
Really?
sentence. Neil,
I know exactly
well,
what he's
just
going to say.
stop. He's in the middle of a sentence. There's been nothing but protracted silences for the first, 2 or 3 minutes of this show. He's in the middle of a sentence. You've decided because he's saying something that interests you, you're going to talk straight through the middle of him like you did to me last week. Very irritating. Try again, Adam. Hopefully Neil won't just talk straight through the top of something that you've got interesting to say.
I'd much rather see us and you, specifically you, because you're much better at it than I am, giving out this argument that someone who is, second-handedly getting it, and trying to disperse it as if it's firsthand. As if that's the thing is we act like we have such hidden truths, but like once the truths are out there, they're not hidden. They're just something that you repeat over and over against liars.
Who acts like we have hidden truth? Number one. Number two, I'm not going into these chats after he destroys something, makes an ass out of himself with the ping pong golf balls, and the way he argues his nonsense will not ever, ever use what he's got as far as connections. He either get one of us in there, not that we would anyway, but just a thought. I want nothing to do with that crew.
Can I? It's not about defending him or like either Witsit or AI or anyone. It's about making our show better. I'm gonna call it our show because I have been here for a while. I've been loving it for a long time. It matters what happens to the show to me. One second. Let me get to the other point.
And how does AI make our show better?
He's smart and he branches out and he does help me to understand some things. I'm not gonna lie, like everybody does. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to defend anybody. Truth is truth. You tell me a truth and I'm gonna appreciate it and I'm gonna take it into as my own truth. But what I'm saying is on that day, I understood what was happening. I understood that when Witsit said what he said, Brian and Nathan both felt offended, and I fucking understand. No swearing, sorry. I understand. But you have to take what he's saying too, which is that you have to get away from where we only have our subscribers to see it and the people who share it. There's a lot more people in this world and they go and seek those people out, and that's a true thing. I'm not saying we do it bad. I'm just saying we're definitely doing it different.
Hey, Nathan, either.
Yep.
Yeah, I just put 2 links into Master B. 2 videos of some debates I did. Combined, it's like no more than 5 minutes. If you want to have a look at it.
Yeah, we can do that. I'll have a look on the live show.
I think it'd be good for your audience. One's the good old gas pressure argument I used on PhD Tony, and the other one is the hovering helicopter argument that actually violates the first law of thermodynamics in the globe paradigm. So
Cool. We'll check it out.
yeah, thank you.
I mean, it's always come down to us, it's always come down to the audience to be the relayers of the information. And I think we've gotten pretty good at it. Maybe not when maybe we're just not going at it from the best angle. But I guess that would happen when you're doing the front foot forward. You know, you're literally just pushing as best you can how easy this is and how simple it is.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be the bad guy, but then at the same time, nobody wants to be yelled at by the good guy. I was watching a video earlier on screenwriting. It was about it was specifically about like season 7, I think, of Walking Dead, where they they put the main character through like so much, and then they get him to the end of the season and they get him on his knees, and then they start the next season and they continue to punish this character by killing his friends and making sure that he knows that he's going to die if he messes around and, you know, steps out of line. And that's where I stepped off of that show. And that's where a lot of people stepped off that show because, and he made a good point in the video, they put the character through too much punishment without the possibility of winning. I guess I'm saying maybe we should focus on some positives.
Okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
About what? I don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about. No offense.
It's all right. Maybe I talk too much. It's okay.
You know how long Nathan's been doing this show? Long time.
I don't know though. Like I think I know where he's going with it as far as the perception of individuals who don't understand the information, but they're just looking at the attitudes of the people involved.
Exactly. FED bad. It's the same thing. Been hearing this crap for years. Now it's coming from inside our own freaking panel. That's interesting.
We're not making ourselves look like the nicest people. I'm not going to lie. It's about the perception that I'm talking about at all.
Oh, that's nice. It's about the arguments to me and what we declare here, what we
That's what it should be about.
You want to be a nice guy and speak nice and calm and talk stupid nonsense like Issa and
No, I
be
don't.
invited to all these big platforms because you speak nice, you speak calm, but you lie through your freaking teeth. And when caught in a lie, you double and triple down on it. No.
And that should be called out, and that should be forensically figured out. And I like it. I like it. But there is a spot where you go, enough is enough. And like Walking Dead hit that spot when they beat Glenn's head in for me.
I see. So you don't want to beat Witz's head in anymore. Well, he should stop lying then.
It's more our heads that I'm worried about.
I don't see us beating our own heads in. I don't.
Like most of us know how the argument is wrong of ether, and we know better how to spot when the specific person that we're talking about, Witsit, says something and then says the exact opposite in like the same sentence. we've gotten good at it,
Yeah.
good at looking at it and seeing it. That's great. There's a
Like,
point of exhaustion.
That's why Nathan and me have both stopped arguing about beliefs. That's you're onto a loser because you're arguing about belief. You know, it's like the wrong subject for belief. You know what I mean?
I haven't found a belief that's going to bend level.
They don't believe level bends either. You can look at all their mathematics and level never bends.
Eli, why you got your hand up for?
You may speak.
But Bob, the
What's the
science
shot?
guy, said level curves.
Who did?
Bob, the science guy. He said level curves.
You just get a bit closer to your mic,
Level
Angels.
curve.
It's funny though that they would say something like level bends from Bob the science guy. They call us the science deniers.
Back off your mic a little bit, Adam.
Yes, sir.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bob,
the
the science
assertion
guy,
that level.
Angels, then John. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I definitely think Bob, the science guy, is a paid actor.
Why? Oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
The smarter the
by the
person, the less
way,
trust you got when they're lying to you.
Doesn't matter if he is or
like,
isn't. You can only take his arguments at their face value and take them apart based on what you know or don't know. If you can't take them apart, that's it. Whether he's being paid by the CIA to muddy the waters of flat earth truth or a Hollywood actor commissioned to play out a script that he's given, who cares? You can only attack the arguments that he comes up with. Same with anybody else.
I'm not going to lie, I've met, they're called science communicators on TikTok. Literally paid to do this stuff, to like waste our time. I've like met them, some people that are literal shills that admit it because they hate us or whatever, they're getting used. Right? Crazy.
Lobbyists.
Okay.
You know the Embo guy that's on this channel?
Sure.
I've asked him before, are you here to waste our time? And he didn't say no. I wish I got that on recording, what he said.
What's your point?
I can't believe that they got these agents. That's all. It's an actual thing.
Why is he an agent? Because he said he was here to waste our time. That doesn't mean he's a paid agent. It doesn't mean anything. You're going to start embarrassing
I don't
yourself,
know.
Angels. If you start going around calling people shills willy-nilly, you're just going to discredit all the work you do. If you can't prove something, just don't say it. If you can prove someone's a paid actor, by all means, doesn't really hold any more relevance if you can prove it or not. So what? Does
Yeah,
his argument stand true or not?
yeah.
That's it. But if you're going to go, well, this guy I think is a paid actor. Why? No reason. All right, well, you're just going to piss up the wall all the credibility you earn with good argumentation if you're going to go around saying things like that.
No, I get it. It's just I just find it funny that they wouldn't like if you're not paid or not that, wouldn't you just say that?
What
Right?
difference does being paid
That's
make?
what I find weird.
What doesn't make any difference?
That's an argument from silence.
Suggesting that they're paid is an argument from silence, yeah. But the point is, regardless, even if you could prove it, it's not going to strengthen your position in any way. Saying, look, okay, let's say I get Bob the Science Guy's guild number and a receipt for the services he endeavoured to perform with regards to lies about globe Earth. I had the certification and his employer telling me, yeah, we paid him. We gave him a script, he read it, he learnt it. He could parrot it off in various different orders depending on the thing he was asked. And he got $5,000 for doing it a couple of times. And then he just carried on. Whatever. So I prove it. And what next? Does suddenly the world accept that there's paid actors promoting the globe? They go, oh, well, I accept that he got paid by that guy that you interviewed because the guy wanted to put out globe arguments and he didn't have the time, so he paid an actor to do it. They just justify it. Okay, so where are we now? You've exposed somebody's hard earnings, you know, as a living, hard living, somebody earning a living as an actor in this arena. So that's what you've exposed. You probably get crap for doing it. So it's never going to serve you any benefit by doing it. It's just never going to result in you getting a win, ever.
Can we get back to level as curved right quick?
Level isn't
Unless
curved.
y'all have more to say on that. Yeah, I'd like to know what level is deviating from for them to a certain level is deviating.
Because gravity.
No, I
I've
didn't
gotten
say
that
that.
a
I
couple
didn't say
times over the
gravity.
last week.
No, what is level deviating from to a certain level is deviating?
This is
You
what I
gotta
get
define
whenever I
it.
debate people.
Hold on, Angels.
Sorry.
Yeah, John.
Right. When they say that, what they're trying to say, they don't realize it, is that level is deviating from level at a given rate, whether it's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet or whatever math they're wanting to use at that time. They need surface level to be a flat plane. They need it more than we do.
All right, go ahead, Angels.
I was just going to say, this is the argument on TikTok that I get a lot with actual pilots and with people trying to defend that airplanes do not prove a flat Earth, right? They're viable on a globe. It's like, oh, well, the globe's curved, and then they make the plane fly around the globe and it's curving, right? And they say, no, that's not curving because it's the same level all the way around the globe. But it's a curved line it's taking. And then I pull up the pitch data and they're like, oh, yeah, look. Like, it works. I want to pull my ear out. It's like, these guys are so dumb. It's like having a road that's slowly, progressively turning left. And you just you're on your bike and you're going straight only. Eventually, you're going to deviate off of the road that's turning left, right? We all know this. But when it comes to the globe, no. You don't gain altitude. You keep curving around it magically.
No, wait, hold on a sec.
No.
Where do they get level from on a globe?
They don't.
They can't do that.
And furthermore, not according to the pitch data. That it shows what it shows. It ain't curving.
Yeah.
Right. This is the end of the discussion.
I still say they shouldn't have been allowed to the table.
Who's they?
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate.
The ones that want to assert that there's a level on the globe, you can't sit down here, dude. You're wrong. It's violating an axiom. So try again.
Can you explain what an axiom is? I'm not exactly sure.
Something that must be related directly, and if you contradict it, your argument is automatically going to become fallacious in some way.
So by them saying level is curved, that's violating that. Yeah, I get it.
Right. Level is our first person perspective view of horizontal. That's how we experience horizontal. You can't break that, else you break the geometry that they're trying to claim too. You break everything.
Well, also, right, the way we see, right, would you guys agree that our eyes are a natural gyroscope? Like when you turn your head or look up and down, the horizon is still where it is because your eyesight's maintaining rigidity in space in a way. Do you agree with that?
No.
Like imagine if you have your phone, like your camera phone, iPhone, and you're recording and you tilt the phone or like a digital camera, like a P1000 or whatever, you tilt the camera around, the whole image moves around, right? But when you do that with your eyes, like you tilt your head, it doesn't happen.
So therefore not a gyro, because that's how the phone knows to turn the image.
Yeah, like horizontal, like say when you look into the ocean, horizontal and horizon, where it is going to stay where it is, despite you looking up and down or left and right, tilting your head.
I would say your mind is a gyro there.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, no, it's just that the Earth is a fixed plane of reference. You don't really need a gyro. That's why it's like that.
You know what's interesting as well, right? When you look out into the ocean water ramps up towards eye level. Now, if you go to like a hill and like, I guess, lie down on the hill and it's sloping down in front of you, your eyes can detect that, right? So isn't that just a really simple proof to show that the water is flat and our eyesight is just making it converge?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Our eyes can detect the slope. Like if we walk around and there's a hill in front of us and it's sloping down over many miles, our eyes can detect that, right? But when you go to the ocean doesn't ramp down and away like it should on a globe. It ramps up towards eye level just because it's flat, like a flat road.
Yeah, you got to put the word appears in there. You can't say just ramps up. It appears to ramp up. That would be acceptable.
Yeah, it appears to.
Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not obviously ramping up physically. It's optically doing that. Appears to.
Sure, but this is crap. No offense. They've got this crappy standard of what things appear to do. We don't need that crappy standard anymore. Who cares what it appears to do? Who cares what the land, which is measured flat, does as it ramps up towards the horizon, which is measured so that you don't die at sea? I don't care what it looks like anymore. Who cares? Their crappy standard is it appears this, it looks like that. It's calculated like this. No, don't need any of it. Not anymore. No offense.
their standard used to be, it appears to be flat, but it's measured curved. And here's
lie.
our Earth curve calculator. That used to be their standard. We kind of broke that. Y'all broke that anyway.
Yeah, we broke that in 2020. Bye-bye Earth curve measurements. Bye-bye Earth curve calculator. Now,
And Nathan, is it the Black Swan that did that?
Yeah.
2020?
Yeah. 1st of January 2020 is when the Black Swan was released.
It's crazy because on TikTok, I would debate these people and I'd ask them, will a physical hill be able to move so that it moves in front of something it's blocking, right? And they'll say, no, obviously that doesn't happen. But then I show them a Black Swan image, or there's another one, a second observation of it, I show them, and that's what they're claiming. They're claiming the horizon, which is a physical geometric location, has physically moved behind an oil rig. But then 2 seconds before, they said, no, a physical hill obviously can't move behind a physical object that it's blocking so they can see it. But that's what they're claiming.
Not what they're claiming, it's the undoing of their claim. Their claim is that the horizon's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Don't get Jedi mind tricked by anti-flat earthers telling you their claim is that it moves. No, their claim is in the Earth curve maths at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The minute it isn't, it's not Earth curve. Because Earth curve's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, isn't it? Or it was until 2020. Now it moves. No, it just isn't Earth curve.
So that measurement we can throw out now. We can throw the Earth curve calculator out. It's not taking in account for stupidity and refraction or whatever. It's not a measurement now.
I'm going to jump the gun a little bit.
We do have measurements.
Yeah, I'm going to jump the gun, Angels. You're taking what are conclusions and turning them into debating points, right? The Black Swan's a conclusion. Same with the pitch data. So if you're debating about these things, you're not appreciating that they're conclusions. And again, I understand that there's going to be people on the other side that don't want them to be conclusions and will want to turn them into arguments. But it's really your job to recognise that and say, no, this isn't an argument I'm having with you. Your Earth curve is at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, so saith these maths. That's where your geometry is. It's a physical geometric sphere edge hill getting in the way in these maths. That's where it is. Those are your numbers. We bust them. Black Swan. That's not, oh, well, has it moved? No. You're not inviting them to give an explanation. You've debunked Earth curve with the Black Swan. Same with pitch data. You've measured Earth flat and the NTS, it's good enough for the NTSB. This flat Earth measurement they show on the data. That's a conclusion, not a debating point.
See, that's the problem. People don't recognize that.
But yeah, Neil, that's what we're trying to. Good point, Neil. The height in feet is interesting because height is always measured with respect to a horizontal plane. So to get 1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
Yeah. You're on to advanced. So what John's now doing, Angels. By the way, you're a top quality pianist being slapped on the knuckles with a ruler right now. Don't take this the wrong way, okay? Yeah? What John's now doing is taking the conclusion, there's no Earth curve, Earth's not a sphere, that's Black Swan 2020, and saying, all right, now let's have a look at this maths. What's this surface level you're using? What's this eye level parallel with it? Earth's measured flat in Earth curve mathematics. That's the next step. You've got to understand that it's the conclusion to their Earth curve. It debunks it to then say, all right, well, let's have a closer look at how this proves a flat Earth. Surface level, eye level, parallel with one another in the Earth curve maths. But if you're debating Black Swan with people, you're never going to take that next step in advanced heliocentric debunking / flat Earth proving, which is what John's doing. You've gone beyond the, well, let's talk about whether or not the hill moves. No. We've moved way past that. Let's look at the maths and how it functions. What measurements is it using? Oh, a flat Earth. Surface level. Yeah? Make sense? Kudos, John.
Yeah, I
once
get
they
it.
bring
Yeah.
up height,
Not you, Neil. Kudos, John. Go ahead, Angels.
Yeah, I get it. This is actually a thing that I'm starting to do now, learning off you guys. I mean, what I do now, I ask them, right? Okay, the horizon is a physical location that is a measurement to. The measurement to the horizon is a physical location. Yeah, oh yeah. There it is. Yeah. The boats go over it. Yeah. I show them the Black Swan, and then what do? Oh, but it moved optically. So are you saying at that
why
point?
do you even give him that? Why do
Yeah.
you even give him that?
I'm
Just let
Give
them
them
make
what?
that claim themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
That's it.
they do.
You're not. You're asking them proactively. Do you suggest that the horizon is a physical sphere edge? Oh, yeah, they say to you. Yeah? It's beyond that.
Yeah.
It's reactionary. When someone starts saying, of course Earth's a sphere, we've got proof, we measure Earth curve. Bosh. No, you do not. Black Swan. That's the conclusion to that statement, that we measure Earth curve. It's the end of the statement, not an invite by us as flat earthers to start debating with people. Now, I get it. The tempestuous nature of youth. You want to get into these debates, I get it. But fine. But in this instance, if you're going to use Black Swan, you've got to be that knowing guru that sat in the background waiting for some wanker to say, of course we've got measurements of Earth curve. Boats go over it, don't they? And then you turn around reactively and go, no, they do not. Black Swan. And then laugh at them. But proactively, it actually makes you seem weak when you use what you know to be a strong conclusion as the start of a debating point. It's like saying, right, let's have this boxing match. I already know the one boxer's got lead weights in his gloves. Let's go. You already know this conclusion, though, don't you? That when someone's got lead weights in their gloves, they win quickly. So if you already know that, this doesn't seem very sporting on your part. So it actually makes you look bad. Now, you might not like hearing that because you're winning these debates with it. Yeah, but it needs to be reactive, as in you keep it you keep it in your arsenal, ready for when that wanker brings up that they've got measurements of Earth curve or boats going over a physical horizon. Yeah? So, again, you're getting wrapped on the knuckles. You understand these arguments, and we get it, and we want to applaud you, but like everyone can always up their game, and that's what you're getting now. No one ever gets I don't know who it was saying, but maybe it was before you got Air Angels. Can't you just be nice? Can't you just be nice? No. We live in a world where everyone thinks they're on a ball, and there's very few people who actually understand why we don't. And if we just go, oh, well, we could all just be on a ball, couldn't we? That would be much easier. No one would argue with anyone. So no, it ain't about being nice. It's just about being right. And controlling how the argument takes place is part of that. Knowing where an argument isn't an argument, it's a conclusion. The argument was had for 5 to 6 years prior to the Black Swan, when we were arguing about where these pictures show Earth curve to be. That time's been and gone, I'm afraid. It was very frustrating, I'll have you know. Go and listen to some of the debates about the Isle of Man before John came up with this fantastic argument. Before that, we're all debating about where the Earth curve should be. And they're asking us where it should be and would be. And we're showing where it should be but isn't. And arguing if it should or shouldn't be there for endless hours. Now we've got a conclusion. No, it's not a sphere edge horizon. No, boats aren't going over a hill. No, it's not Earth curve. No, it's not a proof of a sphere. Why? Black Swan is why. Here you go. Here's the conclusion to that. It came in 2020.
Yeah,
not debatable.
But we get it. You've got to,
Yeah,
you've got to test your strength on the strength-o-meter. Sometimes you've got to whack it with the big hammer. We get it. And yeah.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I do get the wanting to go back and forth, the wanting to give them the a slight sprinkle of, yeah, you do have an argument you can make here. I do get that. Right? I've been in this long time too, so I understand if you're new that you wanna throw that in, but you just want to end it, just end it.
Look, you
Because
Luke
usually they'll
Skywalker,
end it
and
for
not that I'm
you.
pretending to be
Sorry.
Yoda, but Yoda's basically pointing out that you've got a lot to learn.
Yeah, I get it, but I think it's good because once
you're a
I get to
Jedi.
that level
You're
where
still a
it's
Jedi, so it's still
conclusion-
good.
Yeah. Yeah, and the second they want to invoke refraction, all I do now is, well, we're not talking about Earth curve anymore. Also, refraction requires two mediums, so I learned that, which is good. And then and then if they want to invoke a density gradient, I say we're looking horizontally. Sorry, no density gradient.
What's the density gradient measured with respect to?
Flat plate.
Sea level.
Yeah, sea level. Yeah.
That is the greatest trick of heliocentrism, to confuse people that up and down has anything to do with in and out. The best trick.
They don't even have an up and down anymore on a globe. It's so stupid.
You can't have.
You know, it don't take them long before they bring up what's going over the horizon. It's still like one of the number one proofs that Earth is a sphere.
Do you know how many times they've told me boats go over the curve? And I say, oh, is that right? Is it? I'm going to show you a video of me pulling one back into view. I show them and they go, it didn't go over the curve yet. Literally, PhD Tony did this to me in a debate, TV2 debate I had with Nathan Thompson. He said that. I'm like, that's the whole point. It didn't go over your physical geometric curvature because that's not curvature.
Yeah, you've got to cut your teeth before you can do this. But for any of us in that moment, you just get somebody whispering Black Swan into the microphone. No explanation. Anybody like Tony is going to be well aware of what that means instantly, just hearing it. Now, because you're relatively new, people want to see you engaged in that discussion and debate. Fair enough. But by the same token, again, Black Swan is the reason we don't look at boats being pulled back into view, because there's a conclusion with defined measurement points in the form of the oil rigs. That's why they're there. There's no speculation. Oh, look, it comes back into view. Oh, well, Earth curve must have been before then. We've got the zoom. Obviously, Earth curve's beyond this point then, when no one's got any measurements of anything. But as I say, past 2020, when someone says, oh, look at my boat, Black Swan. All you need.
Yeah, and actually, before I did the boat thing on him, I did show him the Black Swan. I asked him, is the physical curvature of the Earth the horizon? Right? And he said yes. So I showed him, pulled up the Black Swan, a different one, a second observation of it. I asked him, how far away is the horizon for an 8-foot observer? And he said, it depends on atmospheric conditions. And I said, okay, so then it's not in a geometric location. Then I got him to say, I got him to acknowledge that the horizon was where it was. And then I said, welcome to Flat Earth. And he got upset.
Yeah, it's taking apart. So we're working backwards from them asserting that they've got measurements. John's already pointed it out, and this is one of them. Something that assert that proves Earth's a sphere. We've got measurements of it. Here we go. We measure the horizon as being an Earth curve edge blocking things. Here's the maths for it. Okay, well, 2020 Black Swan, we debunk it. Now, furthermore, anybody that asserts by presupposition that they've got a sphere to calculate anything with will ultimately use an R value that's also measured on a flat plane. So now, like I say, this is 2024 onwards, everything, doesn't matter what your claim is. If you're measuring Earth, you're measuring it flat. Now, obviously, you've got to understand where, in a given argument, Earth's being measured flat. If you're just presented to today as a newbie Earth curve mathematics, you're not going to look at it and go, Oh yeah, check out how surface level and eye level run parallel with one another. And the only way you can input any value into this calculator is by starting with your height above surface level. That's the first value. Okay, so we're going to be giving our height above flat Earth to start with in this process of measuring a curved Earth? No, you're not. But you understand that all roads lead to a flat Earth if you're fully conversant with all of these arguments. Which you're getting there, gotta be honest, Angels. You're doing well, son. Without being too condescending. That was deliberate, by the way.
No, that's fine.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yo, yo, good morning.
Hey, hey, hey. Good evening. Hey, all doing? Are you all warmed up in Discord? It's just been mostly us and Angels chatting. Well, that's good to know. Glad you're all warmed up.
Well, they may be a little gun shy, Nathan. You did give Angels a pretty good tongue lash in there.
Like I was saying,
I'm warmed up.
with the Star Wars example, right? No young Jedi is going to perform better unless you're throwing bits of the scenery at them. Then they suddenly improve, don't they? You're gonna need a montage. I told him, I was like, he's a good pianist getting slapped by the tutor with the ruler, right? Everyone else is standing around going, wow, this is absolutely beautiful. Crack! Wrong note. Wrong pace. Listen to your metronome. That's what's happening. So, yeah. Keeps coming back. I can only assume us being strict with him is... Sorry to talk in the third person about you, Angels. Is helping, John. Anyway, hello, Discord. Righteous, can you send me the new/old link? And I'll update the live stream. Now I'm in it. It happens to be on screen with me monitoring it. So believe it or not, this is the most convenient time to change the link. We had a temporary join link in the info box. So for those of you who have gone through this process and joined Discord, so you can maybe be on a live stream, as abundant as that is this morning with 0 responses from Discord. Yeah, so that link is the one that you join if you did want to happen to mute the page you're currently watching, as I say in the intro. And yeah, that's in need of changing. Hopefully I'll get an updated one if Righteous is listening. You there, Righteous?
Yeah, it's already there, and both links work now. So even if they're using the one you got now, it still works. But it's better to have the URL link. It just looks more professional. So it's in Skype right now.
It's now a QRL link. I have no idea what that means.
A URL.
URL.
Instead of being at a code, it's an FE debate. It actually says FE debate on it, right?
Yeah, currently it just says Discord GG ZV5Z. You know what I mean? It doesn't look particularly good.
No. Go into your DMs that I gave you a personal message in Skype, right?
Okay.
The last link that's in there. See how it says FE debate?
That's your most recent message to me. I just got to scroll through Skype to find that. Join the Flat Earth Debate Discord server. Looks excellent. And if I just copy that as a link and then replace what I've got. Sorry to be doing this right at the a live show, ladies and gentlemen. I just want a nice means of getting you in here if you did want to join the live show and tell us, no, it's a globe.
Well, instead of the link having a code, it's actually the name of the server.
Yeah, https://discord.com/invite/flat earth debate, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that looks great. I mean, in the link itself, although in my information box it says link to join, if the link itself says Flat Earth Debate and Discord, you immediately know what you're in for, how you're going to be joining. It's not just going to immediately rob your credit card. Not immediately rob your credit card, at least. I'm only joking. Nobody in our Discord server does things like that. It's a very nice place to be. Lots of them are Christians. Not that some Christians won't rob your wallet.
Nathan, they don't want to come in and say Earth's a globe. They want to come in and say play nice.
Yeah, we're getting told off at the moment. We're hypercritical of bullshitters that lie about ether and take positions that are contrary to flat earth positions because of their ether belief and double speak and lie. But we should really be nice to these people. Anyway, sorry, Flat Earth Ranger, go ahead.
I disagree.
You disagree about us being nice, or you disagree about Earth being flat?
Us being nice, we should put their heads under our boots and show them the earth is flat.
Well, this is an internal struggle. We're talking about fellow flat earthers.
Oh, okay. In that case, then, yeah.
Yeah, what's being suggested is that we should be kinder to those of us who have an alternative agenda with free energy and ether and areas beyond the
Yeah.
realm that we know of that's incoherent. Look, their words, not mine. And, you know, those people with that alternative agenda, we should be nice to them when they struggle to put a decent flat earth argument together, because a lot of them contradict their ether belief. So they won't or
Oh, no.
can't put those arguments forward. Us being critical of them has been met with quite some disdain from people who think we should just be nice to those people.
In that case, I stand by my original statement. We should put their heads under our boots and show them, minus the nonsense perspective.
Fair enough. Well, for whatever reason, I hadn't actually paid that much attention yesterday. I was doing other things, watching the kids. My wife went and watched Wicked or something at the cinema. In any event, the point being that I didn't pay close attention to the live stream as it was going out, yesterday's live stream. And it was that live stream because of... shout out to him, actually. I should do that first. Shout out to Taboo Conspiracy, who hacked into his video about celestial navigation, the video he specifically asked me to make for him. But yeah, thanks all the same. It was really good to see it actually out there on Taboo Conspiracy's channel. So if you haven't seen it already, Taboo Conspiracy has taken several clips from people like myself and Mitch and a couple of others, and Rob, and basically made a nice, concise explanation from several different people in several different ways about what celestial navigation is, with the conclusion about why it's freaking ace coming from me, and then Eddie Bravo saying how ace I am right at the end of the video, and a link to my channel, which is awesome. So thank you very much, Taboo Conspiracy. But like I say, that particular video where I knew that was what I was tasked with, i.e. Taboo Ben had said, can you do a little bit on why celestial navigation's ace? I'm like, yeah, no worries, I'll talk about it in the live stream and just trim it out for you. So I'd done that in that video, and by coincidence, Witsit had joined in the after show and then disappeared, and then AI had defended him after the fact, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in that one video. The video's, I can't remember the show number, but the title of that particular Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After show was A Taboo Conspiracy. That's the title of the show, and it's in the thumbnail if you want to find it. I can't remember the number. 22 something. Anyway, so that came out yesterday, and lots of people in the comments, surprisingly, were saying, good on you exposing Witsit's doublespeak and lies. Now, to be perfectly frank, I'd forgotten it even appeared on it. But either way, there was lots of people commending the fact that we were exposing Witsit's bullshittery and inability to keep one position true for more than 15 seconds before lying and double-speaking his round and contradicting himself. Nevertheless, lots of people were appreciative of it. So when I went to my comments in the morning, as I did today, I was surprised to see all these comments saying, yeah, good, expose this charlatan, etc., etc., talking about Witsit. I'm like, oh, this is an unexpected surprise. So there we go. Anyway, check it out if you want to. It wasn't necessarily intended to be a burn on Witsit when I put that video out. It's just literally put out because Taboo had released his video. So, like I said, I forgot that was part of that video, actually, Neil. When you're like, you released that video everyone begged you to bring out, and you said, no, it will come out in order. I'm like, well, yeah, unless Taboo Conspiracy releases a video, and this ties in with it, and then I'll release it on the same day as his. But I wasn't to know that in the past when I was being asked, so there we go. Shout out to you, Ben. Thank you very much for making your video.
I did receive phone calls about that specific video in my circle, so good job. Yes, I agree.
One more time? That was a bit...
I received phone calls about that specific video, so in my circle, so they did enjoy that video, and they did pull away from the ether belief. So
when you say that video, do you mean Ben Taboo Conspiracies or 2230, as I'm being informed by...
Ben Taboo, the conspiracy video.
Taboo Conspiracy video?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But then you mentioned ether. There was no mention of ether in that video. You said they were pulling away from ether, I think?
But yeah, it might have been another video then where you talked about Witsit.
Oh, the video that it came from. I'm just confused. Great. Marvelous.
Yeah, one of those videos, whatever.
Look, everybody's entitled to believe whatever they like. Just let's get that out of the way, because sometimes there's a perception that, what, you don't want people to babble on about ether? No, they can babble on about whatever the bloody hell they like. You're into Bigfoot? Be our guest. You like ghosts? More power to you. Ether? Jobs are good 'un. What's that? You want to get your foot in the door using flat earth and then talk about ghosts? Scum. What's that? You claim to be a flat earther, but when you're in front of a guest situation needing to argue for flat earth, your Bigfoot belief gets in the way? Scum. What's that? You were on this show as a flat earther and you couldn't but help yourself talking about bleeding ether? Wanker. Yeah, that's our position, as opposed to we don't like people who've got beliefs, because it's just not what we do here. It's a category error. We deal in measurements of Earth, they're flat. That's basically it. Now, if you want to waffle on about Bigfoot, aliens, ghosts, ether, free energy, you can. Just don't tie it to the measurements of Earth, because those are quite serious. People don't die. People can save their life at sea when lost because they measure Earth flat. That's serious stuff. Don't piss with it with your stupid nonsense about free energy, or Bigfoot, or ghosts, or remote viewing, or any other stupid shit that you might think you have the right to talk about as a flat earther. You don't. And we're here to tell you that. We're here to keep it nice and simple. Earth is measured flat. Those are the facts. They're uncontestable. And if you tie any other shit to that tree, I'll be there to hack it off with a big fat sword, and potentially your head as you do it. That is all. If you were doing something that was precision in engineering, you're making an engine, and you're doing it within very fine tolerances, so you can charge a lot for the engine. And while you're making your fine measurements for the bore or whatever it is you're doing at the engine's behest to make it this masterpiece, it's speaking to you about what the measurements should be. So you make your measurements and you get ready to drill or put it on a lathe or do whatever it is you're going to do to machine this big piece of metal that's going to be a lot of money to do. And somebody like Witsit comes along and says, you know what? I believe in total bollocks, and I'm going to poison everything you do to make this a wonderful engine with your measurements by talking about shit that has no bearing on it. And there's a good chance that everyone around you will think you're an idiot as you produce this amazing engine. It will have nothing to do with anything measured, and I know that what goes into making this engine fantastic will be precise measurements. But let's talk about ghosts and Bigfoot and ether for a bit. No. Get out, get lost, never come near the factory again. We deal in precision measurements. Now, when we on Flat Earth Debate talk about Earth being flat, we link it to stuff that has saved lives, expanded the territory, created charts and maps. These things are all measurement-based. These are all factual. They've nothing to do with free energy. They've nothing to do with incoherent dielectric acceleration. They've nothing to do with gravity. They've nothing to do with ball Earth. They've nothing to do with remote viewing. They've nothing to do with ghosts. So take your shit and piss off with your nonsense waffle about garbage that has nothing to do with how Earth's measured. That's what we deal with. Now, if you, like us, value stuff that you can actually prove and not be a wanker talking shit speculatively about fantastical things like men walking through wardrobes or travelling to sky vacuums, then you've come to the right place. Share this show far and wide, because then you can do away with the ridicule that you might potentially face as a flat earther. If you dispel all speculative shit from your life, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever you could be ridiculed, in spite of you labelling yourself a flat earther. In fact, you can look at your opponent who does look at you with ridicule and disdain because of a stereotype, with the disdain that you can hold for them, justifiably, as they look at you with a furrowed brow, and start asking you about your beliefs that you don't hold. But you have to dispel those beliefs first. You have to rid yourself of Bigfoot and ether and other stupid nonsense that you've got from potentially flat earthers who you trusted. Well, you shouldn't have. Trust in the measurements of Earth only, and you'll be all right. That's what we're offering. And I'll add one more thing. Nobody else is offering that. And I do mean nobody. We are unique here. I'm done.
Yeah, we're the only ones you don't have to trust. It just is what it is, man.
Absolutely correct. There's no trust required. And I don't invite it. I don't suggest you don't have to offer it me to then waffle on about things that you'd absolutely require trust to believe when I tell you them without proof or evidence. You'd need trust to believe those things. I don't need you to not trust me or trust me. They're measurements. You can take them or leave them. I don't care if you leave them. They'll still be the same if you leave them, if you decide that you don't like them. Or if you utilise them to make a globe with them. I don't care either way. You can use flat Earth measurements to believe in a globe if you like, to extrapolate out and calculate out the inference that you can stand on a surface that you measure from within. You can do that. Good for you. You want to believe you're in a globe. Oh, what's that? You say on a globe? Oh, you obviously don't know how Earth's measured then. Let me enlighten you about how your globe is measured. And then creates a surface around you to reference a flat plane from within the globe, as on screen now. Nobody's taking angles to stars from within the globe. But once you understand how Earth is measured, you'd understand you're not on a globe. You could believe you're in it if you want, in the fiery realms of hell in the centre of a globe, with a flat plane measuring stars upon it. You can believe that shit if you wish. I don't care. I know how Earth's measured. Flat. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. You cannot contest or argue with this. It's not a point to debate. It's how it's measured. Did we all have a lovely weekend? Sorry, John, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, the ballers will even tell you it's so biggie, it's measured flatty.
Yeah, I've got several clips. So several of the shorts videos, if you want to find a quick route to these, because they are very short clips, less than a minute in most instances, of globers saying, well, yeah, of course we measure it flat. Well, of course it's going to be flat. Well, yes, we have to measure this area locally flat. Well, yes, it's justifiable to measure this area flat, and so on and so forth. Because it's a universal, unilateral fact of life. That is how Earth is measured, regardless of your stupid globe belief. If you understand how measurements are going to be taken, then you'll understand how Earth's measured flat, like many of our slightly more enlightened, or in some ways less enlightened, opponents also appreciate when it comes to Earth measurements. They are always flat.
You see, Nathan, they don't get it. Like, once you say elevation, it's all over. Because I know you just don't like to chat things, but you got a guy saying, what is the elevation of the GP, geographical, not ground? Elevation? How are you getting that elevation?
Okay, regardless of what you're being asked, elevation's always being described with respect to sea level, the height of things. You can't have heights on a globe because you've only got in and out. There's nothing to reference. You need a horizontal plane of reference to describe heights. To have a universal one for all the different lands, we use an average with sea level. So we've got an average 0 point to have heights above. So when people say, what's the height of a star? I don't know, these majestic lights in the sky that have ground positions at 90 degrees to a measured position or at your zenith, if you're directly below it, is very useful for measuring ground positions. As for where they are in altitude, that's not useful. Nobody's measuring that or can measure it. They recede to the horizon as they progress throughout the day, with the exception of Polaris, or night as the case may be, and they would recede to the horizon as you backed away from them. So in terms of gathering any positional information for themselves, in actuality, that's not possible. But anything that actually does have a height description capable of being given will be described from a flat Earth. It's elevation, altitude, all flat Earth only. The prerequisite is a surface level to describe the height from. A flat Earth to describe heights. You know, you're now cruising at 35,000 feet above a flat plane of reference. 35,000 feet in an aeroplane, that's a height. Above sea level. Above a flat Earth.
It's awesome you said that is a surface level and the horizontal dip correction comes up, you know, the diagram.
Number one, you can have a horizon on a globe. The slope-intercept formula, or slope-a-dope as we call it. But when you're measuring the surface which forms the horizon, that is to say, where the surface appears to meet the sky, because the sky and surface never meet. That's an appearance of them meeting through perspective. But it's formed with the ground. Now, if you raise above the ground, ipso facto, the ground is below you. Now, depending on how high you are, that will influence the horizon's positional information if you're utilising it to reference horizontal. So you have to do a correction with respect to how high you are. That's dip correction, a depression angle correction, if you will. And all it does is correct you to the surface level that you're needing to reference if you use the horizon. So for accuracy, you would correct to the surface. And the way you do that is by measuring how high you are above it at port if you're doing it on a boat. And then it remains constant everywhere. It's not like further out, or if there's a cloudy day and the horizon's a lot closer, that suddenly you need to make a correction because, well, the horizon's actually a physical geometric sphere edge falling away from us at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can calculate where it will be and influence this dip correction. No, it's always the same based on how high you are. That's the only correction. You measure it once at port and then it remains the same always. The correction. That's it. I will ask the housekeeping question. Is there any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No.
It wouldn't be an angle.
Unless triangles have curved lines.
And as it came from the chat skanking, any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Nope.
So hopefully my little ramble will have inspired at least a few of you to relinquish some of your flat earth beliefs that you might have picked up along the way. The roads into flat earth currently are conspiratorial roads. They're all of the above and more. 9/11 truthers, JFKers, all of these people. They're the roads that have been paved to flat earth. So the nutters find their way here to represent it. Now, I don't know how I was studying psychopathy when I got here. And prior to that, subliminal messaging. Maybe that's conspiratorial enough to put me on the road to flat earthism by way of algorithmic exposure on autoplay 10 years ago. Regardless, the roads that are currently paved that lead you here will result in you ipso facto being a nutter just because you follow one of those roads. You follow down a rabbit hole. You've looked at something that's conspiratorial, and at the end of that path, what do you know? Flat Earth was there. Oh, that was no interest. I'm just coincidence. No, it isn't. The reason conspiratards find their way to flat Earth is so that they can be its representatives. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. It's the most basic and simple thing that you can ever encounter, and everybody utilises it that way. That's why you need idiots finding their way here, so they can talk about ether and Bigfoot and ghosts and remote viewing. So we've got the worst kind of numpty idiot representing this subject. If normies found their way to this subject, they go, well, let's just look at this in a pragmatic way. How does Earth get measured? That'll answer the question. Took me 10 years. That says it all. There's other people far more intelligent than I, people like John, who only took a few months, 6 months, and they're suddenly going, oh my God, I was on my way bragging that Earth was measured curve, because that's what I lent on. Then I looked at the measurements and found it weren't. It was measured flat. Right, John? Didn't take you very long.
Well, part of the rhetoric of heliocentrism is that there was two measurements who stood in opposition. There was height measurements, and then measurements to the horizon, which was supposed to be Earth curve. And because of those two stood in contradiction, it could be either. Yeah, there's nothing that stands in contradiction of the flat plane that we use, though. It was a mirage of a paradox.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's all based in measurements. What do we have to prove it? Well, if it's measured curvy, then it's curved. Simple. Right, let's have a look. Oh dear. The measurements aren't measurements, they're calculations. Well, what do we measure? Height. Oh, right. What's the height with respect to? Oh, no, you need a flat earth for it. This ain't working out too well. Earth's measured flat. Yeah, that's why we've got numpties here. That's why we spend a lot of our time being the bad guys. Can I just be nice to the idiot, conspiratard, numpty speculating when we've got friggin' measurements? We have to be the bad guys, don't we? So the only guy in the room that's trying to talk some sense when everyone else wants to be a hippie retard, they're the ones that are going to be the bad guy, aren't they? The boffin. Oh, God, do you have to be such a killjoy talking about reality and measurements? We want to talk about free energy and incoherent dielectric acceleration, man. See how smart we sound? No, just take a chill pill. Smoke a bong, man. Why do you want to be so annoying and horrible? Tell us that we're all wrong all the time. Just because we've got no proof of stuff, man. We want to speculate, man. Dude. Yeah, you're going to be the bad guy at the party if you're the only one talking sense when everyone else wants to talk shit.
But that's also the reason that's holding back any more advancement in certain fields, because they want to speculate. They don't want to know. So it's actually getting to be detrimental for humanity to believe that they live on a sphere or that ether exists. You know, we're moving forward with our knowledge, and this thing is holding us back.
Yeah, I had more conclusions. I had a long time to digest because there's been lots of drama in the flat Earth debate community over the last maybe 10 days, maybe a bit less. And I keep getting asked, what's your opinion? What's your opinion? What's your opinion? And I keep saying, well, I'm going to reserve judgment. I'm going to chew it over. I'm going to sleep on it a little bit more. Now I've slept on it, right? The people I've been describing on this live show are cancer. They're flat Earth cancer. The numpties, the conspiratards, the dipshits, the speculators, the people without evidence, they are cancer. Now, the opportunities that they afford within the wider scope of YouTube, it's not even mainstream media, right, isn't worth promoting and feeding cancer. So as much as AI, and I agreed with him and I still stand by it, in terms of his sentiment of where there's opportunity in some bigger platform dealing with this, we can only try and leech out as much opportunity as possible. Yes, that's true. But what we will also do is feed the cancer. So I'm afraid we can and will, and I do accept his principles and stand by what he says in terms of the motivation to go onto these platforms, make comments below them, put good flat earth arguments in the comments, etc. Yeah, all true. But simultaneously in this instance, the reason it's so controversial and contradictory is because you also have to feed cancer. YouTube cancer in this case is Witsit and his Ethereanism. And there's a few little nuggets of gold that he drops into the mix as he toddles along through his garbage, useless efforts to promote this subject. You've got to feed that too. In other words, that will prop up again and be bigger and worse, if you will, for us promoting it and putting good arguments in the comments. So, yes, AI's principles, for all those people who wanted a much better answer, this is that answer. Yes, his principles are correct. Unfortunately, the thing that has led him to make those suggestions about going and putting comments and making the best of a bad situation, the bad situation is the cancer that it is Witsit and his Ethereanism. And it would be no different if it was Karen B talking about Bigfoot or somebody else talking about ghosts. Whatever. It doesn't matter. If it's Orphan Red talking about remote viewing, they're all cancer to a subject that has measurements behind it. So it's our own fault. Unfortunately, every one of us, the people that I'm supposed to be being nice to, I'm basically calling us, me included, all idiots. We're the ones that have been left with the responsibility of promoting a subject that should have had measurements pushed from the offset because that's what it had. And instead, we all got here talking about the stars and what we thought about what they might be, and speculating about lands beyond the ice wall, and talking about Admiral Byrd, and talking about 9/11 truth and Bigfoot and ether. Yeah, it's our fault. This subject is a shambles and seen as stupid. And I'm not suggesting that hasn't been manufactured with the roads that have been paved to get us, the numpties that we are here, to do an absolutely awful job of just assessing the situation for what it is. Not assessing it for how magical and mystical the conspiracy might be, and why would they lie? It's just, let's look at it. How is it measured? Oh, it's measured flat. That should have been what we did on day one. But I got here after looking at psychopaths and said, why would they lie? Who are the people that have led us to this? I must interview everybody about how the church poisoned us. I must find the history of this lie. Not how it's measured. Not, let's find definitive proof on day one. That's not what I did or anybody else. So it's our fault. We're all numpties. Flat earthers are the fault here. Earth will always be flat regardless of the powers that should not be, paving the path for numpties to find their way to subjects that they'd rather normal people didn't have any involvement in. Well, just get the numpty idiots of the world to involve themselves in it, and then the normal people will keep well away. It's genius when you think about it. But it's our fault. Earth will always be flat regardless of how numpty the representation it gets is.
It's funny because I was watching that Cobra Kai. It's an off-spin of Karate Kid. And in one scene, the guy Johnny and one of the students are flying in a plane. And on the screen in front of them, it has the plane going over a curve. So he grabs the stewardess and he said, excuse me, why is the plane flying this way? She says, well, it's following the curvature of the Earth. And he says, well, I want to get there faster and the maps are flat. Can you tell a pilot to fly straight?
You have to find out the show
Yeah, I've seen
episode. I've never seen that or heard that before, Neil. That's very
I'll
interesting.
dig it out for you.
Bit like Deadpool telling off his blind housemate and calling her a round earther. You know what I mean? Just why are they dropping this stuff in? Was he a bad guy by any chance, Neil?
No. Johnny Lawrence was in the Karate Kid, he was, but now he's like the main character. Everybody loves him.
Oh, so he's a good guy.
Correct, but still with that edge, though.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting times.
By the way,
Go ahead.
I met a pilot the other day on TikTok. He said he was a flat earther, and he's been a flat earther for about 3 years. He told me something very interesting. He said that when he was learning to fly, for the globe map that they would use, he would have to do a lot of corrections. I can't remember what it's called. Not I think it was declination or something like that. Some sort of corrections they would have to do for the globe map wrapped around a globe. But he said if they used a Gleason
Not the
map,
globe map.
they didn't have to do any of that.
It already sounds like he's a bullshitter. There is no globe map.
As in
He's talking about the celestial sphere diagram.
yeah, you know how I've seen other pilots actually show me the map they use, and it's actually so it's basically a Gleason map just wrapped around a ball, right? He said when he uses that map, they have to do a lot of corrections before they do the actual flight. But he said if he uses a Gleason map, there's no corrections.
They don't. They use a transverse Mercator. You sure this guy's a pilot? In the same way as a lot of globe Earth dickheads come along and say, I'm a pilot. Now, the fact that this guy's a flatty doesn't make any difference. Lots of people like to bullshit about being pilots.
I believe he was because I asked him a lot of questions and he seemed to know what he was talking about.
He's talking about plotting out.
I didn't know
he's
anything.
talking about plotting out flights on a Gleason's. Bullshit alert. It's just red. Whoa! Bullshit.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
The Gleason's map is a projection from the celestial sphere model. So it's what they think is their globe and call their globe model is actually the celestial sphere diagram, but it's built upon that. So it's a projection
Yeah.
from that. So you can't say that the thing it's being projected from is wrong and it's right. So I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Anyway, like I say,
Well,
there's
that's
many
good.
people bullshit
Sure.
on both sides about being pilots.
But that you've actually done a review on this guy's this pilot. I've seen you guys do a review on him. His name's Gary Baumgartner. I debated now. I think I showed you already. You may have reviewed it already. But he showed me his actual iPad. Oh, whatever he had. I don't know if it was an iPad, but he showed me the actual map that he uses. And it was a basic what you'd call. I mean, it was a globe model. It was a Gleason map wrapped around a ball. Right. So Antarctica is at the bottom, and it's a continent. And he showed me. You could turn it around. You could plot. You could put a line on it. He was showing me. But yeah. So that's what he was seeing in his cockpit, and him thinking, "Oh, look, it's drawing a curved line as he flies. Therefore, it's going around a curve." When the attitude indicator is positive, relative to the horizon.
Fair enough. They're not following maps, they're following waypoints.
What is attitude and what is it with respect to?
Horizon.
Right, with respect to horizontal. Pitch with respect to horizontal.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff.
Well, I mean, there's a conclusion. Then you can say, well, not a curve. Then,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
That's the end of the discussion. That's where, like I said, I think it was in the pre-show to you, Angels. That's the end, right? You slap down the pitch data because there it is in black and white. The question that could have been argued easily with logic, not by me, but had been and has been, is concluded when you shove the pitch data down on the desk. Bosh! There you go. Attitude, there it is. Black and white, with respect to horizontal. Shout out to Vidali. Just wanted to say keep up the good work. And then a thanks sign. Oh, thank you for the super chat. And for the kind words. Really appreciate it.
Nathan, I dropped that in Master B if you want to have a look at it.
What? Look at what?
The Johnny Lawrence and the Cobra Kai telling the stewardess the maps are flat.
I'll look at it, but I can't play it. It's not mine. I can't broadcast it, can I?
Oh, shoot, I forgot. Yeah.
Well, all it is it's using the anti-hero to make the dig, so that he's the guy that's the protagonist of the show, but he's an anti-hero in that he does not live up to the expectations of what a hero is.
What?
Like Bad Santa. You remember the movie Bad Santa with
Oh, anti-hero.
Yes. Is my hillbilly messing it up that bad?
Yeah, but I don't understand why. I'm completely lost why we're talking about this exactly.
I think I brought up the pilot thing, and then it's a video of him basically saying the map's flat, stop curving around it.
How does this link to... Neil brought up Cobra Kai. I said I couldn't play it, and now we're talking about anti-heroes. Because I've not watched it. Maybe that's what I'm missing.
Right. What I'm saying though is the reason it was allowed to be put forward the way it was, or the people who made it was able to put it forward the way it was, is that he is an anti-hero. You know, that's why he could say that and get away with it, basically.
How long's the clip, Neil?
Maybe 30 seconds.
It's still too long. What a shame. Okay, well, thank you for sending me. I'll check it out later.
The ones above that, Nathan, must be the two I sent you. The first one on the top is the gas pressure argument, and the second one's the Coriolis. How come it doesn't equalize? With a twist.
Last question.
How come it doesn't equalize gravity?
I said because gravity, I won the debate.
The
pressure of the gas pushing in all directions. The fluids push out in all directions, Einstein.
Yeah,
How
it's
they don't-
affected by gravity. All right, it's affected by the weight. We're going to let Angel in here, and then
The definition of gas pressure is the amount of force exerted by the particles on the walls of its container. You
No.
guys are claiming. No.
That's absolutely not true.
Are you kidding?
I can put a pressure sensor in the atmosphere, right, and it will detect gas pressure. Even though it's
Is the
not
Earth contained?
that. So, pardon?
Is the Earth contained then?
No.
Oh,
So what he's appealing to is already in existence gas pressure. So that's a begging the question fallacy. So he's saying, I can measure gas
Exactly.
pressure. Therefore, gas pressure without a container. No. His claim is that the sky's a vacuum, so we wouldn't have the pressure to measure. We wouldn't have any if the sky was a vacuum. So the response
And
is,
that
so
literally
we must
had
have a container
nothing
then.
to-
So gas
That
pressure.
had nothing to do with the definition that he was just given of gas pressure.
No, he just begged the question. The response was to beg the question, I can measure gas pressure, therefore no container? So the response is, so must have containment then, if we've got gas pressure. It's the antecedent.
so you're doing a circular logic.
Perfect.
But you didn't let him finish his logic. Stop talking.
But didn't let him finish. He put a pressure measure into the air and said, we've got pressure, therefore no containment. That's circular reasoning. No container because he says, I measure pressure and assume that there's no container. Because therefore pressure and therefore no container. Because I don't need a container and there is pressure and we don't need a container. Yeah, circular reasoning.
I'm calling
Can
it
you-
circular
can
after
you-
you interrupt.
Thank you, Lenny. Every
Is there more to this?
single example of pressurized systems we have need containment, except your Earth, right?
No, they don't. Well, they don't.
Yeah, you've allowed him it. Except for your Earth. No. So you now have to ask him to example it, and if he says, well, Earth, again, you say, now I've already called you on begging the question. So, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
It's worse than that, Nathan.
Let's have a listen.
Don't need physical containment. For
They don't.
instance-
Which is one that doesn't need physical containment?
Okay,
without-
Can you hear him? Is that Tony? You can hear how terrified he is. His voice. Can you hear it? I can. His voice box or his throat is constricting. So it sounds like a... Is it... I can't remember the word for it. It's like a castato or something like that. A word like that. There's a waver to his voice. It goes up and down in pitch because of his voice box being constrained. That's through nerves.
So, plasma generation inside a tokamak nuclear reactor.
What, inside a container?
Inside.
That's a container, dum-dum.
Is not obtained by a physical container.
It's a container, you stupid idiot.
It's obtained by applying a force, which is electromagnetic force.
Inside a container?
To the plasma. So
it's inside a container.
That's not a substance.
It's not a container?
That's not
Can
a
you show
substance.
Can you show the evidence for that?
Are you guys denying
how about you look
nuclear
up
fusion works now?
tokamak?
So I've got to look up your evidence.
The tokamak isn't a container. It's contained.
Well,
as walls.
Yeah, I thought so. There you go.
It does have walls.
He saved you there. Yeah, exactly, Nathan.
Yeah, I wasn't actually aware of what it was. Yeah.
Okay, no, so he's put a claim to you and you don't know what he's babbling about. But Nathan's heard it.
I didn't know what it...
Yeah,
I
I get
didn't
it.
know
I
what
get
a
it.
tokamak was.
So, yeah,
for
no,
me.
no, it can throw you. I get it. You hear something and you're like, I don't necessarily want to channel. I don't know what the bloody hell he's babbling on about. It's the first time I've heard it. Whereas Nathan just instantly recognised that sounds like a container. Yeah, it is.
No, he knew what it was. And also, I heard him say in a tokamak. Whenever they say the word in when I'm referring to this question, that's a problem. So that's why I asked him, where's the evidence? Show me. Because I know you can't.
You can fall back on this always, right? There will always be a requirement for a container. Now, if you appeal to the already inexistent gas pressure, it's circular reasoning. Now, those are the only two directions this argument can go. Therefore, given that you have already obviously demonstrated that you can recognize when they're using circular reasoning, put a pressure measuring device into the already existent gas pressure in my argument to assert we don't need containment. Right, perfect. Circular reasoning much? Yeah, you're there. What's the other alternative? Well, that they demonstrate gas pressure without a container, it will always require containment. So it doesn't matter what they say. If they say, I can achieve it with whatever the next words out of their mouth are, you can say you'll need a container for that in every single example. Because it's an antecedent. You will always require containment to achieve gas pressure. There is no exception.
And I'm sure, that's the overriding point. But secondary to that is plasma is not gas. It's not liquid. It's not solid. It's plasma. So what are you babbling about, dude? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Your appeal or your demonstration or your statement is in regards to gas pressure, stuff we're all breathing.
Walls, but that's not what's containing the gas inside. The gas is being contained.
Electromagnet. So
You guys,
do you understand what a tokamak reactor is?
It's a freaking container, you stupid man. It says it on screen. A container.
A container. Thanks for
exactly what you just said. Contained.
And the physical container is there basically to preserve vacuum.
Oh, so there's a physical container, eh, Tony, you stupid dickhead? So when asked, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? And you say, don't need one. Here's my example with a container in it. You're just a moron.
Around the plasma. That's what the container is for. It's not.
So you need a container. You stupid dick.
This
Tony.
is when you just laugh.
Tony,
Seriously.
you need to get your head examined, you stupid buffoon.
Not for holding in the plasma.
It's not for holding stuff in. Just imagine it ain't there. Then my example of not needing containment works.
It's for holding out the atmosphere.
So you need.
Just imagine that the containment in my example of not needing containment is only with regards to the stuff on the outside of the container. Then ignore the container and only look at what's inside it. Then you don't need containment. We all clear, Tony? Yeah, we're all clear. You're a fuckwit.
In a container to have a vacuum.
That's not what he was saying.
That's not what.
That's exactly what he just said. Ignore the stuff inside. Only focus on the stuff inside, right? Inside what? The vacuum chamber. The vacuum that needs a container to create it also. You guys are a great double act.
What I said either.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what's containing the vacuum?
What's containing what vacuum?
The vacuum in your example, you stupid retard. The one you just made as an example, you shithead. You infuriate me, you globe-believing fuckwits.
Didn't you just say there's a vacuum in it?
Yeah, he did, yeah. He's now denying his own frickin' example because he needs a container for the vacuum also. Yeah, you can't have a vacuum without a container either, and he now realises how screwed he is, so he's denying his own frickin' example. Total wanker. You need your head examined, Tony. You need to get mental assessment. You only said it in the last 30 seconds. It's your example! Go and get assessed. You shouldn't be debating people. You should be locked up in a mental asylum.
In there?
The vacuum is holding out the atmosphere of the Earth.
But that the
Stutter, you stupid batshit insane moron.
statement about a vacuum cannot be generalized to a statement about all vacuums.
So that didn't seem like an answer to the question about the containment that you needed. It sounded like a stuttery non sequitur.
How do you recreate a vacuum without a container?
Well, there exist vacuums that aren't contained.
We can't control
So we can have circular reasoning again. Do you identify it again?
Yeah.
on that scale.
For instance, in Earth's atmosphere, there
So yeah, circular reasoning. We'll just play it the last few seconds.
is in Earth's atmosphere there is about one gas particle.
Atmo what now? Well, sphere-shaped air, dickhead. No, I'm thinking definitely not. Atmo, that's air, doesn't take sphere shapes. Takes the shape of its containment. That's a begging the question fallacy. So your appeal is, no, I don't need containment. Air just takes sphere shapes. So as soon as he said atmosphere, begging the question.
Every,
I know it's a sentence fragment and a stuttery old idiot man that should be locked in a mental asylum because he doesn't understand what he's just claimed 30 seconds earlier and asks his opponent why he'd be declaring vacuums and containment. Why would we be talking about this thing I just used as an example in an argument that's now defeated? Stuttery old man, you need locking up in a mental asylum. Yeah, you can't form a full sentence without stuttering, stammering, and figuring out what words are going to come out while you're saying them. Furthermore, you can't remember your own argument from 30 seconds earlier. Go and get yourself assessed.
98% of the atmosphere.
64.3% of all statistics are made up on the spot. Vic Reeves.
Is empty. It doesn't have gas particles in it.
98%? That sounds very round for such a vast area, Tony. Are you making this shit up? Mr. I need locking up in a mental asylum. 98% prove it. I just mean I've made it up on the spot, like Vic Reeves adequately pointed out by making up a statistic about how many statistics are made up on the spot. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Yeah. Oh, it was me. I was just saying 98% of what?
Statistics are made up on the spot.
No, but it's 98% of a volume is what he's trying to do. But he can't.
Yeah, exactly.
A V, an area that if gas pressure's involved would need to be a contained area to have a V. That sort of area that it'll be 90% of. Go ahead, Angels.
Doesn't V mean containment, an area where the gas particles either push or a vacuum is created?
Yes.
Exactly. How come it doesn't equalize?
Last question.
Very good. We're coming up on the hour mark, so I probably won't play your second video. We'll perhaps keep that for tomorrow. Is it as good as the first?
Yeah, the second one's about a minute and a half. It's very short.
Oh, wow, it's really short then.
Yeah, if we hover a
good job
helicopter,
on that.
does the Earth rotate underneath it?
No, because the atom.
Well, bye-bye Earth turn. So no deflection then. No Coriolis effect then. So Tony has just debunked Earth turn. Within 6 seconds of this clip playing, you can join the ranks with idiots like Simon Dan, Tony. So we won't observe a Coriolis deflection in helicopters. We haven't got 2 reference frames. You and your reference frames are ruined then, Tony. No proof of Earth turn then. Props. That you didn't need any more than that, by the way. 6 seconds.
I missed it.
I'll just play it again. Listen.
Play it again.
If we hover a helicopter, does the Earth rotate underneath it?
No, because the
No. No.
Oh, whoa.
So it's not going to deflect in a second reference frame, as is claimed to be Earth, and it's 2 reference frames then, Tony. So let me introduce you to a quote from Simon Dan. You and your reference frames are ruined. End quote, Simon Dan. That would be you, Tony, and your globe Earth reference frames that you're supposed to have 2 of and observe deflection called Coriolis effect. But no deflection. No Coriolis? No apparent proof of Earth spinning. Oh, well, that's a shame. Better relinquish that stupid, god-awful belief that you hold then, eh? Do we need any more?
I would like to jump on this.
Go, feel free.
Frame of reference. There is no frame of reference on the globe. You don't have a frame of. You have a frame of reference in a celestial sphere diagram, but that's not on a globe.
Yeah, but their rhetoric from the church is Coriolis deflection for a globe Earth proof of spin. But apparently, PhD Tony says no deflection. Well, that's the end of that claim.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
By the
like
way,
you heard
Chocolate, then Angels. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Nah, I found it funny how you heard him, like you could hear him try to figure out how do I respond to this question that I was just asked just now. Should I say yes or should I say no? And then he went with no. It's too funny.
Go ahead, Angels.
Yeah, just by the way, on that video, so he debunks the fact that there's no Coriolis, obviously, like you said, in 6 seconds. But the other thing I got him on was the acceleration required for that helicopter to keep accelerating because it's apparently turning in their paradigm.
No freaking way.
I
Did you
point
get him
that
to
out.
say it goes backwards?
Wait, what's that?
Did you get him to say it goes backwards?
No, I pointed out by them saying a hovering helicopter's rotating with the Earth. It needs extra energy to do that. Otherwise, it violates the first law.
You need to speak to QE. One more step and you'd have had Tony saying it goes backwards.
Oh, really? Wait, how can I do that?
You need to speak to QE. This is not an easy task, but I'm smiling from ear to ear because this is, in Coriolis terms, this is a step too far for me. You're just playing with your food. But if you can pull it off, then you get one of those absolutely unicorn-like clips where you've got the numpty telling you that aeroplanes fly backwards in the case of QE when he does it. But it sounds like you're half step away from getting Tony to say, "Oh yeah, when a helicopter is hovering, it's actually flying backwards with respect to an inertial reference frame he just denied." That sounds like where you're taking him by what you've said. Should we have a listen?
Yeah.
The only problem with that is
Chocolate's commentary before we do. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Sorry. I was just going to say the only problem with that is the opponent will have to accept that there are two reference frames in order for to get that concession to happen.
He's already denied
That's what happened.
He's already denied them, hasn't he? Sorry, Chocolate, I'm talking through you because I'm stating the state of play when we've played it and you're making comment on it. But he's already denied them, yes. You're saying to have that position, wrong though it may be, he needs two reference frames. He's already said no deflection in the helicopter.
Exactly. The guy that QE got to admit that the plane looks like it's flying backwards, he accepted that there were two different reference frames. That's the difference.
Yeah, I've gotten people to say planes fly backwards going east. But what I was doing here was I was just pointing out to them because they have no clue. Because actually QE pointed this out to me another time when I did it to Globey. Because I got Globey to say that planes fly backwards. And then QE made this really good point to me. He said, they're saying a hovering helicopter is accelerating. And I said, and then it clicked because I'm like, okay, wait, yeah, turning requires acceleration. Therefore, needs more energy to accelerate.
So
by them saying a hovering helicopter.
Gotcha. You alluded to it in the pre-show and you said it's a first law violation. So what you're saying is where you lead Tony is the plane takes off, it hovers, but in order for its increased circumferential distance to maintain velocity with the ground beneath in a single reference frame, it must increase its energy. Ergo, first law violation.
Yes.
You did allude to it already. I should have paid more attention. Cool. You're a dab hand with Coriolis, eh? I hate this subject. So it makes me smile that you take delight in doing this because I don't enjoy it at all.
And because
I don't know, for me it's easy.
I just played the clip, bear with me.
Is in the atmosphere, which is rotating with the Earth.
rotating, right? So did you know that turning is acceleration? So not only is it just magically rotating with the Earth, but it's also breaking the first law of thermodynamics because
Nope,
it needs
it's
extra
not.
energy.
You're just ignorant.
Now, they had to interrupt me here because what I'm saying is absolutely true. Acceleration requires extra energy. So what the globe heads don't realize when they're saying that a hovering helicopter is rotating with the Earth, if turning is acceleration requires extra energy in order for that object to keep accelerating. So where does a hovering helicopter gain the energy to keep accelerating? Well, from nowhere. So by them saying a hovering helicopter is turning with the Earth, it is violating the first law of thermodynamics because it needs extra energy to do so.
A hovering helicopter, by the way, the world record is...
Well, I don't know if you take him there in this because you put the overdub in, which tells me that he possibly didn't because he interrupted. He sensed the danger, did Peter? Oi, wanker. When you're getting annihilated, that's what you can do with your fundy-ass mute button and your smirk as you rumpus that which would have annihilated him. Yeah, good job, Peter. You're a wanker in defeat. That's what you have to do to win. You've got to use your fundy mute button to win. That's the only way Peter could have won, by interrupting an annihilation using the first law of thermodynamics. Just wanted to add something to that. There's two ways they can go. One is with the helicopter violating the first law. The other is to suggest that the air around the helicopter is where the energy comes from. So because the air is in lockstep with the ground and the helicopter's in the air that is lockstep with the ground, everything's cushy. Well, no, they've just taken the first law of thermodynamics a violation away from the helicopter and given it to the air. So when I've had this come up in examples...
That's what I was just going to say.
Oh, cool. Is that what's on the recording?
No, but yeah, that's what they do. But then, yeah, absolutely what you said is true. So they've removed it from the helicopter. Now they're saying, oh, the air is violating the first law.
Yes.
Over 50 hours, which rotated with the Earth. Turning is acceleration. Therefore, the helicopter is accelerating, right?
Wrong.
Yes.
These globeheads don't even agree.
Tony's an actual scientist. Believe his answer.
Oh, I can interrupt you, tell you that you're wrong, and then, like a total weasel beta cuck maggot, pass it to a scientists. So you think frames of reference and acceleration are science questions, do you, Peter? You total globe cuck. What a pathetic wanker. Interrupts and then suggests that his wingman will have the reason for his interruption. You tosser. This is the people who accuse us of having mute buttons. Oh, Nathan needs to be somewhere we can mute. What? So I can go up against this arsehole, fundy muting angels here, to then hand it across to the scientists. So even his handover, an unjustifiable interruption, therefore, was a category error. Total prick. I hope I don't see you around, Peter. You'll see your ass if you see me.
As soon as he said yes, I realized I was wrong when I said
the hovering
no.
helicopter is gaining energy how to accelerate?
No, it's not gaining energy. That's not true. An acceleration doesn't correspond to a gain in energy.
You've got a music track playing over it, so I'm going to stop there. Yeah, I get the general gist, but they're now in violation of the first law by saying it doesn't gain energy. All right, well, it's increased its radial value, has it not? If it's increased in altitude, it's going a greater distance around a sphere. And to keep up with that sphere below it, it's got to increase energy. They're saying it isn't. Well, you're either contradicting your own rhetoric or in violation with the first law. Yeah, good clip.
Yeah, and I mean, a really easier way to do it, right, is just with a helium balloon. You just say, when I let go of a helium balloon, does the Earth rotate underneath it? It's the same thing. But the helium balloon is continuing to rise up in the atmosphere, right? So the higher up it goes is a greater radius on their paradigm. So it has to increase in velocity to keep up. But yet we don't see that.
Exactly. And in so doing, the air or the balloon would violate the first law to increase its velocity to stay lockstep with a sphere that's in terms of the size and therefore distance travelled smaller. It's got to go further if it's higher up. And therefore it's got to have an increased energy versus the ground in that paradigm.
But how can you go up?
You can't. You can go out. You can't describe the up with respect to anything other than a flat plane.
It's going sideways.
Just like I say, Angels, as much as we're going through this, if it wasn't me doing this, going through it with you, it would be someone else, and I'd be doing what John's now doing, which is jumping and going, just remember, in all of these examples, there's going to be points that utilize a flat plane of reference to describe anything. If you're going to describe how high a helicopter is, and then whistle past the flat plane that you needed to describe it with to describe an increased radial value, and therefore first law of thermodynamics violation, you've got to whistle past the flat plane that you needed to describe the altitude of the helicopter. John's just bringing this to a succinct conclusion. I just want to ask, because I'm going to round out and ask people to stay tuned. Do you follow why John's just interrupted with that? Angels.
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
Cool, that's it. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
It's a correction. What are you correcting?
Well, you know, when you do the dip correction, if you're at port, you gotta take into consideration the height of the ship and how tall you are. What if you're laying on a rubber ducky?
Do the dip correction with me. You gotta swing your hips now. Come on, baby.
It's irrelevant. I'm just saying it's irrelevant, Neil. The height will be described with respect to a flat plane. Well, why are they talking about our flat plane again?
Yeah, I said that to him.
Jump up
Then I listened.
from a flat plane.
Right, thanks for that, guys. I'm going to head off to bed.
Okay, that's a bit more info than it is. Sweet dreams. God bless. Kiss, kiss.
What about his cotton socks?
Excuse me?
You didn't bless the cotton socks.
Bless your little cotton socks. Then that's normally I do something in condescension of globe believers when they do something that needs a flat earth. Oh, so that's the globe. We get our radius from measuring the angle from a stick. Oh, bless your little cotton socks. You'll need a flat earth for that.
I can't afford cotton. Only polyester.
Does everyone agree with my sentiment at the beginning of the live show? I was on such a roll, I didn't really quiz anybody if they agreed with me or not. I just assumed everyone would agree. Can anybody
Man, you
remember?
couldn't play that clip.
No.
What was the question? What was the statement?
The sentiment is, I gave an example with a guy making an engine, and he's making measurements to get everything in really tight tolerance, right? So he's measuring, let's say he's measuring the size of the piston, yeah? And suddenly, while he's doing this, some wanker comes along and starts talking about the free energy and the ghosts and the remote viewing that we need to derive these measurements from, or something like that. You know, just starts talking about this crap and saying that if ether is involved with energy, and therefore engines have got to take into consideration the Ethereum background radiation, or some shit like that. And you're sitting there thinking, I just want to make this engine and get really tight tolerances with really good measurements and good equipment to, you know, impose those measurements on the cut that I make in the metal, right? Why am I having to deal with stupid Bigfoot or ghosts or remote viewing or ether? Why am I having to deal with this when I just need to get on with the measurement process, right? That was the example I gave, and the outrage that some master builder of an engine would have if that was the process. Now, I talk about measurements of Earth and how people won't die when they use them. So why should we tolerate people talking about Bigfoot, people talk about remote viewing, people talking about 9/11 truth, people talking about
Why
ether?
tolerate speculation?
When we've got measurements and it's a measurement-based subject, that's why I'm saying we shouldn't. You know, those people need stomping out. Why are you calling yourself a flat earther when all you're doing is speculating about nonsense and acting like a retard? That's not a flat earther. A flat earther is someone who knows Earth's measured flat. Because that's what the only two things that can possibly mean. Flat and Earth. Now, what do those two things mean when you put them together? Do they mean 9/11 truth? Do they mean there were no planes? Is that what that means? No, absolutely, without question, it has nothing to do with any of those stupid subjects at all. Doesn't have anything to do with ether. Doesn't have anything to do with Bigfoot. It doesn't have anything to do with the Jesuits. It doesn't have anything to do with the globe. At all.
But it's so fun.
Well, I don't see speculation and people giving me
I'm
a
a
bad
no
name as a
planes
flat earther
guy.
as fun. I just think it makes us all look bad. That's it. And from here forward,
Can you go over the thing of what is conspiracy? You know, what is that their term that the government used? What
I
was
mean,
the term, and how do we separate ourselves from conspiracy?
it doesn't matter how we separate ourselves from conspiracy when you know what we're dealing with. We're dealing with measurements. Anything that isn't that, anything that isn't measurements and Earth-based, again, if you're talking about the measurement of the bore of an engine, then again, that's not really flat Earth related, if you follow my meaning, other than I've just put it into a comparison. Yeah? But measurements of Earth, that's it. If it sits outside of that, it's not really to do with flat Earth, is it? But try me. You know, if you feel free to argue that ether or etheric beliefs have anything to do with the subject we cover. That's flat Earth. And I suggest that you need ancillary subjects to be associated with flat Earth, as many as possible, as wide-ranging as possible, and as devoid of use for flat Earth as possible would be better for our opponents. So everybody that punts things that aren't flat Earth related might as well be on our opponent's side from my perspective. Doesn't help us, therefore it hinders us. It is that simple. So when people say just be nice, no, they're a hindrance. How can you automatically say it? You haven't listened to his arguments. Are they talking about Earth and it being flat? Oh yeah, of course. He's talking about the free energy in the background. No. Earth and flat. That's what flat Earth is. That's what I am. That's what I talk about. If it isn't that, then they're not allowed to represent this subject anymore. It isn't that complicated. And if you take umbrage, it's like, is it flat Earth? Oh, it's not. It's some sideline subject that your guru who sold himself to you with flat Earth talks about. That's not flat Earth, so off-ski pisky with you. I don't care. You can moan all you like and bleat all you like. I will be righteous. Because flat Earth's quite narrow, isn't it? When we actually think about it.
I remember I saw a video that said, "What about all the other planets? Are they flat too?"
What other planets? There's only an assumption of an Earth-based sphere would derive from flat Earth measurements. If you want to claim some other measurements for other planets, we'll have a look at those measurements, shall we?
Nathan, you're being a little too tough.
So
because,
basically, you lead with
some of
measurements
these
are
debates.
king.
Yeah, Gene.
Oh, Neil.
I'm saying maybe you're a little bit too hard because some of these debates, after about an hour, they begin to throw in flat Earth.
You're talking about Witsit, like tossing in a tiny bit of flat Earth at some point during a discussion about everything but. Therefore, everyone should be happy, right?
Okay, I'm glad you said that. No, not just him. But I notice a lot of the people that follow him are doing the same thing.
Yeah, well, giving it out flat Earth piecemeal because you've got a lot of other crap to peddle. Well, that's not something I stand for anymore. As a flat earther, I'd rather you were talking about flat Earth. This isn't. And if the people in the flat Earth community moan that this person should be allowed to not talk about flat Earth, I'd just build a new community with that new subject, in this case ether, and have your ether community. It's just not a flat Earth community because flat Earth's flat Earth. It's not ether. So pretending to be a flat earther and saying that I shouldn't moan about someone not talking about the subject I cover, that's flat Earth, by the way. I'm not going to hear it anymore. No, he's not talking about my subject. He's talking about a different subject.
That day,
Did you think that was flat Earth subject?
They even
It
had
isn't.
Tim Pool commenting.
Again?
Sorry, go ahead, Nathan.
No, done. I'm done. Carry on.
Yeah, they had a Tim Pool commenting, "What is ether?" And then he goes, "I'll tell you what, it's not."
Not flat Earth. It's a separate, non-related subject like ghosts or Bigfoot.
But that Tim Pool interview was way too. Well, it wasn't flat Earth. That's what it was.
It was heliocentric versus geocentric. And like Nathan said, they came to, how'd you say it, Nathan? There's no winners there? Mutual outcome?
It's just not a flat Earth subject anymore. It's not a flat Earth debate anymore. So the title's a fraud. And it's not because, an hour in, a couple of hints towards flat Earth are dropped. And when you say that, I actually listened and it wasn't. It was actually talking about space. Correct? And how it's not capable of being in existence because of the need for a container. Coincidentally, that's what we just covered on the live show, but that's what you're talking about. That was the first mention, was it not? Unless I'm very much mistaken.
1 hour 18 in, I think it was. But there was hardly any flat Earth stuff.
But was it? No. Am I correct? At the 1 hour 18 mark, the first mention is actually about there not being a sky vacuum. Correct?
I can't remember. I can't
about flat
remember,
Earth.
to be honest with you.
I mean, I'm sure there was later on, but
I can't remember what the first part thought. See, which it did bring up, like it's measured flat kind of stuff, elevation angles. That he did bring it up, but it was always very brief, and he also kind of scattergunned it, and he didn't stick to one thing. I don't know what the big rave was about, like from, people saying, "Oh, after this time there's going to be a load of flat Earth stuff." There wasn't. Not in my opinion. He brought up some topics, all right, but there wasn't. It was like me going, elevation angles, airplanes, surveying, you know what I mean? Listing off a lot of stuff, kind of stuff. And it never really sticking or going anywhere, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Brian, but this is my point. Like, if you stick to that and really lay it down so they can comprehend it, you don't need to go anywhere else.
Yeah, but the whole thing was going from one topic to the next topic to the next topic to the next. It's like nothing was, no matter, even before all that, in saying that, before that, they spent way more time on something like general relativity, as an example, than they did on elevation angles. You know what I mean? There was hardly no time spent on elevation angles, loads of times on general relativity. Now, I'm not laying all that down. I'm not saying that Whitsitt was looking to talk about general relativity, but he just wasn't looking to talk about flat Earth stuff enough, in my opinion. And now he said on Monday, like he said, "Oh, that's why you're not on the show, that show, because you will interrupt them, blah, blah, blah." This nonsense, oh, I'm this evil interrupter. It's like, no, I will be direct, though, in that situation. I will say, excuse me to the moderator, the guy running the show, Tim. I'll say, this man made a claim, or can we get on to this thing? You know what I mean? We're talking a lot. We're doing a lot of talk about something that has no real relevance. So a part of a paradigm that is yet to be proven, where are the globe measurements, that kind of thing. I would be definitely saying that rather than just going along to get along.
Right.
know,
When it
what's the
was your
point?
turn to speak, you would have spoke up
Well,
and
like
and
you just.
addressed
I
some
would
of their
spoke up
claims.
before that.
Oh, hold on. Before you joined, we had a clip from Angel's interactions with some guy called Peter and Tony, PhD Tony. Well, Peter, whoever the fuck he is, has decided perfectly reasonable for me to jump through a claim of a first law of thermodynamics violation before it's been concluded. Perfectly reasonable in their mind to do that. Not a single complaint will have been had by anybody on the globe side when Peter jumped through Angel's to say, no, it isn't. No, we don't. Oh, okay. He hasn't got to the end of the claim yet, and you're interrupting. Yeah, that's how it goes. But suddenly, when you do it, Brian, it's absolutely disgraceful. No, it'll be because you're compelled to ejaculate. Well, that is justified when you do it, and just won't even go. Unjustified when you do it, and won't even get mentioned when they do it. So suddenly we've got to focus on the fact that we will interrupt when something's being spurted that isn't justified. No. When they do it and it's unjustified, it'll go unmentioned. So who cares? Their standards are a mess.
Hold on a second. Why was Angel's video went over? Did you forget to do what you're supposed to do?
There's nothing that I'm supposed to do. I don't have that life.
Yes, you were. You were supposed to do Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer.
Was I supposed to do that? I'm quite glad we dodged doing that.
Let's do it now.
Let's not do it now. I like Patricia and Mark. Don't want to be critical of them. Let's just have some favourites that are held sacrosanct or sacred rather.
Can I make a statement to Neil?
Look, Mark can do no wrong. Patricia can do no wrong. Get lost. We're not covering it.
Well, I'll leave QE off, obviously, respond to that. I'll talk to Neil in a second.
Is that the video QE was referencing?
I think so.
You think so? Can we get confirmation of that, please?
Yeah, because last week that's
Sure,
what we're supposed to do.
That's good enough confirmation.
Right. Thanks, QE.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
But you know what's coming? That is going to be. I'm going to tell you now. That Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer video is going to end up on QE Live.
I don't mind doing it. I don't mind doing it. We'll do it tomorrow.
I wouldn't believe that for a moment.
Or if we happen to drag this show out long enough for me to bury it late in this show, then we'll do it today.
Yeah, that would be, from your point of view, that would be better.
You mean?
It would be buried far away from the live show.
I already drew a halt to it, didn't I? I'm like, hang on, this seems like they're watching a totally different show to me. No, they're not. I already know. People have already told me.
To me, it sounded like some of it sounded a little bit like damage control, which I don't like, but it sounded that way. You know, kind of way.
Amicable.
Or maybe QE was talking about the show you released on Saturday, or was it yesterday?
No, he's talking about the one we're talking about now.
Oh my God, Neil!
What's he done?
Thanks.
Well, I had it right the first time then.
Do you focus much?
Well, why don't you clear it up for us? Which one is it?
What the hell? No, I'm not clearing it up.
Well, that clears it up.
Then I was right. It was the first one I said.
Neil, can I just make a point? Yeah. I am not an evil interrupter. I've been given that name by Witsit and some others who I won't mention. And they want people
Did you say an evil interrupter?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way
like an evil petting zoo?
yeah, right, an evil petting zoo, right? Yeah, it's like, that's the impression that people are trying to give other people, right? do interrupt. Adam even said it. I admit it. I do interrupt. But it's at a particular time I start doing that. It's when my opponent has decided that they're going to, right, waffle on with nonsense and not address what needs to be addressed, or trying to red herring away or whatever. I will come in then, I'll get direct. But most of the time, if you listen to the debates I've had, one-on-one, I don't do that. I generally leave them speak, I speak. Generally, that's what happens. In a situation like this, where there's a load of people involved, I'm more likely to do interrupting then, because the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You know what I mean? When there's a load of people there, it's a lot harder
Just so
to get
people
your
know,
point across.
the squeaky wheel gets the oil means I'm Irish, I'll be a wanker if I want to. That's how it loosely translates.
Kind of. Because it's like you need to get heard in the crowd, you know, that kind of way. So, and a group of people is more difficult to deal with, because let's just say right there where Neil was referencing the wrong video. Somebody is getting involved and they are referencing the wrong thing or whatever, or what they're saying is a red herring, and you have a point you're trying to make to somebody, and because that person comes in with the wrong thing, someone else joins in with that person, and this kind of stuff happens. So sometimes when there's a group, you have to drop the manners, you know. So yeah, I do that from time to time. I'm not going to say I don't, but it's not that I've gone around trying to debate people and just interrupt the hell out of them. That's not the case.
Well, I did that deliberately because I got yelled at Saturday for getting a mic check. I don't know.
Brian, everyone interrupts. Everyone. Even the people claiming that you're evil somehow for doing it. Such nonsense.
Not evil. He's so bad that reputations would be severed if Brian was introduced.
Yeah, the guy who was saying, like, I've got a reputation to uphold. He's the biggest interrupter that there is. I mean, what constitutes an interruption? Sorry. Would it be a little word, a little insult, a little phrase in the middle of what you're saying, as opposed to trying to stop someone from saying something so you can call them out on that or whatever? Because that's an interruption. So let's just say if Witsit is going to arrow with Nathan, and Nathan says something about maths within what he's trying to say to Witsit, and Witsit says, you wouldn't know what maths are, underneath his breath, but while his microphone is wide open. That's an interruption. So it's okay for him to interrupt people like crazy, right? But then he wants to point a finger somewhere else. It's just projection. And the same for AI. He's a total interrupter, massive interrupter. He never stops with his mic open. But they want to label other people as doing that. It's projection. They're just politicians and others like them.
Oh, small correction. Witsit is no longer Witsit or Boy Zero Sky Grifter or Witsit Clown. The new name is Ping Pong Golf Ball. You could say Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball if you'd like, just to identify that it's an entity, a person.
Is it also an adjective? Can you take part in ping pong golf ball?
Can somebody tell me why he said that? Everybody says it, but nobody's saying why he even said that.
Tourette's.
Are you asking me why?
Being that statement came in slightly in the middle of him somewhat trying to describe relative density disequilibrium while also trying to go away from that, you can only assume that he means that a ping pong and a golf ball have two different types of densities, even though they're the same size. But again, he doesn't go into any detail to try to describe that. He goes into a completely different subject after that. It's just something he just spews and then moves on. But that doesn't help anybody.
Oh, falsification is independent of replacement, Chocolate. Why would he need to do that?
Yeah, right.
While he's replacing something.
Yes, exactly.
Fucking clown. Friggin' retard. Yeah. The reason I went 6.5 hours was to get through the whole show, because the problem with doing the Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, according to you on Friday, was you haven't heard the rest of it. Neither has anyone else. So that's the reason I did 6.5 hours. Yeah. Then I made a mention a couple times on the show. That's why we were doing it. And the handoff to you, Nathan, so you could do that video today.
Beautiful.
See how you see the progression?
He's stonewalling you.
Yeah, Nathan, me and Adam got abused now on towards the end of the show there now on Saturday night. We had to go through we all had to put in the hard work there.
Okay. I'm basically indebted to you. Just send me an invoice.
Well, we can't believe you. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, then we can't believe you when you say you're going to do something in the future.
There is no supposed to do.
There is.
There
You
isn't.
said that we will be covering that particular thing on Monday after we've gone through all of the rest of that video on Ballbusters. So should we put on the boots, the jackets, got out there into the weather, we all got involved, and now, right, we've done all the stuff, and then you're going, should I know about that? Oh, I didn't make any promises.
Well, he's very easily sidetracked with the Angels of Light comes in with a video. Oh, sure. Yeah, we can cover that.
Wants to be sidetracked.
Oh, you're saying it's deliberate. I didn't think of that.
Are you telling me that Nathan forgot about the thing he said he was going to do on Monday? On Monday? No. Nathan didn't forget that.
No. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion.
It's still going.
I think we can all agree.
What would be a good suggestion would be for you to definitely go over that video today. Because considering technically you didn't... Sorry, go on, Keith.
We got plenty of time. We're supposed to do the book later. Right?
Or did you forget about that as well?
Have you got the link to it? I'll do it then. Post the link in whatever it is, Master B.
It was already posted last night with a timestamp in Ballbusters and Skype. And then I also sent it to Neil and told him, make sure that he plays this tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't get that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you got it. You just didn't look.
Hey, I didn't look. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Damn,
I honestly didn't know. I didn't see a promo for it, but we had a Flat Earth presence show up on Tim Pool's stream.
And what a presence it was.
Oh,
yeah, so exciting.
And Alex Stein, we'll say he's Flat Earth too, although he's more like geocentric, but you know, he's Flat Earth. He cut his teeth with the David Weiss, Rose, Baby Truther show thing. So, and Jaron.
Before we're done, Jaron. I am actually going to give Alex Stein props on this.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
he did good. He filled in where necessary the phrases, words, sentences that were being overlooked in the conversation. He did well.
He did. You know what? I'm just going to get out of the way now. Alex Stein for me, because I didn't watch. I listened.
I just want to say that technically Alex Stein was pushing more Flat Earth than anyone else I know. So yeah, in a way. Yeah.
But was he coherent?
What he was pushing may not have been the best of, but he definitely was trying to push for some Flat Earth.
But that's not my question. Was he coherent when he did it?
As in, could I understand what he was saying?
Did it make sense?
It wasn't in line with what the others were talking about, and it didn't. It wasn't. Oh, you have to put me on the hook now.
Background, because I didn't want to watch it. I didn't want to be distracted by the visuals, so I just listened to it and I tried to pick
Me
up.
too.
Cool. I mean, I watched to see who they had on there, and then as I'm listening, I'm looking because I was trying to figure out what I might do differently if I was in their position. And then Alex Stein would like chime in. He knew when the audience was getting lost, and he knew
exactly
when the scientists, when the brain power of that room, and there was a lot of brain power in that room, was delving into the minutia and getting lost. You know, they were arguing. They were.
Was there a lot of brain power in that room? Really? From where?
Because they were stuck in first gear.
Can I point out that I've yet to hear Nathan do any responding to this?
Yeah, he won't.
Quibbling like nerds do over the little things that the audience did not care about. And Alex eventually got tired of it and just started trying to bring it, throw in the broad strokes whenever he could and take it to the
Yes,
to the
I
people.
agree.
Music for the masses.
Yes.
And I know people give Alex a lot of crap for
because people don't like some of his pranks that he's done, although they're funny, but that might not be a cup of tea humor wise.
Right.
And he can be loud and does that like Alex Stein screechy thing, but those sorts of crazy antics is what got him to be on a lot of primetime shows, which is what he wants. Obviously, he calls himself primetime Alex Stein, so that's what it worked for him. And I met him in person, and he was really nice, low key, and not loud. And
so
tall.
is he a flat earther, or where's his?
And tall. So and tall. Well, that's substantive, Patricia. And tall. That's amazing.
Is that really Patricia Steer? She sounds so different.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
And tall. Nathan, did you know that Alex Stein was tall? I mean, that's really important.
Position.
Just because you're not ready for the big questions, QE, don't mean she won't ask them.
Wow.
I think he is a flat earther, but he says he's geocentric to kind of take the edge off to be able to be involved in more mainstream things and play, like play both sides of the fence. That's just my theory. I don't know.
He started out as more of a flat earther, but then appeared, and again, Alex, if you're listening, I'm not criticizing, to use flat earth, like a number of people, as a springboard for other things.
But he still talks about it and with intelligence, like he did on this show.
Yes.
So it might be a play that he's done in order to just be able.
I'm sorry, Alex spoke with intelligence on the show. Can you point to where?
To talk about flat earth openly, to kind of always be, quote, curious, DJ curious, to always be curious and say it's geocentric and maybe it's flat, but still know all the flat stuff inside and out, and then like throw it in there. So he's not too, what is the word? It's not annoying or offensive, although some people would say he is. So it's not too abrasive for like a mainstream science person to hear.
Right.
He's like a stealth bomber kind of.
Right. He's walking the line pretty well.
He is. He's a stealth bomb. Unbelievable.
I can't wait for Nathan to just explode.
He's not gonna.
he's there now. He has his hands over his mouth. He has sellotape going underneath his jaw and around to the top of his head.
Sounds like
yeah, and he
did good.
And Flat Earth took him to places where it helped him along with his political commentary, which he's more known for. And then he got on. He's going to milk that till the end of. It's the end of time, which is his interview with Tucker Carlson, and then the whole, they kind of have similar styles and similar looks. So Alex is milking the whole, he's my biological father.
Right. He said that during this show, and Alex got to give him points as well for always dressing well, trying to look nice. And I know on the Tim Pool show, you could wear a wet garbage bag and you'd be, better dressed than Tim. Because Tim just wears like a beanie.
That's important. So he's tall and he was dressed well. That's really important here.
He's got a baseball cap on.
Okay, a little bit more serious.
Can we be serious for a second? Like, what are you guys expecting right now from Mark and Patricia?
No, we're gonna get to it. This is just
Nothing
the
wrong with that.
outskirts.
But our flat Earth
one second,
side
Nathan.
went there, you know, dressed to impress.
Yeah.
Whitsett, as always,
Nathan?
he always.
Sorry. It seems to me this has been my contention so far, from a more serious point of view, that they're doing a lot of talk about Alex Stein and not too much talk about Whitsett. To me, that's damage control. Because Alex,
no, they're getting there. Come on.
Always looks great when he does these public things, and you know, Alex as well. So that was good. It was great.
Always looks great. That's really important.
Yeah, it was a big win for geocentrism. I think is a big win either way. And so you had Sejenis, Robert Sejenis on there.
So it was a big win for geocentrism. So, in other words, it's a big win for a Baltard
as well. And so to me, it was really fascinating that the panel, we had geocentrist with Robert, we had Alex, who's basically a flat earther, because like you guys said, he was dropping all the right flat earth proofs to keep the momentum.
Stop. He was dropping the flat earth proofs. Alex Stein was. Which one do you mean? Do you mean the Warner von Braun gravestone? Is that the one you're talking about? DJ Curious.
And then of course Austin, you know, our champion right now of just out there doing.
Stop.
Oh God.
There we go. He's your champion. Ping pong golf ball is our champion.
And then down the science pretty hardcore. So
hey, stop. He was hitting down the science pretty hardcore. Can you point out one spot where he was talking about science, please?
He didn't.
It was then you even had Tim curious about flat Earth with the right questions as well, which led and indicated to the audience that he's been paying attention.
Nothing? No, nobody?
Give me a J, Nathan.
What about
Basically
you?
A flat earther, because like you guys said, he was dropping all the right flat Earth proofs to keep the momentum. And then of course Austin, you know, our champion right now of just out there hitting down the science pretty hardcore. So it was then you even had Tim curious about flat Earth with the right questions as well, which led and indicated to the audience that he's been paying attention. Then finally you have your NASA guy who was kind of the underdog in this situation, in my opinion. So that's a big win for a flat Earth night.
They consider that a big win for flat Earth. Wow.
Wouldn't these
That's
people
sad.
be cancerous? Well, these people would be cancerous, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Who are these people?
The people that aren't talking about flat Earth. Is Werner von Braun and his headstone flat or Earth? Or Earth being flat? Does it have anything to do with that at all?
According to him, it was a flat Earth proof.
I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you.
So that's a yes or a no? The headstone.
No, he said it was a flat Earth proof. He was laying down the flat Earth proofs. I don't really care whether the gravestone was flat or his head was flat. For God's sake.
Is the headstone a flat Earth proof?
I would say that it's not a flat Earth proof, but
So
it
it's-
does allude
yeah, I'm just
to
responding to
something.
John.
It does allude.
I just needed to know.
Only Kiwi.
Oh, God.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, John. It didn't matter how much I tried to hint to keep your point going. They didn't want to have it. So it's cancer then. Yes, John, it's cancer then.
So our champion
So dirty.
hunting
It's
cancer.
so dirty.
Yeah, Neil didn't pick up on the subtle hint that was far less subtle when getting it. My God. It's not like I addressed him by name and salvaged his point or anything, Neil. You're paying literally zero attention to the conversation and how it's going. Literally zero. Zero fucks given.
No, I'm paying
You need to
attention.
say something. Your point's now completely ruined, John. I'm really sorry. 3 people didn't give 2 shits about your point, it seems.
Why you
You are
getting mad
not
at
sorry.
me
You're
instead of
probably
getting mad
tickled
at
to
this
death.
freaking video?
Neil's continuing.
tickled
He's
to death.
deciding that all salvageable remnants of your point will be destroyed by him as we have this conversation after being told off now. Well done, Neil.
And that, yes, thank you, Neil. But we'll move on.
Yeah, because your point's now completely dead. Like stomped into the ground by 3 completely unwilling participants. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Just before you go on there, what I don't understand what's going on here. John said, "Is that cancerous?" Right. Why don't you respond to what John
You
said?
weren't here.
I don't know
You
what-
came
I don't know
late.
how we're wrong.
You came late. You came halfway through the live show, didn't you?
I did. I
had a long old rant. I'll just explain.
You didn't leave me in.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll just expand on it. So at the beginning of the live show, I explained that if it isn't talking about flat Earth, then it's basically cancer. If you're talking about an engine and how well it's going to be within tolerance to be a really expensive engine, and some tosser comes along and starts talking about Bigfoot and ether and ghosts in the Ford factory, you just get rid of him. You just kick him out and say, what you're talking about has literally zero to do with the measurements of this engine. Now, when we talk about the measurements of Earth and like link it to things like not dying at sea, that's serious business. So what right do the wankers talking about Bigfoot and ether and remote viewing and 9/11, what right have they got talking about this subject? The answer is they don't, therefore cancer. There you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now we understand. I didn't know why we, Neil and Kiwi were in trouble there. Now I get it. Yeah.
Fair enough. No, you didn't. But you didn't get in trouble. I shouted at Neil because he absolutely was there. He's just not paying attention. He's just waiting for his turn to
I am
talk.
paying freaking attention.
Oh yeah.
Get mad at the stupid video you hear, not me. So the champion that they promoted and called the champion for thousands to hear is pushing cancer. That's all I
No, he's
wanted
not
to say.
pushing
But then
cancer. He's
John
not
could have came in.
promoting
You made a
cancer.
big deal out of nothing, Nathan. You know what?
Ugh. Okay.
I'll raise my freaking hand.
Okie dokie.
Yes. When he opened up his laptop and there was a bunch of NASA stickers on the back of it, I'm like, oh.
Oh, yeah, he was a fanboy, to be sure. And
For sure.
But I was listening.
He's
and
probably got like a life-size Wookiee statue in his bedroom, you know, Star Wars, and, you know.
My wife's got one of them. I'm
Aren't
joking.
you going to say, go ahead, beloved John?
I was joking. It's just me.
He's probably
I heard
very,
beloved
like,
John, that you must be talking about me.
Yeah, how dare you interrupt the chosen one?
loving space and sci-fi from the ground up.
Oh, that was me not that long ago. That's why this is
Well,
such a
nothing
trip.
wrong with it. It's the way it is for many of us.
He was in the background. You know, I was listening to him, and after a while, you could tell that he was being outgunned because, like a lot of people, it's like, oh, I can just sleepwalk my way through this. This is going to be no, you know. And then once Austin, it took Austin.
He started out saying like, "I've measured the Earth. I've measured the distance to Mars."
Yeah.
And I'm just going, "Oh my gosh, dude!
Yeah.
Do you even know what you're talking about?"
Yeah, and Austin was going to have.
Do you
none of
even
that.
know what you're talking about?
He called him out as fast as he could.
Does she even know what she's talking about? He said he measured the Earth's radius and the distance to the sun. Do you even know what you're talking about, Patricia? That's the question, right?
Could we have a J on that a second, Nathan, please?
Like, oh my gosh, dude! Do you even know what you're talking about?
Yeah, and Austin was going to have none of that. He called him
Yeah.
out as fast as he could. Where I didn't surprise me necessarily because I knew and I knew he was going to muddy the waters as soon as I saw him there was Robert.
Nathan, are you reviewing this video? Just stop. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Just stop. Let's move on.
What are you talking about?
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, Nathan, this is very bad. You're not doing it. You're only messing us around. We're even Kibby and me were both saying stop there, and you weren't pausing when you know the points to pause at.
Well, you're critiquing me on this video.
Yeah, because you're not doing it. You're pretending it's not happening.
I'll do it.
I just dropped something on the floor and then went to pick it up for a second, literally.
Yeah. You're not commenting on it. Not like you
am.
usually do with other videos.
What are you
Just
talking
stop.
about? I have been. Oh
Just
my
stop.
God. Is this just you looking for an angle to have a go at me?
Just stop. No. No, Nathan.
Take
Just
the red
stop
herring.
the fucking video. I'll do it. I'll take care of it. Not a problem.
Okay.
You know what you're doing.
Not
Don't
doing
play
anything.
stupid with me.
I'm not doing anything. Just sat here
That's
playing the video.
fucking problem.
What's the
It's
problem?
point.
Why are you getting so irate?
In fairness, Nathan.
Because you're pissing down my back, Nathan.
Not doing anything.
And you're
I
telling me
dropped
it's raining.
something and then was fishing around for it. And then when I heard you, I came back up and pressed pause.
I'm not talking about that, just that one part. It's been going on for the length of the video so far. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Just stop the video. I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Okie dokie.
Nathan, in fairness, just a second, John. In fairness, all joking aside, if QE knew that you were not going to do this video today, he wouldn't have spent 6 hours finishing off the other video.
We are doing it. Let me get it straight. Let me get it straight.
Doing it.
QE tells me to stop doing it, and then the first comment from you is, "If you're not going to do it, what are you babbling about?"
You have to be coerced into doing it now. You
I'm
weren't doing it
not
in the
being
live show.
coerced. I'm being told to stop. I don't know if have I dropped acid? What the hell is going on?
You have to be coerced into doing it at all today. Number one. Number two, you're not really joining in. There's points there on another video. You would have been. It would have been a mute button on. You would have been nearly screaming at him. But if I
That's
did,
not fair.
if I did, okay then, let me put it this way, Nathan. If it was me in Mark Sargent and Patricia Steele's position, and I was reviewing the Wixit thing, right? And I was doing as bad a job as they were. Would you I don't want to do it. I like Brian. Or would Brian get it in the neck?
That was you're referring to my excuse for not doing it. Like, that's my excuse while I'm doing it. I am listening. I am responding. You guys are doing a good job. We're all happy until I drop something. Oh, bloody hell, I better fish that up. So I go and grab it. And then when I come back up and sit back down, I'm like, Nathan. So I pause it. You're like, you're not paying enough attention. I'm like, yeah, I wasn't for that few seconds. Yeah. But now, don't do it. We won't do it at all. Do it tomorrow. Okay, I'll stop then. Oh, the reason you don't want to do it, I've just been told to stop. What's going on?
Hold on. Can I tell him the joke that I had earlier about the cancer thing? I had him one question away from saying that Mark Sargent and Patricia Steele was cancer, but y'all interrupted it.
Yeah, I get that, John. But I understand QE's frustration because there was a promise made to him about today. It wasn't fulfilled, Nathan, and he spent 6 hours doing something that he would have done half of, and then another half probably tomorrow on QE Live and finish it off.
Yeah, but the video just started. Give him a chance. He'll start getting into it. Nathan's got to get warmed up.
Do you want me to carry on?
Well, ask QE, because there's no point in continuing on without QE. What do you think, QE?
I will say this. Nathan, maybe not explicitly stated that they were cancer, but if you take everything that he said throughout this show, that is what he just said.
Yeah. You weren't even here for the first part of the show. I demonized everything that they've done in the beginning part of the live show. And then I've affirmed that literally 2 minutes before he started chatting me and telling me my heart's not in it, basically, is what I'm hearing. I'm like, I just described them giving a summary of a good point. I also stepped in and said the first point that Witsit came up with was like an hour and 10 minutes in. And it was about space, not flat Earth, making it also cancer.
I'll take the blame. I shouldn't have came in when I did because she lost focus yelling at me.
I blame Neil. Do you want to carry on or not?
I want to see what QE says because there's no point in carrying on without QE.
No, I don't care. Just stop it. I'll take care of it.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, that stinks. I was just getting into it.
Yeah, I wanted to get into it, but I understand Kiwi's position. All I know is that
I don't want to
if I ever do anything horrendous,
I kind of don't.
Go on, Nate.
I don't know what's going on.
What? Chocolate?
Yeah, I mean, it's Mark and Patricia. Like, really? we're whatever, man. I guess it's not Witsit, so I guess that's a good thing. But they're talking about Witsit, so let's talk about more about that.
It's like,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Do you want to put a complete sentence out?
Let me read between the lines on behalf of Chocolate. Chocolate, are you saying it's kind of like critiquing the easygoing TV AM hosts that introduce cooking segments and stuff? It's like, oh, check it out, these two hosts on TV AM that are all bubbly and telling you that it's going to be a good day and what the traffic's like, and handing over to the news and telling you about the dead donkey in the park. Those guys have talked to Mark Sargent. Let's critique them.
Maybe something like that. I don't know the full reference, but it sounds kind of like in that direction.
They're gloating over a video, a debate or discussion, whatever you want to call it, that was nonsense, and making it sound like it was this greatest thing.
They're doing damage control, Neil. That's how I viewed it. When I first went, because what Mark Sargent just said there, and at the start, the guy Astronomy Live said some stuff or something like that, and Witsit just came right in and wouldn't leave him having any of it. I said, that's a complete, I'm sorry, Mark, that's completely 180 degrees from what happened. Witsit himself last Monday admitted to me that he couldn't even remember if he even addressed that point. That means, what that means is that he didn't, and he knew he didn't. He just said, that was when he said, I don't remember. That was a lie. It means he didn't. He was ashamed to admit that he didn't. That was the truth. I understood that at the time.
He laid down the science. Really? I thought he said science doesn't prove things.
In my opinion, listening to it, Alex Stein was more on point with flat Earth stuff than Witsit. He was more trying to get it onto flat Earth than Witsit was. I listened to all of it now from the other night, and to me, they are just doing damage control. Sorry, come on.
That was intense. Robert kind of had the most hard questions.
Oh, Robert still does not like us. If you guys don't know,
play,
little backstory for you guys. Robert Sungenis was the creator of the movie The Principle, which came out some years ago as we were coming out some years ago. And we stole a lot of the thunder away from that whole concept, which was, again, I talked with Robert. He and I have emailed a bunch of times. He's quoted me in his books a slew of times, and I gave him permission to do so. It was wonderful, great. His position is that we are the center of the universe. That's basically it. And of course, that there was a creator, and very biblical in that sense. But from a physical standpoint, which is the Earth is the center of the universe, and that is as far as where he's willing to go. Then Flat Earth comes in and takes it up a notch and says, "Oh no, not only will we be the center of the universe, but it's also flat, and there's really probably not even any universe to speak of." And then Roberts doesn't know where to go with that. So he has had, I won't say a grudge, but he doesn't like being overshadowed by us. So when I started listening to Robert after a while, I was like, oh, he's got a thing against Austin. He is absolutely going, any chance he had, the host and Alex and what was the name of the NASA fanboy? Do we remember? But it doesn't matter. Those three were Austin's biggest competition in the room. Was supposed to be his ally, which was Robert Sungenis. It's like no, it was just those two going at it at some length, which I think
right, but it made Austin look even better because he was ready to go with the harder questions that most of the audience would never have been able to come up with because they don't understand the flat Earth model the way Sejanus apparently. I wasn't even convinced that he fully understands the flat Earth model from listening to him. And first thing I want to say is we didn't even understand what his own model is. So does he believe a sphere that's not rotating in the middle of space?
No, he thinks the Earth is rotating in space, but
and is a sphere. Yes.
Well, it's got
No, he said non-rotating.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I heard him say non-rotating.
Non-rotating sphere where everything circles around it.
Yeah. Okay. So a sphere in space. So that's interesting, right? Because how does that work?
It's close. It's way closer than anybody else in the room, sure. But it's not our model, and kind of he doesn't. Again, it's been some years since he's looked at us. I mean, he's been doing this now with going toe to toe with us for what six years at least. Like him, Peanut. When did The Principle come out? What year did The Principle come out? And that was, by the way, The Principle. If you guys have never watched it, please do.
2012, maybe? I can't recall.
No. It was closer to
2015.
Yeah, it was way closer to 2015.
By the way, the guy's name, the NASA fanboy guy, Scott Ferguson. That was
Scott
Ferguson.
And I will say this: he kept in
that Space Now, or what was that guy called? Astronomy Now, or something like that.
Astronomy Live.
Astronomy Live, that's it.
You're getting stonewalled.
Is 19. Wait, no, The Principle. Look up Robert Sejanus. Not the Hollywood movie, The Principle. No, not that spelling. No, the Robert Sejanus Principle. You'll see it.
I don't know why I thought 2012. But
that's okay. The
I know Jaron interviewed him, and so that was during 2014.
Yeah.
Okay, it was probably in production in 2012.
Yeah, probably was.
Just try to get my points where I can.
But the NASA fanboy stayed in stayed in his wheelhouse, which is what happens when you get a certain level of education, which is you don't feel comfortable talking about things that you aren't really well versed in, and so he kept pretty quiet for the most part. Little backstory, if you guys didn't know who the hell Tim Pool is. Tim Pool, interesting character. He is a journalist he was just thrown into he's an amateur journalist that turned out, to be a pretty big podcaster. He made his claim to fame because he did a video documentary / streaming series from Occupy Wall Street, of all things. He was one of the only people down there. You can look up his wiki page. It's pretty interesting. Where he was down there, boots on the ground. Never done anything like that before. And it's like, this seems like an important thing. Films anything he can, interviews a whole bunch of people, and people were fascinated by it. And watching Occupy Wall Street turned out to be a thing, and he was like at the forefront of reporting this. He was like embedded with the crowd, whereas mainstream media was kind of reporting on it from the outside. And then that's where it just kind of led him, where he just kept, you know what? I should keep doing stuff like this. And so that's what he did. He amassed a bunch of followers. Now he's got over 1 million followers on 4 different channels.
Yeah.
And I will give him credit. He is not a truth community member per se, but he is anti-shot in the arm. And he was that's where and I've run into a lot of the people, since COVID happened, people that weren't in the truth community that all of a sudden became part of the community because of all that. And I don't know where his line is drawn. I know he went on Joe Rogan's show and talked about that to some degree. But he's not a bad guy. Look, I just give him all the credit in the world just for being anti-shot. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I agree. He lives in West Virginia. He doesn't have a West Virginia accent, and he's an avid skateboarder.
Yeah.
And he bought a skate park.
Right.
So the beanie he wears goes with the skateboarding culture for sure.
Yeah,
But skateboarding and West Virginia don't go well together, do they?
Yeah,
it's not like California. But
I mean, he's
even
ranked.
Florida.
He's ranked apparently. At one point, he was like top 100 in the world.
Yeah, because
everybody does. I'm not going to blame him.
I thought I wanted to go and more to explore, and that's what I think ultimately people are holding on to is space. It's like we want to explore, we want to be able to see what else is out there, and it could be right here in our own atmosphere, which is way.
At my what now?
easier than going to space. So it was great that he brought that up right away.
Yeah, agreed. And I also enjoyed the part where he took some shots at NASA.
Yeah.
And, he's saying as far as an organization goes, there's a lot of weird stuff that go on with NASA, and he doesn't trust them as far as an organization. And that would make sense, because if in the last 3 years he's discovered that, oh, hey, science sometimes gets things wrong and they don't tell you about it.
No, science is a method. It's not getting anything wrong. It elucidates cause and effect based on natural phenomena. What NASA do, we've gone way beyond that mark. Why? Because it all takes place in a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum.
It, hint, hint, wink, wink. Then what other groups, is that possible? And I also, and in fact, I'm thinking of doing this. We haven't run the thing, and I'll do it before we do the, maybe before we go to break.
Fast Earth clues?
My Fast Earth clue. But I was thinking of doing, because I did the one on Elon, but Tim kind of inspired me a little bit because he took some shots at Neil Tyson.
Oh, your favorite?
Yeah.
Well, one of your favorites,
and
along with Elon.
Yeah, well, Elon. Unfortunately, because you guys know this already, it's on story.
For something to
be shocking, yeah.
Totally real. Elon's hairline bounced.
Facts when he's really trying to say, well, you believe XYZ, but he doesn't always say you believe XYZ. And so that steel manning thing does show his massive intellect and just this quick facility he has with words. But sometimes maybe it can work against him in this kind of setting.
I thought he did great. I'm so proud of you, Austin.
Me too.
Awesome job. Yeah, no, I think we all were impressed because he had to think quick and he had multiple.
No, we weren't. We weren't all impressed. Maybe you three were impressed. Fair enough.
Multiple people that are against him. And it's just so interesting to me to think that the geocentrist guy, Robert Sagenis, who's literally one step away from becoming a flat earther, if he just went and did the line of sight testing and just kind of looked a little bit more into it, I don't know what.
Right, the line of sight testing. What's that? What's he talking about? Anybody know what he's talking about? What's DJ Curious talking about?
I don't know, long-range observations, seeing too far, that kind of stuff.
He thinks if Sagenis saw too far, he'd be a flat earther. Is that what he's saying?
Why? It's so baffling to me, really, that he hasn't just made the leap in 12, 10 years, etc.
Yeah.
Crazy, right? But because for me, getting to flat Earth, geocentrism was so intriguing to me before I would ever entertain flat Earth. And then this was just like one more stepping stone to be like, wow, the lie goes even deeper. So I think, it's possible for him, but it kind of really, it impressed me how calm he is in these situations.
So you're impressed that Robert Sagenis remained calm? Okay.
Whereas like Austin, we all know when you try to talk flat earth with our friends, you're so ready for them to shut you down, to interject, to not let you finish a sentence. It's literally like you have to try so hard to speak so fast. You have to use so many disclaimers when you're trying to talk about flat earth with anyone, being like,
yeah, I'd agree.
I'm not trying to convince you. And also
I know
trying
you
to
think
prove
this is crazy, but that kind of thing.
And prove that you know the model inside and out. And so Austin.
Whoa, what model do you need to know inside out? What's he talking about?
Sorry. When Patricia Steer said there, I know that you think this is crazy, as if you're talking to someone who's not a flat earther. Why would you ever say that about yourself? I mean, 9 years ago, I could understand it, but not now. Like, I'm never going to say, look, you might think I'm crazy. I'm never going to say that. Measurements aren't crazy. They're just facts.
Yeah, like John said, to measure is to know. So why are we labeled as crazy by our own side, supposed own side? I don't even know anymore.
Well, this might sound crazy is normally the preface that a person that's going to give you a load of old nonsense and belief will give you. So I suspect Patricia may not know it's flat. You may just believe it's flat. Therefore,
I have no doubt about it.
Therefore, to approach somebody and say, hey, this may sound crazy, but this crazy belief of flat Earth, like a crazy belief in Bigfoot, or a crazy belief in remote viewing, or a crazy belief in 9/11. It's just another one of them crazy beliefs. No, it isn't. It's measured flat. Earth's measured flat. There's no belief involved. There's nothing crazy about it. We're trying to stamp out all the crazy from flat Earth because a lot of people have injected crazy, stupid nonsense that makes it seem reasonable for you to say it might seem crazy to you if I bring up flat Earth because it's a crazy subject. It isn't. We're trying to turn those tables, make people aware of just the simple basic facts of Earth and its measurements. They're flat. No belief required. No need to justify being nuts as a result of how Earth's measured. Far from it. People do it all day.
Great job. That was great.
Yeah.
To just see him able to finesse it, but also sound intelligent and look the part. I mean, dude, so cool.
He looks great. And he has red hair, I think, too. So I'm a fan.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. I hope he gets more stuff because of this. I really do.
Yeah, he's so well spoken.
Oh
He's just,
my God.
he's just a
For sure.
gem.
Really?
Really, he's a gem.
He's
What?
They hope he gets more positions to speak, gets himself in position to speak to more people, gets more spots. Really. Wow.
And he will, Neil. He'll get loads because he's not talking about flat Earth. He's in there just conversing and, postulating, whatever. He's not doing what Nathan would do, for example. So he will get more spots.
He's talking fast and sounding smart, says Patricia. He's talking fast, sounding smart. Looking good, like a giant strawberry.
only, and I'm not going to call it a fault, it's just his demeanor tends to put off whoever he's going against, because Austin comes off as the cool, he'll talk real fast and he'll gloss over stuff, just like it's obvious. It's like, well,
so not having concise arguments that are elucidated well by him is a good thing, because he talks fast and brushes over stuff. Mark, what are you saying?
Damage control?
Yeah, no. It's just Mark recognises how shit a job he's doing and he's putting positive spin on it. Fair enough, Mark. You're a skilled man at positive
control.
spin.
And well, because it must be so hard to be in his position where you're repeating yourself over and over and over. I mean, literally.
And
you know how that goes, I'm sure.
Put a J on that.
Whoever he's going against, because Austin comes off as the cool, he'll talk real fast and he'll gloss over stuff, just like it's obvious. It's like, well, and
ping pong golf ball. Ping pong golf ball.
Exactly.
Well, because it must be so hard to be in his position where you're repeating yourself over and over and over. I mean, literally.
And
you know how that goes, I'm sure, Mark.
I do, but Austin has because he started out with street activism. Remember, this is a walk in the park compared to what he used to do, literally on the sidewalk, against just random strangers, impromptu. Him with tank top and shorts, just.
That's a great way to learn, I bet, though. I mean, not that he didn't know before he went on the streets, but it's like being a comedian in a way and being heckled. You learn how to have quick reactions to what's said when you're doing street activism.
Yeah, they're not wrong. I hated it out in the cold. I used to do it when I was in college to earn a few quid. So me and a guy called Ray used to juggle fire and do a bit of slapstick play fighting and things like that in the street, stuff that people do on TikTok now. So we'd choreograph a fight between Ray, is it Ray? Yeah, it was Ray, guy I went to college with, and we'd start a fight in the middle of the quad by the theatre in Stratford upon Avon to get a crowd, so it looked like we were beating the living crap out of each other. And once we gathered a crowd, we'd put our hat out and start fire juggling and hopefully gather up some cash. Now, you had to get licenses to do this. You weren't just allowed to go on the street and perform, but we'd choreograph a little act and we'd do it. And that's what I used to do to pay my way when I was at college, right? Earn the money. But I hated it. Being out in the street is crap. Yeah? Now, don't get me wrong. People have had me along to do various bits and bobs out and about. And I hate it. You know what I mean? I just think that's something you do when you've got to cut your teeth to get somewhere. And it's like... But no one wants to do that. No one wants to be out on the street.
Yeah, but she's comparing Witsit to a comedian.
Well, no, I'm agreeing with her. I'm saying, yeah, I can see that I can see that comparison. When she says comedian, she means like performer, someone who'd be on a stage. Well, that's essentially what I trained to do. And yeah, comedy, same thing, same principle. You're in front of a load of people who can shout back at you. But yeah, it's no different. Any stage, people can shout at you and heckle you. Yeah? Doesn't matter. If you're in front of people, generally speaking, they can respond there and then, no matter what the scenario. It's just public speaking.
Yeah, I understand that, but for comparison is that Witsit is the same as a comedian. It's like
you're reading far less into it and going, she's comparing him to a comedian. I see.
Yeah, in our own subconscious, maybe that's what's going on.
No, I got it now. Yes, subconsciously, the comparison's drawn with a comedian. I get it now.
Yeah, he's a joke.
I'm sure.
The Tim Pool podcast will get him a lot of exposure. I think he did well. There wasn't any weird, awkward moments. So producers will talk to each other and they'll say, "Oh, hey, this could be kind of cool." Now
on YouTube, it's got 140,000 views as of right around now.
On that one channel.
Just a few days.
Just on that one channel on the YouTube channel. It's called the Culture Wars podcast, which is where your thumbnail is from.
Nathan, Nathan, can I just point out something? That the Candace Owens show, now Candace Owens would probably have about 3 times the amount of subscribers at the moment that Tim Pool has. So I understand this, right? But Candace Owens would be getting hundreds of thousands of views. I mean, 300,000 views type view numbers within an hour sometimes. You know what I mean? She gets ridiculous views. Now, he has about 1 million plus subscribers, whatever Tim Pool has. I would consider 140,000 low, to be honest with you. If I'm to go by work at this stage,
doesn't mean anything. In the big scheme of things, it means very little. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand you've got to do these things to grow. But when you say, oh, they've got 3 million subscribers, it's had 140,000 views, it doesn't mean anything. I can give you 1 million different comparisons of where these things have no impact. Yeah? I can take it up a scale and say, there you go, here's an example on TV, where it's been in front of several million people, all at the same time, for half an hour straight. And it had no difference. It made no difference. It doesn't, unless it's directly marketing that person, unless it's here's me introducing Witsit. I can't remember who it was that brought this up the other week, right? Someone said, I would want to go on and be an interviewee. Yeah, because then the show's about you and it will have an impact. Because it's about you. If you're amongst a panel chatting about this and that, it might make a tiny bit of difference. But this is the thing that actually impacts Witsit's popularity. What do I mean by this? I mean us and Patricia and Mark talking about it off the back of it. That actually has a bigger difference. You know, all the collective audiences that are already into Flat Earth hearing about Witsit going on to a big show will mean that they'll all go to Witsit and subscribe. Potentially, you know. But the people who actually watch the Tim Pool show, the chances of them going, oh, I'll go to that ginger guy, he sounded really smart, I must dig out his information. Like Tim Pool's going to put Witsit's info below his video. Highly doubtful. He might have. Slim chance. But let's say he has. The chances of people going, I must go and subscribe immediately off the back of Tim Pool's podcast. Very, very small. But I want to hear it. I know from experience.
Okay, my point being, I think you've taken me up a little bit incorrectly. My point being is that I don't think people were really interested. I think that people have heard enough about Witsit, and 140,000 views after that length of time, a couple of days, is a small amount for a channel of that size. And I'm thinking people are like, maybe word of mouth was, because people were saying, supposedly in the comments, people were stating that it was really, they were clicking off only a while in because it was boring. The point is that it's bland and blasé, and I don't think people are interested.
In the interest of balance, there was also in the comments that were like, I fucking love Witsit. Ping pong golf ball all the way. Right, can you talk amongst yourselves? I need a coffee.
Well, this is what we're going to get from now on, I guess. So be prepared.
Be prepared for what?
The same thing. Another platform, they're going to get the same thing. And it makes it onto another platform, he's going to get the same thing. So I guess we got to go into the chats, like AI said, and go into the comment section and give good arguments.
Off you go then, Neil. I certainly won't be doing that complete heap of rubbish.
Who cares? That's totally sarcastic. I wouldn't do it either. I care.
I thought you were serious there for a second. I was like, what's going on with Neil?
No, and it's and the cancer's spreading, but the cancer's not only coming from Witsit, you know what I'm talking about. Because we had somebody in here that I recommended coming to the panel. Comes in and he has SFED bed. But bashing
Look, there's no end of them. There's no end of them that are on the FED panel. There's several of them. Go on with that nonsense. You need to hear him out. He's got good things to say. How many times have you heard that?
We've got to accept that the people who, like I said on the live show, made their way to this subject came here via conspiratorial pathways, right? So they're going to lap up this shit. And every time we object to it, we're objecting to stuff that people who've got to the subject of flat Earth want. Because they're that type of person. Conspiratard numpties. They want Ethereum fantasy. Flat Earthers want that because that's the type of person that becomes a flat Earther. The type of person that recognises measurements and looks at it in a more realistic way. That's not the people being led to this subject. So, in order to get lots of flat Earthers on your side and wanting to be subscribers of your channel or whatever your desire is, that's my desire, right? Pay the bills easily, or more easily. That is only achieved if you pander to what flat Earthers are. Numpty conspiratards who want a bit of fantasy, want a bit of escapism, want to describe to their mates how they went down a rabbit hole. That's what they want. That's flat Earthers. We're just not flat Earthers. Now, it's ironic because we're the only ones who know it's friggin' flat.
That's the crazy part. I don't know. I guess I should be used to FED being bad anyway. It's been for years anyway. People have been saying that. I don't know why I'm so shocked about it now.
That's why I said, who cares? Like, seriously. We were bad before you even heard of us. So, okay. And what does that make today? A Monday? Great.
Yeah, but I understand. I agree with you. As you go on and what's coming out of this platform, you would think that you wouldn't hear so much of that anymore. But it seems like you're hearing it more.
What's the old cliche? You only catch flack when you're over the target? Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't like being accused of causing dissension in the community, and we should be more tolerant, and we can go about it in not such an aggressive way. You know, be nicer. I mean, I don't know how you can be nice with this.
Yeah. We were being told the same thing 10 years ago with Glovers. While they were trying to dox us and sniping whole panels. And yeah, we should still be nice to them. Yeah. Keep going with that.
Yeah, originally the problem was Globers. That's the first and foremost, most predominant roadblock to us making any noise at all. So we start overcoming that roadblock. Then we realise there's a new roadblock to overcome. What's the new roadblock? Well, numpty idiots that have labelled themselves flat earthers. That's a different roadblock. And they're growing in numbers. What, flat earthers? Well, They call themselves flat earthers, but the number of dipshit idiots that believe Earth is flat is growing in numbers. The amount of people who know it's flat is very slim. Very small indeed.
Then to get accused of not getting out there, well, you do a show daily, every day. I think more than anybody. You're on every single day. QE's on Tuesdays and Saturdays. I mean, what do they want us to do?
I don't know. What do they, who is they, the numpty idiots I'm pouring scorn on as being fantasists that call themselves flat earthers, what do they want us to do? I'm sure they'd be delighted if I talked about JFK for a bit.
What was the whole intents and purposes routine? I did listen to the video back, the one posted yesterday. I'm still searching for what intents and purposes. What was that, like a get out of incoherent jail free card? Intents and purposes. Did Whitsitt? I'm sorry. Did ping pong golf ball say for intents and purposes? Mm-hmm. Or was it intents and purposes for the spin afterwards? I'm confused.
I'm very confused. It sounds like you're describing this little phrase that people throw in when you're doing something in a roundabout way to achieve an end, and then you say, for all intents and purposes, I am degreasing the engine. I'm not. I'm leaving it in this room that's full of grease. So I'm not actually manually degreasing it, but for all intents and purposes, it is getting degreased. That's why you use that phrase, but it's coming up like it's a discussion point. It's like it's just a little phrase that you throw in. I don't really understand why it would even be a discussion point.
When did he throw it in?
When he said it.
When he said it,
Well,
did he say it on the video?
He said it, but he didn't say it like I said it, did he?
Astronomy Dead, when Astronomy Dead said, so the light is slowing down through the water. Well, for all intents and purposes. Mm-hmm. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. Maybe that's the magic cure for when I want to lie. Maybe I'll just say for intents and purposes and then fucking lie. How about that? Will that work? Is that what you're saying?
Did you remember our anniversary, dear? Did you get me a present and some flowers? For all intents and purposes. Mm-hmm. So flowers then. For all intents and purposes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And by the way, the lie that Nathan was all over, that's just one.
Yeah, I only latched onto that because he lied. Because that specific lie was said to me to my face and then contradicted later down the line, about a week later.
A week later, then a month later, then 2 months later, then 3 years later. Yeah, that lie. Each instance, you've lied. But there's other lies. There's sunshine. And your reputation as a lying, double-speaking sore rat. You mean that reputation? Unbelievable.
I guess we're the only ones that see this because they consider him the champion.
Champion ping pong golf ball. Boy, that has a ring to it.
But he's cool and calm.
He dresses well.
And he's got red hair.
Anybody thinks that they live on a magical spinning water ball and wants to tell us all about it?
No, we don't want to go over with your muffled voice to another topic.
Why not?
Because there's no baltards in here.
Why not?
What? Why not? Because they know better.
Nah, they don't know better. Come on, tell us all about it.
Yeah, those days are gone when Q used to say, "Any ballers come out to play?" Like the Warriors. Nope, no more. Too busy dealing with our supposed side.
Right, I got my coffee now.
From the cover of that. So, that's great.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope that it kind of, if they're looking for two, I actually thought the Alex Stein tag team worked pretty well. Because Alex has that lighter side to him. Again, he saved the audience in a number of cases where he knew. I again give credit where credit
Like when
is due.
Austin is too smart.
Right.
Alex comes in and
and Alex will say, "Look, I'm
brings it
dumb."
back.
He said that. How many times Alex says I don't know, I'm just an idiot, but here's what I think. I think it's this, right?
It's like radio talk shows in the old days, the morning show. Think about, I don't know, depending on how old you were, if you ever listened to radio morning talk, usually, maybe now it's women, but it used to be two guys. They had different roles. There was one guy who might be more intelligent, and the other was more goofy. And when they would talk about topics, one would reel the other one back in.
The straight man, funny man routine is
that's
timeless. It's been
It is.
around
It
forever.
works.
I mean,
good cop, bad cop.
Good or
No, not good cop, bad cop. Straight man, funny man. Eesh.
Jerry Lewis, Dean Martin, that whole thing. I mean, it is right. I got that right. Yeah, Dean. It is a timeless thing, and I think it worked well in this case. And the host didn't have to do much, which was great. Tim just sat back for the most part and let it roll.
No, he didn't. It would have been better if he had, but he didn't. He occasionally stepped in. He even, at one point, did earn 1 point when he asked a relevant question. Now, the standards when QE was responding to this were so low that him simply asking about something he didn't know got him a point. That's how low the standards were. Just saying. But most of what Tim had to interject with was a demonstration of how little he followed along with the subject that was being discussed. Probably why the audience also found it boring.
And he guided it every once in a while, but for the most part, and I will say this, because Tim is really big on references and journal, it's like someone will say something, it's like, really? Where can I find that? He'll stop you right then and there.
I like that. Yeah. I mean, I oftentimes stop people in conversations who will say things and say, can you drop me a link to that?
Right.
In fact, just like what I said on X, when somebody was posting, "Oh, that's Elon Musk wearing a mask," I'm like, well, that's a necklace. I mean,
Sure, I'm pretty sure Astronomy Live suggested that it got a measured radial value, and Tim Paul immediately said, "Oh, can I see reference to that?" Yeah, Tim definitely did that, yeah. Other than he didn't. He just allowed the baseless assertions to fly without challenging them or asking them for citation for them, Patricia. Maybe you didn't notice all of those citations for things that were claimed that didn't get asked for. They just went under the radar, I guess. I noticed.
I can't stand dumb stuff. I mean, perhaps people might say I say dumb stuff all of the time because you're a flat earther,
Right.
But
Second time she did that.
There she goes again.
No, we hate this. We hate the fact that people think we're flat earthers, and it's because there's conspiratard numpty dipshits that make speculations about stuff they can't prove and then call themselves flat earthers. One example would be Ether. Whitsit's guilty of it. It leads him to lie and doublespeak almost incessantly.
okay, fine. But I really like when people want a reference. But of course, if you're going to give me Wikipedia, I'm not saying Wikipedia isn't filled with truth. But I mean, I'd like multiple sources for things.
References? Oh, we're all about references, especially when measuring Earth. It's referenced as a plane to make measurements from it.
Can we get those for ether also, Patricia?
Can we get some references and citations for ether? Maybe some measurements for ether? Or it's just cancerous shit that makes us lead you to want to justify how stupid you wouldn't be calling yourself a flat earther? Maybe you should join with us, Patricia, because we want to stamp out the cancer that leaves you in the need to justify why you're not stupid. Now, if people were just talking about measurements as opposed to ether, Bigfoot, JFK, 9/11, you know, those are the things that make us sound stupid, just so we're clear. They're not things we talk about. They are things that people like Whitsitt talk about, though, unfortunately. There are representatives that are doing oh so well, apparently.
Things, for sure.
No, I never. When
not
someone's,
just Wikipedia.
Yeah, when someone says, and by the way, I was absolutely right when, like, for a brief moment, I watched it happen. So when this interview came out, or this debate came out, it was the top of the Flat Earth search, right, for at least 2 or 3 days. That's usually the minimum, and the wiki sticker was on there immediately. And it's like, all right, doesn't matter.
They called it too. They called that too.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, it was very much Pinky in the Brain. You know, Austin's just rattling out stuff. Poor Alex. Okay, maybe not quite Pinky, but, you know, close enough.
I mean, Alex is really intelligent, and he's not loud and obnoxious like that in real life. So
he was awesome. He definitely
just knows
brought a
what to
element.
do.
Is he? Is Alex considered really intelligent? We interacted with him, and he demonstrated himself to be a dumb fuck within about 3 minutes of talking to me, Patricia. Like, he interacted on Flat Earth Debate, pretended to be a globe believer, and just made himself look like an ass pretty quickly.
Where is that, Nathan?
Yeah, can you possibly fish that out?
I'll do that now. I have no idea where that is.
You don't have to do it now, but I'm asking, is it possible to fish that out at some point?
I don't know. I can't remember if I put his name in the title or not. Probably not.
That would be hard because at first we didn't know who it was, correct?
Yeah, we figured it out pretty quickly, though.
Do what he wants to do.
Exactly. This wasn't he could have gone off the rails and gone, you know, completely zany and everything like what he does in town things that he's been banned from so many community meetings over the years. But no,
it'd get banned from mine if I had a Flat Earth community meeting and Alex Stein was there. I'd say, "Hey Alex, do you know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat?" And when he gave the response he gave as his opener on that very show, "Oh well, I just know it's not a ball," I'd say, "Get out of my community. You're not welcome here." Now, if you want to take a knee, be a little subservient, understand your own ignorance, I'll tell you how it's flat. But don't pretend to be something you're not. Why is he getting a claim? He didn't even declare to be a flat earther. He said he just knew it ain't a ball. Oh, wow, how wonderful for a 2015 standard of a flat earther. Meanwhile, in 2024, not knowing without a doubt that it's flat is the only standard that we would accept in this quote-unquote community. If this was a community meeting, he'd be kicked out of it.
I thought it was a nice contrast, and it kept things from getting too. Again, I was listening
to what, flat earthy? Yeah. Got a guy that doesn't even declare to be a flat earther, and Whitsitt, who's got an Ethereum backstory to peddle that precludes him from making good flat earth arguments.
I was getting frustrated, and Alex was, they call it comic relief for a reason. He would come in and break the ice, and break the ice up, and break the ice up.
I would there, proving Earth's flat, and proving Earth's flat, and proving Earth's flat. But we need breaking of ice from a comedian. If we're in a flat Earth debate, it would seem. This seems reasonable, according to this critique. So you'd not prefer that your representative was absolutely proving without a doubt that Earth is flat in these endeavours? Well, maybe comic relief's just as good, Mark. Unless you'd rather people were out there proving Earth's flat when they're making these big splashes.
Yeah, but not just with comedy, but with good points that, you know, had might have been lost, or, you know, yeah, I thought he did great.
Well, was there many of them in there, Patricia? Maybe you could rattle off a list of 5.
Points.
Simple. That's a good way to put it.
I went back afterwards. Like, I was listening. I was not reading because sometimes the chat room, sorry guys, I don't read the chat room while I'm doing this. I'll go back and look at it later.
I do sometimes. If anybody wonders, I look down and that's what I'm doing. Seeing what everyone has to say.
That's good. Well, it's good.
But I'm not leading a show like you are.
Well, no, it's good because somebody's watching it, because otherwise, technically, if we run into issues, it's like, there's an echo.
And I can't do two things at once, so I have to listen to Mark and you, so I figure out what I'm going to say next. But sorry, Chad, I can't always read it in real time. It's really hard.
But you're going to make chat. I'm unsub.
When we're talking about what Tim is like, he's like a different form of Joe Rogan.
Right.
Yeah. And this is an episode you can send to your friends and family, and they might entertain it, because it's just going, look, how obnoxious is it to think?
I didn't feel like Tim cucked to the guests like Joe Rogan would. Joe Rogan's an everyman. If you're there talking about X, he'll be all for X and its explanations, which is great if you're a host, but it's a bit nothingy in terms of positions that he takes. He just cucks to whoever's sat in front of him. But I didn't think Tim Pool did that. I wouldn't describe him as being like Joe Rogan. Would anybody else agree that he was a bit like Joe? I wouldn't agree with that. No, nobody else is agreeing with that. Sorry.
Joe Rogan won't do that with somebody like Bart Bro. He'll push back hard on that. For other things, he'll jump in head first.
Oh, fair enough.
Think that the universe, the center of the universe, might be the Earth. I mean, it's kind of what everybody deep down hopes is true, even though you don't want to act like you're the center of the universe. I'm not.
Really? Well, see, I don't hope Jack. Like, I could describe how Earth was measured to give us a Polaris-centric system, where Polaris is at the center. That's measured. That's Earth measurements, flat Earth measurements, that we use to navigate. We've charted the world with this system. The only reason we've got maps is because of it. So I don't need to hope Jack. I hope it's centered. No. This speculative shit is worthless to me. I don't hope anything. I know how Earth was measured and what's useful about those measurements in terms of a centric anything. It would be Polaris. Know your flat Earth measurements. Don't hope for anything. Just know how it's measured.
Not saying that. I'm saying, look, if we all knew that something that created this place put us in the middle, and it turns out it's scientifically true.
Oh, scientifically true. You're in a category. What are you talking about being scientifically true? There is no scientific truth beyond the experimentation and validation of cause and effect reasoning formulated into a hypothesis. Scientifically true? Why are you using these words like you were duped with?
Then hell, there could be a lot of hope out there for this place.
What's it with scientifically true and hopeful? Shouldn't be in the same sentence. You're either empirically true through scientific validation, or you have hope. Now, we don't have either. Flat Earth's not a scientific subject. We're not dealing with phenomena when we talk about measuring Earth as a plane. It's just how it's measured. No hope, no science.
Right. That most people think is just not true, because we're so stuck in this, we're random. It's like, no, what if the Earth is unique? Changes everything.
Yeah. I'd love.
What? If the Earth, what? This is, it's just nonsense, waffle that means nothing. Empty tripe, DJ Curious. No, we measure Earth. We can form a centric Polaris system with those measurements. I don't hope I've got a centralized point in the universe. I don't care. I know we were created. That's what you're trying to drive at in this segue that's god-awful about hope and science. My God.
To know how this whole thing got put together.
It's interesting.
Like who did, because it was almost, I was getting a vibe that Alex and Tim knew each other from previous things.
They did. They're the ones who arranged the whole thing together. Whitsit was only there because Alex knew Tim. They didn't want to seem ignorant in debating each other when they're both jack of all trades, master of none. So they invited what they thought would be the master of a given subject matter. And then they asked Whitsit, a perceived subject matter expert, to go out and find an opponent. So he went and found Astronomy Live. And then apparently St. Genis was just brought in as an afterthought, from what I gleaned. But Whitsit lies a lot, so I can't really trust anything he tells me.
view, because I think
Probably.
Alex
yeah.
would have been on Tim's radar. But I mean,
maybe they've even done something together before, or
well, Alex is
that I don't know about.
He gets the attention of with political activism. So
other people in the chat might know, but he's been in a lot of shows.
Be like flat Earth proofs, and immediately they're flat Earth. They're finally going to let
flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well,
Depends on
he
how
was
you look at
helping
it.
getting all those flat Earth proofs out there that most people. Because if you were trying to ask somebody, if you were going to sit somebody down and be like, "Hey, do you want to listen to flat Earth?" That they're finally going to let you, and you ask them, "Can you come up with any flat Earth proofs on your own?" I mean, their brain is going to be like, "No, why would you even ask that?" Okay, so
who's he talking about? General public or us as a community? Who's he talking about?
then you start to show them flat Earth proofs, and
What's your flat Earth proof that you'd show them, DJ Curious? Let's see if he lists some.
immediately their brain goes, "These are lies."
Sorry, what? The baseless generalization about a proof you didn't offer are lies? You didn't example anything to suggest that this hypothetical scenario where you offered nothing, because you didn't, to some random person that's hypothetical, they'd reject it hypothetically when you haven't offered anything hypothetically. What kind of example is this? If you're going to suggest that people would hypothetically reject a flat Earth proof, give us one.
However, when you start to look into it, then you start to come to the realization.
Look into what? What is this empty platitude to flat Earth an example of a proof that you think you hold? And if they look into it's people talking these empty sentiments about flat Earth. If people could just look into it, if people could just open their mind, if people could just take the red pill, then their lives would change. What red pill? What is the red pill? Make it explicitly clear how red it is, what flavour is it, and where is it? Where can I pick it up and taste it? I know it's just a metaphor for a flat Earth proof. What's the flat Earth proof? Don't tell me how people would reject it if they were offered it. Tell me what it is.
It's not lies, and you eventually, if you gave it a fair investigation, you come to this side.
Give what a fair investigation, DJ Curious? Is it because there wasn't anything for you to repeat from Whitsit's endeavours? Literally, you've got Jack to say, people just reject when Whitsit said Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. Polaris is measured to give us all of our maps, with a flat Earth elevation angle to it. The latitude system's measured flat with angles off a flat plane. Heights off Earth are flat, because that's how they're described from a flat plane of reference called sea level. And they reject that because they're idiots and don't understand our measurement. You're not giving any examples, DJ Curious, and I'll tell you why. Because there wasn't any. You've got nothing to suggest could be rejected hypothetically, because Whitsit didn't offer anything on this endless diatribe of nothingness that was boring to all. You want to seek out something to reference? Tell us, what did Whitsit give us as flat Earth proof that hypothetically people shouldn't reject?
Side. So it was cool just to see those proofs being disseminated. Like,
what proofs would they be, DJ Curious?
One really big one that caught my eye was when they were talking about refraction, how...
Is refraction a fucking flat Earth proof that people shouldn't reject? This is your example of a flat Earth proof, refraction. Are you having me on? Was that the best you could glean from Whitsit's endeavours on a very big platform? The marvellous flat Earth proof that is refraction? Holy shit.
Austin says, you guys invoke refraction every chance you get.
You guys invoke refraction. So Whitsit telling ballers that they invoke refraction is your best flat Earth proof that people shouldn't reject, is it, DJ Curious? Yeah, this was the standard. Whitsit telling ballers that they invoke refraction, proactively offering up their argument before they've said it, is your flat Earth proof, is it, DJ Curious? No, this is just the shitty standard that you got out of Whitsit on this show, isn't it? Refraction? That's not a flat Earth proof. Did you think it was? Was that something worthy of you disclaiming how people shouldn't reject this shit? It's not a flat Earth proof, you idiot.
But yet the times that we see the furthest is when there's the least atmospheric condition.
Right, Atmo, what now? So when we see the furthest, we've got sphere-shaped air in your description of this amazing flat Earth proof that, according to this diatribe that is just waffled through, people shouldn't reject. It's the red pill of all red pills is refraction and how far we see in sphere-shaped air. It sounds like you're an amateur, DJ Curious. It sounds like you shouldn't be having this discussion. You are cancer. A numpty dipshit who hasn't got the fucking slightest idea what he's babbling about, and therefore think Witsit's done a good job. Why are you here, DJ Curious? You don't know what you're talking about. Who is this guy? Who is this numpty dipshit telling me that I shouldn't reject the wondrous flat earth proof that is refraction? And if only people didn't reject this shit. What's he talking about? Go on, chocolate.
I was gonna say, it sounds like this conversation should be happening in 2020.
It sounds like DJ Curious has ascribed himself the title of Flat Earther, when in fact he's a fuckwit conspiratard numpty dipshit asshole who hasn't done the slightest bit of research, doesn't know how Earth is measured, and couldn't give a single Flat Earth example if his life depended on it. Yet here he is, talking his shit, responding to how well Witsit's done. Shut up, DJ Curious, you're an idiot.
Conditions for refraction, meaning when the sky is really clear and there's less moisture in the air, that's when there's less likely to invoke refraction as the excuse of seeing an island that should be
£100,000 says DJ Curious couldn't define refraction if I had a gun to his head.
Miles beyond the curvature. Right.
Sorry, is this miles beyond the curvature the wonderful flat earth proof still that people shouldn't reject? Because you're still in the same sentiment. You're still in the same statement about how wonderful flat earth people shouldn't be rejecting the wonderful proof that is refraction beyond Earth curve. Because this sounds like cancer. It sounds like you stating that people shouldn't reject the wonderful flat earth proof of a description of Earth curve. This is cancer, mate. You shouldn't be here. You're part of the problem, DJ Curious.
Right there in front of you.
Yeah.
Whether it be 60, 70 miles away. So I thought that was really clear and a super great proof that got kind of...
But this is a super great flat earth proof, is it? No, mate, your problem is you don't have the ability to assess what proof is. Because you started off by suggesting that this is something that we shouldn't reject. The wonderful flat earth proof, see, that this isn't. You haven't even got the mental faculty to assess a proof. Because this isn't one. This is a preemptive rebuttal that Witsit's offered before someone's made a claim about Earth curve and where it should or shouldn't be. And the only reason he's doing that is because of Black Swan 2020. That's the only reason. You haven't got the slightest clue why he'd be saying, you guys say refraction is blah, blah, blah. Why do they say refraction is blah, blah, blah? Well, Black Swan, 4.5, nearly 5 years ago. That's why. Not that this guy's got the slightest idea. It's not a flat earth proof. How far at Earth curve, clues in your description of where Earth curve should or shouldn't be. But in his mind, he thinks this is a wonderful proof, see, that people should be paying attention to. Now, this kind of proof, see, leaves you with Alex Stein saying, I'm not a flat earther, I just know it's not a ball. Yeah, so this isn't a proof of flat earth then. Yeah, you're just part of the problem. You're same cancer that Witsit's giving flat earth.
There was no way around it, you know what I mean? And a lot of times...
Way around what? The flat earth proof that you didn't offer?
He was making points and the NASA fanboy couldn't answer his points. He just had to literally just ignore it.
Yeah, that's because he wasn't making the claim, and Witsit proactively offered up a straw man argument that the guy didn't offer, and then the rebuttal alongside it with refraction, and how Witsit would overcome that rebuttal. That's not a flat earth proof. It's Witsit summarising something we dealt with 5 years ago to his opponent that didn't claim it. That's what that is. Now, I can assess it, but you thought it was a great proof. A great proof of what? It's not proof of anything. It debunks their assertion if you understand the Black Swan argument. I'll give it to you, GJ Curious, in case you watch this. If the Earth was a sphere, that's us begging the question on their behalf for the sake of a modus tollens example. If Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan image is beyond the limitations of a sphere with an edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere and the horizon is not Earth curve. That's a self-contained modus tollens argument that destroys Earth curve and its geometric assertions with Earth curve edges at the horizon in their maths. Response in 2020 from numpty dipshit globe believers who don't realise they need physical geometry to be physical. Refraction. Now enter Witsit. You guys say refraction, blah, 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 blah. Enter DJ Curious. It's the red pill of all red pills, best proofsy ever. Witsit's regurgitation of the rebuttal to the Black Swan proactively to his opponent who hasn't claimed it, making it a straw man. No, DJ Curious. What that is shit. Shit from Witsit. Not a regurgitation of the Black Swan. Just a regurgitation of their feigned rebuttal, which also fails. He hasn't explained why it fails. Oh, so you don't have geometry then, if they're saying refraction. He hasn't said that. So you don't understand the context of why he'd be saying it, and you haven't got anything as a proofsy to attach to what Witsit actually said. So this is utterly useless. Now, the fact that you can't recognise that, DJ Curious, just makes me think you're a sad, pathetic, coat-tail dangling moron whose ear, simply because you've been asked by Mark and Patricia, so you want to get some clout out of being a wonderful flat earther who can recognise a proofsy when he doesn't hear one. Who the hell is DJ Curious? And why the hell is he feigning some sort of knowledge about whether or not Witsit did a good job?
Are you finished? Sorry. I just want to... Yeah, that's a question I have, too. I don't know who he is. All I know is he is to say that if he said exactly what he said there, and he said it 7 years ago, for example, it would be applicable. 9 years ago, it would be applicable. That's not applicable in 2024, going into 2025, sorry. What he's talking about is not applicable. Like calling someone a NASA fanboy. I mean, why, like, what's the purpose of that? Like, what does it matter who that person is a fan of? Who cares? Have they got any measurements for their globe? No. Have you any debunked to the flat earth measurements? No. What is he going on about? Do you know what I mean? I don't know who he is. He's just one of these randomers that turns up in these type of scenarios with people like Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer. These kind of people turn up, like David Weiss and Jerome, sometimes people turn up with them too. And I don't know who the people are, and they're commenters, but they're commenting from 2016. You know, things have moved on. I don't know why that whole group of people aren't seeing that things have moved on. I just don't get that.
Oh, it's because
things have moved on.
It's because the seeming shills of the arena decry what you've just described as moving on. For example, 5 years ago, utterly destroying and burying the sphere edge horizon called Earth curve. That was decried by people like Jaron, by people like Witsit if it had been around. Those are the kind of people, Bob Nodell. The people who are, the big names in Flat Earth are decrying the things that would get us to move on. That's why. So we're perpetually stuck in 2015. That's why.
Absolutely. From the Black Swan, anything prior to the Black Swan, scientific method attacked, even though that's not flat earth proof, it's still it's such an unbelievably powerful tool in this arena. That's decried. Black Swan's decried. Celestial navigation decried. Elevation angles decried. Now pitch data is being decried. I mean, why is it that all these people can't just move on? Why did they keep on wanting us to go backwards? To where?
They want us to stay perpetually and we see too far when Black Swan dealt with it 5 years ago. But we still argue that we see too far. It's a great proofsy. And if somebody comes along and says refraction with no meaningful context around it, it'll be taken as a proof that we shouldn't ignore, according to DJ Curious. What the hell, man?
Well, it's a bit like with trying to punt his Michelson-Morley claim concerning ether as some kind of brilliant proof of or debunking of the claim that we rotate. You know, it's not a debunking of whatever. And even if it is somehow, even if it somehow debunks the claim that we rotate, it's certainly not a good one. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. But yes, people will punt his nonsense and say, yeah, this is a great proof that we're not rotating. It's like, you tell me that's the best proof you have, or the best argument you'd have against
But the best
claim
argument
that we're
for
rotating?
a non-positive claim, I have got the number one proof that we're not a unicorn. It's absolutely awesome. Line up. What? Do I need to proof that we're not a unicorn? Oh, absolutely. Shouldn't it be on the person claiming we are a unicorn to prove that outrageous shit? Oh, no, I've got the best debunking of us being a unicorn. Look over here. No, if they want to claim we spin, they better damn well prove it. I haven't got any burden on me to prove we don't spin. We're not unicorn. Non-positive claims I don't have to prove.
Exactly. I mean, we don't have a debunk against rotation. We just point out things in reality that the implications of us rotating would be 180 degrees opposed to.
Just point out what they actually use as, if it's a glober putting a claim of Earth spinning to me, then they've only got one claim that is suggested to prove that, and that's Coriolis deflection, and not actual deflection induced as Earth turns underneath as a second non-inertial reference frame. That's their claim. Everyone knows the word, not the meaning, Coriolis. Some people think it's only a globe word, like it's the globe word. Well, Coriolis proves we're spinning. And we do have Coriolis, therefore we're spinning. It's like, no, Coriolis is an effect that's induced on a flat, non-inertial turning reference frame as you observe something tossed in a straight line, seeming to curve as you turn beneath it. Earth's claimed to have that effect, and it doesn't. That's the end of your claim proof, see, because there isn't any others.
Yeah, no, true. It's ridiculous. Like, we don't need to debunk that we're rotating. You don't need to do that.
Yeah,
anyway, I'm not going to hold
debunk their claim proof that it is. When we showed that there'd be an effect, the one you're saying would happen, the drift that you say would happen, it doesn't happen. Like you say it would happen, but doesn't happen. That's the end of your claim in the positive. I don't have to do anything after that. You said we had Coriolis effect. We haven't.
Yeah, well, that's what most of the people I've told about Flat Earth have done. Just ignore it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they short circuit. In fact, there was a point I forgot to make, and that was one of the reasons why Robert.
Yeah, is that right, Patricia? Most of the people you've told about Flat Earth have just ignored it. Maybe you could try a new tact. Rather than telling them Earth is flat, try telling them Earth is measured flat for everyone. And look them in the eye when you do. And when they look back at you and go, I don't measure Earth flat, just say it again. For everyone. What's that? You're a globe believer? You'll measure Earth flat too. Because, I'll say it one more time just for Patricia's benefit. Look them in the eye and tell them Earth is measured flat.
Syngenis has been so slow coming around was the timing.
Well, his bread and butter.
I'm sorry, I tried to get in to press pause, to press mute before you went playing. Why, like she says, Patricia Steele said there, that's what I get every time I tell someone that they're the flat. Why are you even telling someone that? I don't waste my time telling people that. When someone comes at me and tries to tell me about gravity, tell me about a globe or any of the rest of it, I just shoot it down with facts. That's it. They can do what they want after that. I don't have any need to approach them and tell them this. Thank you.
Is based on staying geocentric.
Well,
and he's got good points within staying geocentric, and that's fine, you know.
The year 2015 was when the movie really started getting rolled out. Who's the lead of Star Trek Voyager? Was that Kate Mulgrew? Is that right, Peanut? Kate Mulgrew? She was the lead. He had her do she was the one that did the narration for it.
She did the narration with that very distinct Katharine Hepburn-esque voice of hers.
We started hitting it hard in 2015, right? And he thought it was a conspiracy. He thought that we were part of a whole nother group that we were part of a government group that was there to, to squash his stuff. That's what he thought at one point. He's like, "Oh no, flat Earth isn't real. Flat Earth is a psyop against me."
Yeah, it's a psyop against flat Earth, as it turns out, Mark. All of the numpty conspiratard roads that led people to this subject meant that everybody who got here were numpties who talked shit about conspiracies rather than about how Earth was measured. If everybody got here was an architect or an engineer, then they'd have just talked about how Earth was measured flat. But instead we had people who were looking at JFK and 9/11 and clone centers, reptilians.
I'm guilty. I mean, well, not about all of that, but
We all are.
some of it.
We all are. Me included. I already took blame. I said me included.
And it's like,
That's what I thought. When I first started
wow, now that's
hell.
Except Brian. Brian can do no wrong. He is guilty of nothing.
No.
Oh, brother.
No. Well, I can't say I was a complete conspiracy nut, but I did look into conspiracies, so I can't say I didn't. The point I was going to make is we did have an engineer in this arena, Brian Mullen, and the board has made a point of getting rid of him. Remember, back in 2016?
Oh, yeah, they wanted to destroy his life and career.
Yeah,
Specifically,
because
specifically a guy named George Netchnyuk, who afterwards, I mean, it's probably not connected, but his house burnt down and then he died. Anyway.
He's being personally geocentric, thinking
Right.
he's the center of everything.
Right. And so after a number of years, I think he's softened at least that stance on it. Now he's just like, well, because we go ahead.
Aside from the principle, he's got other books that are more religious or like not by faith alone, books that are about Christianity and God.
Right.
And so there's things to dive into when it comes to him. He's not a one-trick pony, really.
No, and
so
I've watched The Principal a couple times, and it's well done.
What was it?
Mm-hmm.
And and had I.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no personal problem with Robertson Jennings. He might be a nice fella. Comes across as he could be a nice fella.
Smells beautiful.
But why are flat earthers promoting him? He's the opposition.
Because Globebusters did back in the day. That's why.
Yeah, but why though? What's the purpose of promoting Robertson
Just told you. Globebusters did back in the day.
Yeah, but why were they doing it back in the day? Why
Because,
is it that Robertson
my
Jennings...
God, he's deaf. Because Globebusters supported him back in the day.
Yeah, but why did Globebusters do it back in the day?
Because nothing cannot exist.
Okay, that's the end of me. It's over.
Seen it before I got into flat Earth. Who knows what it would have done to my flat Earth stance, for example? Maybe I would have been all encompassed in the.
No, you would have just said cool, interesting, and then found more information and continued, and been exactly where you are right now.
Maybe it was a very good take on the Earth being, from a scientific standpoint, the Earth being the center of the universe.
It's not a scientific standpoint statement, though, Mark.
The geo, that we are the heart of creation, and I thought that was
and I mean, it's true. So
it might be true, it might not be true. It's irrelevant. If you're gonna describe Earth, describe something that has a practical application. If you want to describe that with something being central, use Polaris, because it is used for latitude in a practical way that proves Earth's measured flat. This speculation about us being at the centre of a universe that's been detailed with extrapolations from redshift and such like, the cosmic microwave background radiation. Why? Who cares what they use to make their assertions? We can show that we do have and do use a flat Earth Polaris-centric system to navigate. That is a fact. Nobody can dispute or contest that. But this is just open for ridicule. This is why you have to declare that you might not be wanting to be thought of as stupid when you bring this sort of stuff up. But nobody's going to call you stupid if you go, we measure angles to Polaris for latitude. Ergo, Earth is measured flat for latitude. That's an undisputable statement of fact that also happens to prove Earth's measured flat. And nobody can argue with you about it. But whether or not we're the centre of the universe created by an ever, it's just not worth the headache of being deemed stupid when someone asks you to prove it. And what are you going to do? Cite St. Genis? And it's crap. No. It's not needed. We do have a Polaris-centric system. It is used to this day and will absolutely, without a doubt, require Earth be measured flat to use it. That's what you need.
That was a great take.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, and I like that it just, again, it aligns with Genesis, where it's like, in the beginning was the heavens and the earth was without form. So it's just basically like, boom, you have an above and a below, and it's kind of like...
Kind of like meaningless tripe in the subject of flat Earth when we're talking about measurements and you're talking about it not having form. Oh, really? Well, we form an angle to Polaris to give us latitude so we don't die at sea, son. So your meaningless tripe about it not having form from the Bible really isn't worth shit when I can prove Earth's measured flat with angles and a Polaris-centric system that we use to this day. It's even used to create the globe. How fascinating that you could describe Earth without form. How useful. What's he doing here again?
How convenient, right, that it seems to match up in this realm. But I thought it was really cool. They talked a lot about ether, and they explained that satellites could be real, and we don't...
What did I call him? Cancer. You thought it was useful to talk about unproven shit that liars like Witsit double-speak and contradict themselves over? You found that useful, DJ Curious? Get out of my community, you useless turd. You're cancer, just like Witsit. You found that useful? Now, I'll appeal to Patricia and Mark about the measurements that would be better served in these examples. You can fuck off. Get out of our community, you're a useless twat. Useful ether? Oh, really? How useful? Give it me in dollars. How much will it earn? This free energy gonna be fruitful one day? It's not, you idiot. You've just been witch-shitized.
Don't really understand what this medium is. It's ether. And
Ether used to be known as the fifth element. There's a movie called The Fifth Element.
There you go.
But ether
Thanks, Patricia.
there used to be the fifth element. Of course, that was removed, but...
And we also used to have phlogiston explaining why stuff burned, didn't we? Yeah, people used to talk a lot of shit, Patricia, and still do. There is no such thing as ether. It's horse shit. That is the reason you've got to disclaim why people wouldn't want to be thinking you are stupid. It's partially the cause of that phenomena that you described earlier, Patricia. But for the fact that wankers like Witsit peddle shit they cannot prove, making us look like idiots, we wouldn't have to disclaim that people wouldn't want to be thinking us as idiots, Patricia. So join me in stamping out this cancer that leads you to disclaim that people shouldn't be thinking of you as an idiot. They do, because wankers like Witsit peddle unprovable shit like ether.
That's kind of interesting.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with no.
Very quickly. I tried to leave you finish your point before I turn off the mute button.
No respect. I said no. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just doing the right thing. Ryan is doing the right thing, not interrupting. When you say Witsit peddling rubbish, right, that's only a part of the problem. Because that would mean nothing if there wasn't a load of idiot flat earthers out there who are willing to peddle it alongside them and argue with people who are telling them it's a load of rubbish and they're being hoodwinked. They're the problem, not Witsit. Witsit's not the problem. It's all the bozos who follow him and promote this nonsense. They are the problem. Everybody who mentions that word in a positive light and in a positive sense, they are the problem. So Witsit could say what he wanted; it wouldn't mean anything, even if he can't. It doesn't matter if he can't support any of it. All that matters is that all these people followed him.
Love that movie. One of my favorite sci-fi.
Bless you, Kiwi.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm usually up on the mic discipline. Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Peanut,
it's
I
fine.
still
You
love sci-fi,
sneezed.
but oh, you like that
So
movie
do
too?
I. So do I. Yes, I do.
Yeah, great movie. But I mean, the ether thing and the plum particles saying how the space, the air.
Did he just say plum particles?
I think he said Planck particles.
The what?
It said Planck particles.
I thought he said plum.
I see.
Me too.
Peanut, I still love sci-fi, but oh, you like that
So
movie
do
too?
I. So do I. Yes, I do.
Yeah, great movie. But I mean, the ether thing and the plum particles saying how the space, the air between us has.
I'm pretty sure he said plum.
He said plum particles.
He definitely said plum.
Okie
Well,
dokie.
in fairness, sorry, go on.
Go on, defend him.
No, just
In
have a good
fairness, they're
laugh.
just as valid. Sorry, Betsy. What to say?
So no, just have a
Is it
good laugh.
I've actually just looked
Is
at
it
it.
any
No, it is actually
is
a
it any
thing.
particle? Sorry, is it any particles what is similar like a plum particles?
It's like the cherry molecule.
Some sort of
No,
matter on a
I'm
smaller
saying
scale.
like it's sounding like that. Is it anything what's sounding like that plum, but you cannot realize in English, like a plant, or whatever.
Yeah, like the peach neutron.
I thought that was cool that because a lot of people use that as an argument. Like, what about satellites? And it's hard. I don't really know how to explain satellites either. So this gave me more.
What the fuck are you doing here? Why are you communicating with an audience, DJ Curious, on this topic? You don't know what to do when people bring up satellites? Oh, really? I mean, it's almost like you saying that is kind of an affront to me who's been here 10 years. That you should be communicating with anybody about anything to do with this subject. You've just said, ether good, satellites, don't know what the fuck to do with them. Oh, right.
Insight.
Yeah. And there was a wonderful point where that I hadn't.
Go ahead, whoever that was. Chocolate.
I was just gonna say maybe he's just new to this topic. I mean, he sounds like a newbie. So maybe I don't know. I could have a little bit of grace on him.
Great idea that he assesses Whitsit's performance then, I feel. Given how new he is and how green he is and how little he knows, and it's probably a good idea that he sits in on the critique of Whitsit and gives his two pennyworth on how well he did.
It was worded different than I already knew, which was the old argument, and I could tell that Fanboy was already in that headspace, which was so many people don't know. It's like, why can't we see forever, right? Why can't we see forever? This is because the atmosphere is not nothing.
Atmo, what now? No, it's because things get smaller, Mark. It's called perspective. But why would we care? Why would we give two shits why things disappear into the distance? We don't make a claim about it as flat earthers. It's inconsequential to us as flat earthers. It's their claim, the globe claim. By questioning this and appealing to this, you're buying into their paradigm and their claims of Earth curve, where they've hijacked perspective. So what we call perspective, generally, colloquially, nothing to do with flat Earth, they've hijacked that description and called it Earth curve. But we debunked it in 2020, Black Swan. I already went through it for DJ Curious. If Earth's a sphere radius 3959, every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Distance to horizon is beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in the Black Swan, therefore Earth's not a sphere, horizon's not Earth curve. So that's the end of the assertion, the hijacking of perspective, that was past tense Earth curve. So we don't have any need to ask why things disappear in the distance. It serves no interest of a flat earther. It's been dealt with. Go on.
Hold on. So they hijack perspective, but they actually can't hijack perspective because it implodes their worldview. So this is a really creepy twist we got going on right here, right?
Yeah.
They can't have perspective on a globe.
No.
Right?
No.
No, you can only try and hijack the effects of it.
Yes.
Can call perspective
imploding their whole position.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a reverse stuff moron.
Right.
Absolutely.
And then somebody, I can't remember, was Austin that brought it up.
1 second.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were done.
I have a question for you.
Of me? How dare you?
Yeah.
Don't question
Why can't we measure our why can't we measure our curve between us and that light is?
why can't I measure what between where and what?
Why can't we measure Earth curve between us and that lighthouse 25 miles away?
That's riddled. The lighthouse 25 miles is a linear distance on a flat plane. That's the first problem. So you're asking me about a distance on a flat plane and something to do with Earth curve? I'm confused.
Well, you know the way they say we see too far?
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. I'm seeing a lighthouse when I shouldn't be able to see it, right? And they forget to put in the caveat, if the Earth was a globe, they forget to even add in any caveats. Just, I shouldn't be able to see that.
That's why I'm confused. Right? So you're asking me, if we're standing looking at a lighthouse and we look at each other and go, lighthouse, you're asking me why I should or shouldn't explain why we can see it when we can see it, because we shouldn't according to them, correct?
Well, yeah. But it's like, when that person is about to say to you, we shouldn't be able to see that lighthouse, the response to them just before they say that is, you say to them, how come we can't measure our curve between us and that lighthouse?
No. That's not what I would say. I'd say, have you seen professional help regarding your mental capacity currently? It's a lighthouse. I'm looking at it. You're looking at it. You telling me that we shouldn't see it makes me feel you should be committed.
No, before they get to say it. Before they get to say it to you, right? We shouldn't see that lighthouse. You ask them, how come we can't measure our curve between us and that lighthouse? Then it makes no sense what they're about to say.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I'd be asking that as a flat earther, though.
Yeah, but it's more of a stop for what they're about to say. Their logic stops. They have this grinding will happen at that point. Because they'll have to say, well, there's no Earth curve there to measure because it's flat. That's the end of that.
Yeah.
Imagine. Sorry.
Yeah, that was the answer to that. Hold on to that, Flatsy. I think a point that I spoke about may be lost. That's very important that Brian can speak to. Anti-flat earthers cannot have perspective, one aspect of perspective, angular size change with distance, in their worldview. Why is that, Brian?
Because it's not part, no effects of perspective are part of their globe Earth mathematics.
That's one part. Can we have a practical example?
Yeah. If, hypothetically, I'm on a globe and I'm in the water and my eyes are at the water level, right? Kind of level on a globe, but let's just say for purposes of this example, and there is a boat that's 6 foot, the back of the boat is 6 foot off the water, and it sails away from me 3 miles, it will disappear from view because it will have gone over Earth curve. So it's been blocked by the curve of a globe Earth. Now, if we're on a flat plane and the same scenario is employed, so I'm in the water with my eyes at water level, at sea level, and there's a boat the back of the boat is 6 feet high above the water, and it sails away from me 3 miles. It will also disappear from view because it's the angular size of that object for me with my eyes at the water level at 3 miles away is 0.02 degrees, which is the average angular resolution limit of the human eye. Now, so that means, right, we have one scenario where Earth curve is causing the boat to disappear, and another scenario where perspective is causing the boat to disappear. One involves a globe Earth, the other one involves a flat plane. So, if someone wanted to say, well, can you not have Earth curve and perspective? Well, the answer to that would be that if I place myself on a globe and put my eyes at the water and leave that 6 foot high boat sail away from me, at 1.8 miles away, the bottom 3 feet of that boat, the back of that boat, will be blocked by Earth curve, and the top 3 feet of the boat will have an angular size of 0.02 degrees. So I wouldn't be able to see it at 1.8 miles away. But we know that it will take 3 miles for that boat to disappear. So that means it can't be Earth curve and perspective. It can only be Earth curve or perspective, which means it can only be Earth curve on a globe or we're on a flat plane and perspective exists. We know perspective exists, so it's perspective. and a flat Earth.
Thank you.
That was so concise. Anyways, think about somebody forgetting that the comedic value of a double negative and using it seriously in an argument. I've been trying to say that for a while.
That was it, Fotsy?
Yeah, concise.
You punked out Brian for being a lack of concise. I thought Brian was very concise.
No,
He was.
Well, let me just try see if this compares. The boat's 6 foot at 1 meter away, and 6 foot at 1 million meters away. Size of the boat doesn't change in Earth curve mass, even though obviously it's going to reduce in angular size. Was that any more consistent or concise? Sorry.
Yeah, I like his better.
What?
A good question to Globers would be
Freaking
right
rageous.
out the gate. A good question to Globers right out the gate. Do you acknowledge that perspective, i.e., angular size change with distance, exists? That's the kicker question.
Isn't that where we started 10 years ago when they were telling us that perspective doesn't exist? It's literally something you find in art class, and that's it.
Yeah. So things don't get smaller in the distance. So, well, they're retards already to anyone that can fog a mirror, correct? But if they say, yes, perspective exists, then you have Brian come in and take them right where they want to go, right to the flamethrower. Idiots!
And I have even more than that when it comes to perspective. But I don't need any more. That's all you need.
Where not that long ago, we didn't know what exactly made up the atmosphere. We just like, okay, we're breathing in something. We don't know what that is exactly. Don't forget that was it 1900? We didn't even know there were different blood types. All we knew is that sometimes the transfers didn't go
well. Peanut's breathing in smoke. That we do know. Right now.
But it was, I know, look at that. I love the new animation for Peanut too. It's so freaking cool.
But yeah, if you guys didn't know, by the way, you can't see my cursor down there, but we've got a little Peanut that I wanted to ask because it's a trick question, which is, hey, what is your oxygen ratio on the ISS or any space capsule? What is your oxygen?
Is that something they themselves are checking all the time?
They should have that burned into their heads. No different than scuba divers. And so I'll give you guys the answer to it right away because I don't think astronauts are listening.
Okay, before I cast too much judgment on Mark, so what he's saying is he's catching people out with this because in a given field where your life depends on it, you'd know this information and they don't. So this is the thing with Mark. It's hard to criticise because he's contextualised this in a way that if somebody was politely suggesting that they were endeavouring to do something you know is bullshit, this is how you'd catch them out in a polite way. Now, fair enough, right? Me, I'd just call him a liar. No, you weren't in space. Don't lie. It offends me that you think you can get away with that shit to my face like you can because I'm just a scummy member of the public. Don't fucking lie. No, you've not been in space. Now that I've called you on it, look me in the eye, Mr. Astronaut, and lie again about going to space. With me looking you right in the eye with this frown that I'm looking at you, I'm calling you a liar. Now tell me again that you've been to space and see how they react to that. Like really over the top aggression with them. That's how I'd be with them. Yeah? Because I don't like being lied to. Now because they've got away with it for so long and it's just second nature that, yeah, you can just lie to a member of the public's face about going somewhere that doesn't exist. And because they don't know any better, it's like nothing's happened. Until they're in front of me. And I go, don't fucking lie to me. How dare you? No, you have not. Now look me in the eye and tell me that shit again and see how it goes down. Don't lie. And you see their colour drain from their face. That's what would happen. But Mark's got a very different tack to me.
Into this right now.
Well, they are scuba divers.
Second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just on that, I understand your sentiment there, and Mark is correct. The question he could ask someone who's claiming to be an astronaut, if they didn't know that answer, that would be very problematic for him, considering a scuba diver would absolutely, or a bell diver would absolutely know the answer, because they'd have to, right? Because their life is on the line. Now, really, when we're talking about the ISS and all this, all we're doing is, I'm sorry, Mark, but all you're doing is keeping that stuff alive. There is no better argument than natural law. It ends the argument. But I will say this, right? Besides my critique of Mark, some years ago, Mark made the point way back, and I think it's I still think it's an epic point. He said, why doesn't one of the astronauts put on a suit, right? Their famed astronaut suit. Sorry?
And go in a chamber. I'll go with them.
Yeah, go into a vacuum chamber. And he said, and drink some water and bring it in, or have people there that will prove that there is water in that glass, and that the water at room temperature, that when it's brought in there, will start to boil in that vacuum. So you'll know that vacuum is on.
No, he had bigger balls than that. You obviously can't remember what he actually said. He said, I'll go in with you.
Yeah. That is, in fairness, he knows, he knows, whether he knows for certain the Earth is flat, he knows that these people are full of it. He at least knows that. And he knows there's no way they're going into that vacuum chamber with those suits on. Not a hope.
Yeah, because they'd die. But he's saying, I'll go in with you. But what he's saying is, if you call my bluff, I'm willing to put my life on the line for it. Now that's having balls. There's reasons why, right? DJ Curious will just get me yelling at him. Whereas Mark will immediately get the benefit of the doubt before he's even made his statement. Halfway through his statement, he still gets the benefit of the doubt. And at the end of his statement, you go, Mark's allowed this because he's explaining how tactfully he would approach some lying shitbag. Because Mark's tactful. Me, I'd call that person a liar because they're a liar. Mark would be a lot more tactful and probably wouldn't get kicked out of the coffee shop. Know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. He's far more palatable than someone like us. Yeah. I absolutely agree.
I'm abrasive, Mark's tactful. We're different. But Mark's earned where he is to be able to be like that. DJ Curious hasn't. In case he's thinking, wow, double standards much. No. Mark's got a history and a reputation, and diplomatically has managed to maintain every single relationship ever, as far as I'm aware, because of who he is and what he can do in terms of his, not just PR, but, his knowledge base. But it means that when he's saying things like this, he's left enough weasel room for me to not be able to critique him very heavily, hasn't he? That's experience.
On this. Yes.
On this. But he's lied.
Who?
Yeah.
Mark lied earlier.
Why? What did he do earlier?
He said something that wasn't true. Sorry.
Yeah,
what a lie is, Brian. You'd have to define that bit.
Yeah, he said when the gentleman brought up the radius of the Earth and the distance to Mars, which was actually the train wreck from Patricia, the distance to Mars, or it was the distance to the sun. It should have been.
That's a whole different.
He said that Whitsitt dealt with it directly.
No, he didn't.
That's the lie.
What we're breathing in is 80-20, 20% oxygen and 80% nitrogen. That's what we're breathing in right now.
Mm.
When you're scuba diving...
And the dust of our ancestors.
And the dust of our ancestors. Because we're all stuck. Should my fast earth clue for next week be Neil Tyson? Should I do Neil Tyson? I'm thinking about it.
Do it.
Sure.
Yeah. You should do whatever is exciting for you. Those are the easiest ones to do. So
I want to know what he thinks now that Joe Rogan, who he pulled back in when Joe Rogan said, we never went to the moon, and he.
Can we get back to the 80-20 thing?
And then Joe Rogan went.
Bill Nye, again, got a bachelor's in mechanical, but he's talking about the Mars rover. He's talking about climate change. He's on a panel about quantum physics. It's like, okay, sure, all that stuff.
Who?
Where's I going with this? Oh, yeah, sorry, the oxygen ratio. So we're breathing at 80-20, and when you're doing scuba divers, maybe it's 70-30, gives you a little more oxygen, right? And then the big question is, well, why don't you crank it up? And that'd be my trick question for an astronaut, which is like, so have you ever thought about taking it up to 50% oxygen, 50-50, right? You can't, you see, because when it gets over 40%, a lot of people don't know this, when it gets over 40%, it becomes toxic. It starts burning your lungs. In fact, we can't even get close to.
The one thing about this is that what I would say about what he's saying here is he might have a point, but you'd have to really validate that personally before I'd have to validate it before I'd ever even mention it. because scuba diving pressure and what would happen in a vacuum are two different things. In scuba diving, you have pressure coming in at you from a linear and downward force. Scuba diving, the pressure is a little bit different than in a vacuum, which is things you have basically the gases and that in you like wanting to leave to expand out into the chamber that has reached the low pressure, that kind of way. Although
no, he's just talking about
underwater, the gases want to go up.
He's just talking about the mix of gases in the spacesuit, is he not?
He is, but I'm just wondering if someone would have their wits about him enough to actually point out where he'd be wrong, hypothetically. Now, they wouldn't go into this vacuum chamber.
I've got you. You're saying there's weasel room in there where someone could potentially invalidate his point, and then it's all for nothing. Whereas it seems like a good point at the moment. Whereas, as you've already said, you just need to dispense with all of this. There's no sky vacuum to have the ISS in. It has to be a stage show because there is no area above our heads that's devoid of pressure. The gas would fill the area in line with the second law of thermodynamics. So everything that's being hypothetically discussed in terms of the oxygen mix is void.
In Narnia?
It's null and void. It's surplus to requirements because there is no area of space for them to be in to worry about this.
The oxygen mix of guppies and Narnia. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Is it just me?
It's like saying, the mixture of dirt in the water would mean that it wouldn't form snow. So I ask your average person who claims to have been to Narnia, what's the concentration in the dust, in the snow, on the ground in Narnia? You're saying you've done science in Narnia. Is the dust percentage in the snow beyond 50%? That's what Mark's doing. He's asking about a question about, hypothetically, what the concentrations would have to be when travelling in Narnia.
I may be a little late, but can't you just practically smell the open-toed shoes from the gal saying that you're breathing the dust of your ancestors?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell was that?
And Nathan, dirt, like soil in the water in a plastic container, means it won't boil at 100 degrees C. Just letting you know. Sharon told me.
Yeah, well, that is extremely flammable, by the way.
Yeah, that was actually one of the first flat Earth. Before I got into flat Earth, when I started to learn about how the Earth just functions, and learning that it was 80-20, they explained it on one of these programs I saw that if you were to light a match, it's the only planet, they said, in our solar system where you can light a match and your flame will actually hold. It won't blow up because there's not too much oxygen, and it won't die out because there isn't enough. So it was kind of a perfect balance. It was getting back to the fine tuning that science can't explain, just like why they ignore geocentrism.
But this isn't science. Describing the quantities of proportions of gases in our air, that's just describing quantities of gases. That's not science at all. This guy doesn't know what science is, does he?
What's the solar system?
He's also comparing us to other different planets. Yeah. No, there's no soil in the sky to have different concentrations of gases in. They're just twinkling lights.
There you go. So the trick question.
Yeah, that was my response to. Yeah, well, there you go. Correct, Mark. Yes, indeed.
Part of it is like, okay, what is your oxygen ratio on the ISS? Because I want to know, right? Because what are they going to say? Are they going to say it's 80-20? Are they going to say it's 70-30? Or are they going to say, oh no, we pump it up. We got a lot of oxygen, and be like, oh really? Because at that point, one, it's flammable, and two, it'll just kill you in a matter of hours. So what don't you know? The reason why Patricia, just should they know this? Scuba divers know this inherently because they have to know it. They have to have all the tables memorized for their tanks.
But scuba divers are going out in the ocean on their own with maybe somebody on the boat. Maybe they're monitoring their tank. I don't know, never scuba dived. I'm
right.
sure there's something for them to look at. But astronauts are never going out alone. They're with some other people. I don't know, maybe it's different.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll say the amateur scuba diver doesn't filter.
I'm trying to argue.
We could probably stop this, I think. Brian, is there any more in here?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. QE.
Yeah, I didn't say because I was only going to do like 5 minutes or so. Nathan, you went well beyond.
There's 25 minutes of it, as far as I know.
Well, we're at the 50-minute mark now, so we're at the 50-minute mark.
Yeah, way too far.
Yeah, I was good at when she said that breathe our ancestors. I was good there. That's enough for me.
Look, Patricia and Mark are harmless. Yeah, they've done their dues and earned the right to be, easy listening for flat earthers. And what they do is they summarize and describe what's going on in flat Earth currently. Now, they mean no offense by it. So it's like she described when she was describing the straight man and funny man of a morning breakfast show. Well, she did the same description for Whitsitt and Alex as I gave to them. Literally. Almost verbatim. She gave the same description, didn't she? Well, that's how I view Mark and Patricia. Now, the fact that the circumstances they're summarising in a polite and light-hearted way aren't to our approval doesn't in any way decry Mark and Patricia. Mark knows that he can tread that line and has to tread it carefully. But because he listens, that is to say, when anyone's got a complaint, Mark will actually listen to you. So he tends to get away with a lot more in the arena that he's in. He has to toe lots of different lines simultaneously. He does an admirable job of it. Patricia, she's just reporting. She's doing her thing. So it's very difficult to hold grudges against Patricia and Mark. The DJ guy, really, I'm being overly harsh with him for no good reason. Yes, he's a newbie. Everyone's got to start somewhere. I'm just being protective of the subject, which isn't really even the subject. What I call flat Earth and what is flat Earth are very different things. They're reporting on what is flat Earth, as much as we don't like it. And it isn't flat Earth in reality because it isn't about Earth being flat. So, there's lots of different cross purposes when we critique something that's got Mark and Patricia in it. Interesting that they're responding to how well they think Whitsitt's done, because that is their opinion. And it does, for Patricia and Mark, demonstrate a certain level of ignorance in terms of where the flat Earth arguments currently are. Now, that might offend them. They might not care. They may never hear me saying this about them. Either way, that's just the reality as I see it.
No, you make excuses for Mark. I'm sorry. He listens to your show. You're going to tell me he hasn't listened to your show in 3 years, that he don't know what's talked about here? But I guess what it is you have to be on one of these big platforms, and then you're going to be respected. Give me a break.
But Nathan, I'd have to disagree with you there now, because you said they were harmless. I could have said they were harmless a couple of years ago, but now I can't, because there's audio of Mark promoting Whitsitt as being the best debater in flat Earth. Now, he brought you up as well as a secondary debater, but he promoted Whitsitt as the best. Now, that's not true. Right? Whitsitt is not. Whitsitt is a fast talker who basically gets away with doing what he does with people who can't handle someone like him. Right? That doesn't mean he proves his points and he brings up stuff that have nothing to do with flat Earth, and regardless of what he says, he keeps doing it. Right? Now, Mark has also, at the start of this, and QE is 100% correct, and it's the very first thing I heard, and I sent it, well, not maybe the very first thing, but one of the first things that caught my attention in this was what Mark said. Mark straight out told a lie, right? For whatever PR reasons or whatever, Whitsitt did not do what Mark said. And Whitsitt admitted that last week here. Now,
wait, what's that?
He addressed the radial value being measured in the distance to Mars. Mark suggested that was immediately addressed by Whitsitt, and it wasn't.
Yeah, Mark said, Whitsitt came in on that and dealt with it, and he didn't. The problem is that Mark, right, you're saying he's harmless. Mark has got a very big platform. He's one of the few people, probably the only person from years ago that I still would listen to a bit, right? Right. I don't listen to Eric DeBay, and I don't listen to Jaron. Certainly don't listen to Jaron or any of them anymore. Eric DeBay, the odd thing, but he gets things. He's still he's a good narrator and good at what he does, but he's a little bit behind in some things. But Mark, I'd still listen to somewhat. But let me put this to you. Mark, you saying is harmless. At this stage, I'm saying he's harmful because of what he's doing, because of what he's promoting, and because of that kind of type of thing here where he's PRing. He's basically damage control and literally telling a lie to try and help out a situation that's obviously, look, let's call it, it is what it is. It was terrible. Now, I some weeks ago, well, just 1 second, Eli. Back in October, first week and a half into October, around 9th to 10th of October, was the last time I heard from Mark, right? And he said he was going to have me on to do the pitch data and go through the pitch data argument and all that on his show within a month. He said the elections were coming up and all the rest of it, and there was all this stuff happening, but he was going to have me on. Now, he might have just forgot about me. I don't know. But I've heard nothing back from him. Like, why is he not taking something like that and making that a priority? Elections, all these other things, I went, okay, fair enough, whenever. But the point is that if he's in this, the important thing is not elections. The important thing is not Witsit and what bad debate he had. It's putting out something to the community that shows that the Earth is a flat plane without a doubt. And he that's on the back burner, and it might never make it onto his show. So I'm sorry, but I see him as harmful at this stage.
That's understandable. That's understandable. I think that I personally don't want to confuse YouTubers with, people who will go outside of YouTube parameters to prove a point. There are most of us are like that. That's why most of us get kicked off of platforms, because we're trying to tell the truth and the truth is so heavily censored. But there are people that are good at, like, toting that line or walking that line. And I think Mark Sargent is just, trying to be as popular as possible. And I feel like maybe he's doing the right thing, as right as it possibly can be. It, and when I hear him say, Witsit's the best debater, I just think he's been propagandized like everyone else, because that's a line that's been going around. Like I don't know exactly who started saying it, but it's just like when something is said on the news and then you can hear your mama say it, because they said it on the news. Like, that's why people are saying Witsit's the best debater, because it keeps getting echoed. I don't think he even really believes that, or maybe, or maybe that's how propaganda works. People believe it because it was said, but
That's
I don't think it's
interesting.
deeper than that.
That's interesting because I didn't hear when he said it, but I heard it on the show yesterday when I first asked him that question. If everything else is irrelevant once you establish Earth is flat, and that's the best proof. I heard him say, "No, I don't think so." He believes that proving that Earth is not moving is the best proof. So,
Yeah, he got Jedi mind trick.
Go back and listen to that. You'll hear him say that.
It's simple. Like, think about it this way. Well, it makes sense that I'm not moving. Like, from the jump, talking to somebody, trying to reason with them, like, someone like that would feel like they have the upper hand. When I say someone like that, I'm talking about someone who isn't gonna get into the cause and effect and what science isn't, someone who isn't going to talk about the geometric horizon and how there isn't one, or leading on the front foot with elevation angles to Polaris, prove a flat earth, and that's where you built your globe from. It like for I think for some people it's easy to say, well, I'm not moving. You have to prove that I am.
So
And I
prove
just think that they're
something that's
stuck
not
in that.
happening.
Yeah, so I think some people are choosing to go with, this proves that the Earth is flat. I don't know how it proves it's flat. I mean,
Doesn't. It doesn't. It just gives him a springboard into ether, because then he can say, look, the star's rotation is claimed to be doing this in a globe Earth paradigm, but it's actually ether. So for him, there's got to be a segue from, I'm on the show to talk about flat Earth. Well, the best proof of a flat Earth is Earth not rotating. Okay, well, how do you prove that? Well, let's start talking about the stars, because I'm only one step away from ether.
Well, exactly, Nathan. It's like he's bringing up the Michelson-Morley demonstration, and he's using that as part of his proof using ether that the Earth is not rotating, right? Now, we went through this earlier. It's like, why are you trying to disprove something that was never proven to begin with? But the point being is that he's promoting this as some kind of brilliant thing, and he's asking, like he asked us, how come you're ignoring a brilliant proof? Right? He said that, he has said that, just 1 second, Eli. He has said that to us. So it's like, no, we're not ignoring it. You're trying to disprove something that was never proven, but you're doing it in such a way where you're shoehorning in your own agenda, which is nothing to do with us. Come on, Eli.
Yeah, that's true. I just wanted to say, every problem that we've come across as far as people saying, well, you're ignoring this argument is better. The only reason that anyone ever says that is because they either don't understand the scientific method or they've rejected what FED says about the scientific method. If you think about it, that's where Witsit literally told me that the scientific method is good for what? 3 things? That was his sentiment. That's all of their sentiment. It's like, well, you're not listening to this because this is real science. And they only think that because they don't know what the scientific method is.
Yeah, let's just say, right, it is ridiculous that he tries to make it out to be. So were those 3 things absolutely proven without a shadow of a doubt to be true? Eli.
Well, the 3 things that I said. Yeah. It's water boiling and yeah.
Yeah, you have diabetes, and you know what I mean. You have
Yeah.
scurvy. All this was so. you're telling me that those 3 examples that you're giving are absolute proofs that the scientific method works. Then.
I'm really sorry to do this non sequitur for you. I'm really sorry, but strictly speaking, this show will come out on Christmas Day. So my daughter wanted to say something. I just mentioned it to my wife.
Merry Christmas.
Right.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You may
I thought
continue.
the Boxing Day was the bigger day.
No.
Wait, but that was
Anyway, I'm
that
sorry
was
about
Clover,
that.
right? Was that Clover?
Yeah, that was Clover.
That was definitely Clover.
Wow, she's already speaking, huh? Crazy.
She's 5.
She's 5 already?
Yeah, it's
We've been here for a long
Jesus.
Is the problem.
This is the hyperbolic time chamber, man.
Bro, that's crazy.
It's like
I feel
Kieran,
like,
she's 22. She's 22.
yo,
Wait a
that's
second.
nuts,
Someone
man.
thought she was still a year old.
Not a year, but like I really didn't think
You were
about it
amazing.
like that.
She's talking. My son was talking at 8 months old.
This will blow your mind. I was
Wow.
doing the debate when Eleanor was born. She's 8. Just to put time into context.
Wow. Yeah, I've had that said to me. Can you prove there's only 3 things? If science is like what you say it is, then it should be proven more than just 3 things.
Well, let's get down to the brass tacks.
I don't even understand what that means. There's
What?
only,
Yeah.
there's only 3 causes.
What does that mean? Does it mean that's the only 3 things I've said?
Nope.
I guess
That's
the 3 things they know
that's
about.
the problem. That's the problem because we've given few examples. Some of us have given more. Yeah, he's taken that as there's only like 3 things. Probably because he hasn't actually did any more than just listen to you. Because obviously I was curious. I was like, well, what the heck else can I do with science? I don't think he ever did that. So he only thinks the 3 things that we mainly talk about are the only 3 things that you can science. So he totally skipped your presentation too on
Did he actually say that?
Yes, he did. And that was before he was saying the scientific method is it can't prove anything. So before he started saying the scientific method can't prove things definitively or 100%, he was saying it only proves 3 things.
Well, I had 4 hypotheses. You forgot the other one. It was quantum mechanical. That's probably why he left it go.
That's
Idiot.
what I was saying. Yeah, I was trying to remember. That was like the one thing he missed was the quantum mechanics presentation.
Not the presentation. It was one of my proofs. It was one of the hypotheses. So he thinks because let me get this straight. He thinks because there's only 4 examples that I just decided to have 4 that I didn't go on, that the scientific method only proves those 3 or 4 things. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, did you not know that? Did you not know that?
No,
it's the
this
first
is
time
news.
I
Are you
heard
sure?
that. That's some
Hold on, this
stupid
sounds
shit.
pretty absurd. Are you sure?
Yeah, no.
Am I sure?
Even Jaron was
he
saying
came to New York City and we spoke in person. Everything that I told you guys, I know he said. I had personal conversations with him.
Yeah, he said it to
And
me.
I
too.
remember because they were emotional times. Everybody knows like something tied to an emotional event is easiest to remember. I was emotional about how the hell you gonna tell me the scientific method isn't what I know it is.
And even Jaron was stating that as well. While Witsit was there, I'm pretty sure on Globebusters and those kind of shows. Yeah, he was saying it only proves 3 things or something like that. And even at that, it doesn't. Yeah, and even at that, it's wrong about water boiling. So that's why he attacked the water boiling thing.
So we actually do not know the depth of their retardation. That I can.
We do. You don't.
I thought you all knew that because Jaron said it too.
No, this is the first I really. Maybe I'm slow on the uptake. That didn't register.
I just don't think sometimes I don't come in concise and I be on the weeds and I think you just let what I say in one ear out the other. You know, I sometimes feel like I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt. So maybe you didn't really think he said that for real, because it would have been crazy. But that's what he said.
I said to Eli, I said, Eli comes in the middle of something. He hasn't heard the 45 minutes beforehand, and he wrestles the mic off of 3 people. Then he forgets what he's going to say.
You're right.
Because he, you know why? Because he'd be being on the weeds.
No, but I thought we did. Eli, you were surely thinking the same as me. I was under the presumption that QE knew that.
No.
Yeah, I only said it like 5 times.
No, that didn't run by me, and I didn't catch. Now, that would be too stupid for me to. I wouldn't be able to catch that.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe it was so stupid that it literally went under the radar.
Yeah, it had to. Can you guys get like a recording of it or something?
Maybe. You might have it with some of those links to the ball busters where Jaron was attacking water boiling.
Right. Yep.
That would possibly be on there, maybe earlier in the show or something.
Did he say it on his little interaction with Nathan that one day? Was it on there? Remember
it might have been. Jaron might have said that there. He might have.
No, he didn't say it. Because every time he came around that time, I had to say that he said it only proved 3 things. But there was always so much going on, nobody really latched onto it. So he never said it. He never said it on those when he came in to FED to debate. I might have it in one of my text messages though.
See if you could track it down. It's not a time sensitive thing. Just whenever you run across it, say, "Oh, I remember. Let me show QE that." Yeah, you know what I mean. Not a priority or anything.
Gotcha.
It's too stupid to be priority. Yeah. What if I throw him a curveball and give him a 4th thing or a 5th thing? What if I do that? Want me to do that? Yeah.
Do what now?
How about give him a number 5? since it only proves 3 things, which it was actually 4, I gave 4 hypotheses. You know, I wrote them down back in the day because people needed examples. Those are pretty old, by the way. I can give them another 5, and then next month we'll give them 1 each month. How about that?
Yeah, but that's good. But the problem is not that. You can do a quick search and it says that there is no scientific method. Technically, no, there is not a scientific method. Different science disciplines use different methodologies. Cosmology, for instance, does not do experiments. No kidding. After all, how can they? They can't do another Big Bang and then test whatever inflation gives a universe like ours. Wow, this is what they say. And that's not only one. I Googled like 3 or 4 of them, and they all say there's no scientific method.
What does that have to do with all?
Hold on. There was
What does that have to do with Witsit and Jaron though?
Well, if they're looking at these things, they might not be stupid enough to think.
No. That's not where they got that from. They got that from T-Jump.
I don't know. I mean, if T-Jump has said that, I wouldn't be surprised.
They got T-Jumped.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Witsit, after ping pong golf ball got educated for 2.5 years, T-Jump Jedi mind tricked him. We're gonna get to that video. We're gonna just wait. Just wait. This is a gem.
Huey, my
But
hands
the
were
point
wet a
about
minute ago.
wait, before it gets lost, what Neil was saying, there was a contradiction there already because first they said you can't science the Big Bang, but they're also saying there's no such thing as the scientific method. So then why wouldn't they be able to? What wouldn't they be able to do with the Big Bang?
Yeah, I mean, the people who are writing that are unbelievably stupid. I mean, their level of tick. I mean, you can't put it on a scale.
But also, one more thing. So to Neil's point about what you find, that's true. When you look up the scientific method, like somebody stupid like me coming into this, the internet or Google or the way that you use the search engines is not going to allow you to get to the answer that you would get if you were looking on a university website.
Well, no, they're not going to. That's true. But the people writing these things are often people who've even been to university. They're just stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. But they
Yeah,
also
listen to the steps. Listen to the steps. Ask a question. Do background research.
That's
construct a
science study.
hypothesis.
I thought they said there wasn't a scientific method, Neil.
Let me go to the university. Hold on.
Oh no, hold on. Number one, you like Brian said. Firstly, they said there was no scientific method. Now you're reading off the steps of Science Buddy's site, right? That doesn't make any damn sense. Yes.
And poor sleeping warrior who actually performed a scientific experiment gets thrown under the bus. Poor guy.
That was the first time they came up against the scientific method. If you remember, the first run-in we had with Witsit was actually right before Nathan Thompson came in because they were buddying it up and they were going on tour. Remember, he was on the tour before he got kicked off, like early on, and we got into a row with him about the scientific method because he was saying that he got natural laws and the scientific method mixed up because he was saying that sleeping warrior shouldn't be saying what he's saying because we're being hypocrites. Remember that?
That was a long time ago, man. I faintly remember that.
See, my weed ain't that bad.
You know, you're saying QB, my hands were wet a minute ago. And when you say,
sorry, Brian, I'm just trying to what Eli just said. So they said sleeping warrior shouldn't say what? What do you think?
Well, that sleeping warrior can't call that a scientific experiment because we said, what did we say? Because you can't science natural laws. It doesn't make sense because he was confused.
You're talking about Whitsitt at the time.
No, Nathan Thompson. And then
Oh.
Whitsitt came in the middle of us, like dogging him out. He didn't understand the context of the conversation, and so he said something incorrect that Nathan latched onto, and then he got some.
What natural law do they think Sleeping Warrior was trying to science? What?
Why things go up and down or something? I don't know. I don't even. I actually I don't know exactly what they're trying to say.
He literally laid out the entire thing. I don't see how anybody can be confused by that. Naturally observed phenomenon and all that. Like, I don't. What? Okay.
It's almost like the ballers have some terrible rebuttal, and because then there's some flat earthers that somehow, like with the Black Swan. You remember the Black Swan? There are people like Jeremy that say, "Well, we can't use the Black Swan because the rebuttal is refraction." So there are flat earthers that when they have a conversation with the baller, if they get resistance that they don't like, they adopt that argument. Fast forward,
They adopt the
T jump
resistance.
with it, but I ain't gonna talk about that right now.
Just so Kiwi knows, when you said, oh, my hands were wet, when you said, I'll give him a fifth one then. I couldn't get the phone. I was laughing when I was washing my hands. That's exactly what I wanted you to say and do. Yeah, here's a fifth one. Now what are you going to say? It's a Black Swan issue, isn't it? It's like if someone says all swans are white, then one black one debunks them. If they say there's only 3 or 4 things, then one fifth one debunks it.
Too funny.
You guys are forgetting waterfalls. That was the greatest scientific thing that Jaron pulled out of his
rock stars, waterfalls. I haven't forgotten.
Yeah.
So if the scientific method's proven one thing, then it's been useful, correct?
There you go, Neil.
If the scientific method only proves one thing, then it would be useful, correct?
It's the if statement that's probably thrown everyone off.
Hypothetically, say it only proves one thing. It would still be useful.
What's the point?
That they're a bunch of idiots, and I wish you would come out with the 4th and 5th one so they could change their tunes.
4th one's already out.
There's a good chance, Neil, that when it was put into a statement, a logical statement, and defined, was it Bacon that did that? Regardless, there's probably plenty of examples of people that had followed that methodology and, offered up the useful empiricism thereafter before it was defined. But at the point, let's just say that nobody's actually used it after somebody said, this is how it will work. You have A causing B and A not causing B as the methodology. At that point, just as a description in logical consistency as a method to be used in the future, it's still absolutely useful because just you describing how the method works describes how it can afford you an empirical outcome. So before even one example exists, the scientific method, just as a description, describes how, when used in the future, you will be able to empirically validate your supposition. So before even one example, Neil, it's useful.
Right.
I asked a question the other day. It felt pretentious. It's actually not. I don't mean it this way. I was just pondering this question. I asked myself, it wasn't that long ago, because I was thinking big picture. And I said, what would flat Earth look like if I wasn't here? I never arrived here in 2016. I was off doing my own thing.
Are you talking about a separate timeline?
I'll tell you what it looks like. You just heard it today. Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, Whitsitt, Jaron.
No, I'm not talking about the flat on that side. I'm talking about because remember back in the day it was Science proves this. Science proves that. The body of science. Science. Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I think that we would have struggled with it, but we would have pointed out inconsistencies and eventually got there.
You
I think some of us.
Fair enough.
I don't think so. I think what would have happened is there would have been a massive push against all things claimed to be science from flat earthers. That every part of science would have been thrown out. So anything that was claimed to be science, whether it was science or wasn't, would be thrown out. Basically, by most people. Yeah, I reckon. Go on, chocolate.
Well, was that chocolate?
Well, could have been you.
We can't tell because
It could have been you.
My whole thing about when I listen to Jaron or any of these pseudoscientists, like remember when Nathan was saying he used to watch this sciencey stuff and the conclusion always left him with more questions.
And
That's what it was like
NASA.
for me.
That's actually specifically science at NASA.
Yeah, so like when Jaron at some point would have made the switch to this is real science, I would have seen it as just as inconsistent as the things that he was arguing against, and I would have said there's something wrong here. I just wouldn't have known how to piece it together, and I would have just been suspicious for maybe a while until somebody like you came across and said this is why you've been suspicious.
I agree with Brian. There would have been everybody beating up the scientific method if QE didn't come.
Well, what also might have happened is the likes of Whitsitt and Bob and that might have brought in things like Ether, and you'd have a pseudoscience versus pseudoscience situation going on, where we're claiming this is science and they're claiming that is science and none of it is science. That's possibly what also would have happened. But either scenario, it wouldn't have been what's going on now. Ask yourselves, what would it have been if I never turned up?
Well, there's only one thing I know that we would have fell back on. The one thing we would have fell back on is logic. You would have still had Brian, you'd have still had Nathan, and exactly what Nathan pointed out, the logic behind the scientific method is the thing that makes sense. It's actually pretty simple. So it's like without someone saying, here's the method, these are the steps, when they would have offered, this is science, looking into the epistemology, I'd have been like, no, that's flawless. That's flawed.
You tell yourself that.
You think so? You would have had Nathan interviewing people.
I don't think so. I took plenty of time and patience with QE telling me this stuff. So to assume that I'd have come to the conclusion through logic, I highly doubt it.
Okay. No, the problem was at the time, the people that were asserting science to our faces weren't even asserting it with the scientific method. It was literally all pseudoscience. So when would they have gotten to that, to the method itself? And when we pointed it out to them, they're the ones who told us, the method, there's no method. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? We would have never gotten to that.
I do remember Robbie Davidson talking about the scientific method before he even found flat Earth debate.
Well, what might have played out is us logically pulling apart how they were establishing what they were calling science, but we wouldn't have had a scientific method. But what
most likely,
what I reckon,
that was my point.
What I reckon is very likely what would have been the case is that we would be far more mainstream because we'd be useful idiots.
Yes, I was going to get there. I'm glad you got there before I had to interject at the end. We'd be talking about scientism and probably a lot more widely accepted. I'd probably be a little bit more popular and earning a decent wage. But thanks to QE, we're knowledge rich and... This all sounds like downside, actually. What the fuck, man? Let's get QE out of our lives.
QE has a much bigger channel. Everything going great. Ferrari. I mean, what do you have to do to us, man?
We would have been the leading edge of the sphere without the scientific method. We'd have been, our pockets would have been laden.
So Chewy's to
the
blame.
cost of discernment, unfortunately. Would have been I think no. To disagree with Eli, not in a bad way, but no, there's credit where it's due, and there are certain people that have degrees, scientific degrees. Me, Dr. John D. That Huey's efforts and Nathan's as well, really, with John D. was to remind us of what the scientific method was, because academia, whilst it teaches it early, then goes to work and misrepresents it and has lots of people in scientific fields doing what they think is science in an honest way, but they're not. And it's that, as I described it again, hit round the head with a wet fish effect to remind you what the method was. Because somehow we do forget it or misrepresent it. Phone again.
Yeah, that's a good point. Dang, man. Chocolate, I would have been,
No, that's mischaracterization. You first said he got kicked in the nuts.
Chocolate, you know where I would have been? I would have been in the black sphere talking about, the position of the moon and the sun obviously scientifically proves that the earth is not a globe.
Right.
That's what I would have been saying. For real.
Everyone, the way I look at it, you would have been overrun by claims of science that are pseudoscience. I don't see anyone recovering.
I don't think we would have.
I still don't hear anyone talking about science and the way science is done. That is the nitty gritty hypothesis testing, which is experiment, and getting down to the nitty gritty stuff of that. Because you were about to get overrun.
How did you get into it? Like, how did you hold on to that information, and when did you begin to? I mean, well, obviously it began with the evotards.
Yep.
Right. Speak about that.
No, this guy came to him called Quantum Eraser and said, "I'm from the future. I must tell you about them raping science."
That would be a dope movie.
It was the same thing. They do the same thing. They're science. This is science. What's the hypothesis? So I was doing that for years and years. How did I know that? Well, because I have an actual science degree. That's why. So I knew that years ago, and when I first come out to evotards, and they were saying, "Well, this is science, this and so." Really?
This is the difference, though. You're autodidactic in many ways, but more fundamentally, you were late to the party. So you didn't follow the standard pattern of being taught it at a very early age, never having it again and moving on. It came in your mind, and your grown-up mind went, "Oh, hello." Just like when you pointed out to me, to my grown-up mind, and John D's grown-up mind went, "Oh, hello. Holy shit." Yeah? Your route was different, and I think that helps, doesn't it? Because you looked at it first eyes as a grown-up.
Yes.
So it's better to go get your education when you're growing up then. Let's turn everything around.
Well, no, I was taught the scientific method. No, I was taught the scientific method very early on, 5th grade. Remember, I told you that. Then I left it, didn't really care about it. Went and got the street cred, and then came back, and then I started at university at an old age. I think I first started when I was 28 or 29. That's when I first started down the academic road.
But that's the right age.
So what you're saying is,
yep.
When you heard the scientific method in 5th grade,
yep.
Everything after that, it kind of just went over your head, because if it was BS, if you didn't.
No, it didn't go over my head. I just didn't. I went on a different path. I wasn't in that sort of discipline. I went another direction. The one of the directions you're in right now.
Okay.
That was one direction. A lot of bad directions, right? So I wasn't involved in any science and scientific. I understood it when it was wrote. I could see it on the chalkboard. I can understand it. You'd have to be some type of retard not to get it. And then they provided examples of it, right there when he gave the scientific method. Can't even remember what he did, but he gave an example. This is how you do it. This hypothesis. This. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, later. Check back with you in 26 years. And then when I started getting educated on it, it was the same thing. I said, "Oh, I know this. I got this." And then we put it into practice. Yeah, follow? And I did that for years and years and years. And then every time I heard this is science and this is science, I'm sitting there, what's the hypothesis? Right?
Well,
So
I
you
think
ever
you
come
were
across
fortunate.
any,
Right, go on.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, I was just going to say, I think you were fortunate to go into academia at that age, because people end up in academia way too young.
Yeah.
And it's like academia wants it that way. So then they go through all this nonsense. They don't pay attention because they're thinking about other things because they're young. And then they come out of it and they're dummies.
Yeah. Because I already said that's a very important point. I already sowed all my wild oats. I'm 28 years old. I've traveled all over the world, right? I'm going into university. I've got teeny boppers beside me in class, and they're smoking and joking and stuff, and they could care less. I got they're wanting to party. I've got my hand raised in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Every
exactly.
Can you imagine me in the back?
Yeah, you were the guy that they were getting annoyed at because they wanted to get out of the class, but you kept raising your hand.
Wait a second. Wait a second. This didn't line up what you just said earlier. Can you explain that to me one more time? And if it's not working, I'm going to get with you after class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, young kid ain't gonna do that. Well, not too many.
Nope. You're right. You're exactly right. You got it.
Yeah, that's the problem with academia. When I was a kid, there was no point in having me in a classroom. That's why I never learned nothing. That's why I ended up being. I would have been able to school at 12 if they legally would have been allowed. Because I was
saying some people need to start kindergarten at like 10 years old?
Sorry?
You saying some people need to start kindergarten at like 10 years old?
No, I'm not saying that
Yes.
there isn't a necessity to teach kids to write and read and mathematics. Right, that's fine. But when you're trying to keep them in a classroom for 8 or whatever hours a day, 5 days a week, and then give them homework and all this other rubbish, that is soul destroying. The kids are your children. The most energy. Well, listen, some of us couldn't get enough of school. Right, we know who that is.
I
MC Meekin.
home to carry on doing it.
Yeah, you could give us more homework, teacher.
Yeah, I never asked for more for the class, but I did ask for me. Is there any? Do you know what I mean? Because
but you're a high achiever, Adam. You told us. I heard you state there a while ago that you were 7 in a class with 11-year-olds. Do you know what I mean? You're not the norm, in fairness. Right? But on average,
we're
kids
recording.
want to be...
He told us that in private. He told us about getting horrendously bullied and all that sort of stuff. He told us all this in private.
It was. We were on the internet. It's never private. I don't mind that. It's part of what. That was what makes you who you are. You know what I mean?
I didn't mention that about any bullying. I just said that you had moved up ahead of the other 7-year-olds because you were a unique example.
Well, I could read, unlike the rest of them. Yeah.
But no, you wanted to read. You wanted to do things. That's the difference. All I wanted to do, all I remember doing in school, is being unhappy and looking out the window at the birds and all the freedom they had and all the animals. Because I wanted out of this
was it that you were jealous of the birds? Was it that bad in Ireland?
Oh, it was. You don't understand. You don't know the hell it was for me in school.
Oh, we could tell.
Yeah, I didn't like it either.
Because I'm stupid.
What? I never said such a thing.
It was that for me, Bryce. All I ever knew, I didn't know what I was going to be, but I knew I was going to go to uni. No one in our family had ever done it. But that's all I knew I wanted to do was go and do that because it looked like, such a different life. I was gutted when I got to uni because it really genuinely wasn't like you saw on the telly. It was more partying. And this is why it's better if you're all right, particularly at degree level, because you've been brought up to just learn, give them what they want. But when you get to that degree level, actually, as I said earlier, the best students are the autodidactic ones, which I was a bit of, but you still got the other distractions. If I went and did a degree now, I'd need half the time, because I'd be doing it properly. Not like I say, you're juggling many other things, a sex life being one of them. Do you know what I mean? It's a different time when you're younger at uni.
You know, Adam, I was never opposed to university. As a kid, the idea of university, never had a problem with it. Because it didn't feel, to me, what I saw of university was not school. It was like you're learning things, but no one's in charge of you. You're in charge of you. So you're free. Do you know what I mean? It's like an open prison. You can walk in and out.
Yeah, it was still
that's what messed me up because I was basically a little geek in elementary school, high school, and then as soon as I got to university, where I went in for a pre-med major, it was just like, oh, I don't need to go to class. Okay.
rapping, smoking the weeds. Oh, that's
the weeds,
as Eli said.
Nah, I mean, I had life take me in a different direction at that time, so like I probably could have done a lot better if I had stayed in school and finished it out. But yeah, life kicked me in the face.
Seems like we have Brian and Adam and I have a big fan in Master B.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and state one of the things he said, which was hilarious. Hold on.
Who are you talking about?
We'll get to that.
Does this involve with it?
Where the hell did it go?
I saw Flatsy's. I didn't understand it. New Flatsy's T-shirt. Smile, you make God's wake up list. What's that?
Yeah, God's gonna wake you up. It's the wake up list. It's in hotels when you give them, hey, give me a wake up call. No, that's old timey a little bit. No one does that because they got alarms on their phones. Back in the day, if you went to a hotel, what you did the night before, if you had to get up at 6 o'clock and no one brought their alarm clocks on trips, you're in a hotel, you'd call down to the front desk and say, hey, I need a wake up call for 6 a.m. In fact, I just did it a few months ago. I didn't want to use my phone.
I remember that. That's a wake up call.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
Here's the comment. Huey, Brian, and Adam in the same room. How long would it take them to recite the alphabet?
Which one?
And in what direction?
It goes something like this. They'd be responding to a video of the alphabet, and the video would play, and it would say ABC. You would pause and go ABC, and Adam would interject and go, "No, give us a J."
A J.
We still can't play that Cobra Kai thing.
What, something that doesn't belong to me? No, and
Does
that's
it
how it
still
works.
belong to somebody else?
It still does, yes.
They
The
transfer.
chocolate. That didn't change in the 2 hours, no.
I mean, you're still recording?
I didn't gain ownership of the copyright in those 2 hours. Chocolate.
That's exactly where I was going. Like, they didn't transfer
Talking
ownership
about
to
if
you?
you're still recording. I know that.
Yeah, we're recording a Christmas special. If you're watching this on Christmas Day, give us a J on Christmas Day. Smash the super chat to support this channel.
Maybe next time I'll ask first if you're still recording. How's that, Chuck?
Aren't you the one that usually repeats Nathan when you say it's just he's always recording? Just pretend like he's always recording?
Got a point there.
We're going to do the
There
book
you go.
again? Because if so, we could do that, and then this will go out on Christmas Day while we're doing the book.
Yes, Nathan.
Yes, Nathan. We're all super keen. I don't know if Adam's even listening.
That was that give us a J on Christmas Day. That was like one of QE's raps from back in the day. You remember though? Yeah, I can't remember what it was, Chocolate, but it was something like, "My name's QE and I rock the beat on every street. Nobody knows how much of a super feat. Psych." No, something like that.
I did actually put my Christmas tree up today, and I've just before the show started, which is some time ago, I admit, 4 or 5 hours ago now. But I did finish putting the lights on it. You want to see a picture? I showed you my fireplace, made out of cardboard. I'll just take a picture. Back in a sec.
Why would you need to put lights on the tree if lights are already there?
Yeah, but it's got to get excited first, Doc.
Yeah, you got to.
Isn't that why the
arouse it.
presents are there under the tree? To excite the tree?
So wait, you don't
love
have to plug
arousal.
anything in. Just everybody's excited on Christmas morning. It'll light up by itself.
All right, Tim Master B.
Huey, was that Jado live something?
Hello.
In Skype?
Christmas tree
Yes.
opinions before that.
So glad that you don't have all different color lights on your tree.
They're just white.
Pretty nice.
How
I
we
like it.
roll.
Yeah, that's a nice Christmas tree. I like it.
It is good, isn't it? I
Yep.
was pleased. Happy Christmas, everyone.
Happy Christmas, Nathan.
No, it's Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry
He's always getting
Christmas.
backwards in the UK.
And a thank you to all who smashed the super chat.
You know, that has history, right? If you look in the Bible and that passage about the Christmas trees being cut and that at?
And lo, his Christmas tree looked beautiful. And they rejoiced
Jeremiah
and
chapter
gave him
10.
super chats.
Jeremiah chapter 10. Exactly. Exactamundo.
Yeah, but is that what it's talking about, Huey?
Yeah. Yep.
It's a pagan tradition. You're not supposed to do it.
Yep.
Nada.
Hmm.
You're not supposed to do what?
I don't worship it.
Yeah, that's an incoherent get out of jail free card. That doesn't work.
Who's worshipping trees?
Yeah, they're
No.
talking about that Jeremiah. I do not agree. That's speaking about something totally different.
Well, what's your opinion on that,
Jer-
Neil? What do you think it's talking about?
It's giving a look into the future.
Why don't we read it?
An
Yeah,
indictment.
I was gonna say, could someone read it now that we're all into it? Can we get the
I'm looking
context?
for it.
Because I don't know what it is.
I'll read it.
Good.
One sec.
Okay, I'll read it. I got it. Jeremiah chapter 10.
You want the whole thing? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got it right here. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. So you could probably say, okay, he was talking to Israel, not to me. You could do that too, Neil. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold, and they fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be born, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also is it them to do good. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thy name is great in might. Who would not fear thee, O King of nations? Blue and purple clothing. Hold on. Gather up wares. That's it. That's all it states. Is that it just gives a little piece of it. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. That's what the heathen does. Just saying.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the part I
see,
picked up
messed up
on.
history again, you see, isn't it? So you've got the adaptation of pagans, as we would maybe try and infer them to be, which would be Northern Europeans, and this tradition of using trees like that. So that's going to be about 800 AD. Jeremiah, Huey, what is he, BC? 600?
Yeah, it was pretty.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. It was pretty far back.
Yeah, is he the prophecy or not, or just us misinterpreting it?
I'm just saying it's one of those thumbs in your nose when you read scripture. I'm sure the Lord had it in there. He could see all the way from the end to
Well,
the beginning.
to be honest, when I first read it, that's the first thing I thought. Anybody would think that, right? I mean, come on, it's obvious.
Yep. Just don't go by way of the heathen, right? That's all. It's just a little thumb in your eye.
Back in a few minutes.
I'm sure
Put
you
me
will.
tree in, Nathan. There you go. There's my tree.
Oh, you got a tree too?
Yep. Nailed that son of a bitch to the floor.
Yours don't have any body to it. It's too skinny.
What? Silly.
It's also got too much ornamentation on it.
That's less this year. She's calmed it down a bit, mate.
Really?
Oh. Shouldn't really see the tree. Should just be covered in shit.
Is that a real tree or is that?
No, never. I hate real trees. Horrible. Why would you cut a tree down for a start?
Because you're a heathen?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not. There you go. And who wants all the pine cone needles falling on your floor? No need he needs that.
How about bring it in and it has a squirrel in it?
Yeah, bird shit, all sorts of stuff on it. No one wants that.
What? Oh, natural? You don't want that?
No.
Squirrel shit and bugs and all types of shit. Why not?
Yeah.
Decorative.
Pull a Sparky and put it right in your house with a squirrel in it.
That's a little squirrely.
Yep. My dad read that scripture when I was a kid, and he went out and got a live Christmas tree in a pot, and he put it in the house, a Norfolk pine. So we had those when I was growing up. That was really strange compared to everybody else.
Did he do it in spite? Did he want to make himself a heathen?
Well, he put it in a pot.
No, he's doing this. No, it was a living tree. You get a Norfolk pine tree. It was potted, and they put it inside the house. They were kind of half trees almost, and he'd plant them in the yard after Christmas.
He's giving back to nature in his own way. That's cute.
I've got a huge Christmas tree at the bottom of our garden because the people that owned the house before us did that. It's wrecking my garden now. It's pulled up my patio. I've had to have the top cut off because it was so tall. It was just like it'd sway so much. Just got it was, yeah. But
Yeah.
you,
Yep. I had that problem myself, and they're going to go away in 2 days.
Yeah.
It's not a Christmas tree, though. They're 2 maples. Sorry to see them go, but they got to go. Lifting up my deck and everything from the roots. Yep. Sorry to say they got to go. Yeah, they're going to bring in a stump grinder, too, and then grind all the stumps down. That's what we're doing to Witsit right now. We're stump grinders.
we worked hard Saturday night. I was very pleased with our diligence, and I was knackered, so I went.
Yeah, you were done. Yeah, and Nathan, all credit to Nathan. The due respect that he had for our 6.5 hour presentation, he failed to go over the video today.
You what? That's why we did that. You're joking.
No.
I got the message late, Kiwi. I
Honest.
seen the thing, but I didn't read on top. Otherwise, I would have been on point.
Don't worry about it, Neil. He not only didn't do it, he played dumb about it, and then he tried to make me feel guilty about it.
He told me separately. I had to make sure we got through it. Oh,
really?
Yeah. So you went that evening. We carried on rambling with Brian and that for quite a while. And then he was saying, yeah, because I want to get on to doing the Patty and Mark Sargent.
Yeah, but you said not remembering. Nathan's attention, remembering things is not his forte. Tell him, Nathan, what was the show about today?
You mean the video that you told Nathan to stop doing? that video?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, well, you see, he felt guilty after I was dogging him out, so he decided to play it in the after show, but just play it, not comment on it, Adam.
No, that was his rebellion towards you.
Are you talking about Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable. You were all stonewalling him. You, Refracted, and QE. He played the video, and then you weren't interrupting because you were all sitting there pouting.
What?
Well, go on, QE.
No, I'm saying what? What?
Neil,
I was saying, Brian. He said to us, didn't he? After QE had gone, bored of going over it. We've got to get it finished because he wants to do the Patty and Mark video that we haven't finished, so we can't review it. So we had to get it finished for him to do this video Monday.
Yeah, that was what we were told.
That's that. Yeah. See?
Yeah, but he got sidetracked with Angels of Light and coming in the pre-show with 2 videos. So he probably forgot.
It's just bad man management.
No. QE sent me a message and I failed to relay it because if I would have seen that message, that would have been the first thing I said when I came in.
Not about you.
Yeah, we're not. This isn't about you, Neil.
I know, but I'm saying I could have preempted it.
You could have, but you didn't. That's fine. Adam, I also put it in Ballbusters last. I thought that something might go awry, so I wanted to put it in some preventative measures. So I put the video with the timestamp in Master B and in Ballbuster Skype, just to make sure, Nathan, here's the video you have to do. Because I knew I'd probably sleep in, but he could take care of it. It wasn't that big of a deal. Nope. Not going to have any of that. Didn't play it.
What's wrong with Nathan is he denies himself. Right? He goes around trying to be pretending that he's, communal and, a nice guy, all this kind of stuff. kind of man of the people, all this kind of stuff. And that, right, and that he's trying to do the right thing and to try to get
Shaking
along with
hands,
everyone.
kissing babies.
Yeah, and then he turns around and says, "Your mother's a whore" to someone. Right? So, you know what I mean?
Oh, you dumb fuckstick.
You know what I mean? It's like he tries his best to try and stop himself being himself.
How about what he released? What made Nathan? What motivated you to release the Witsit trainway? It was supposed to be. Is the Witsit? Is Nathan still around?
I could tell you why, because he told us why.
You tell us why then, Neil, and I'll say something there.
It went along with the Boo conspiracies one, I believe.
It went along with taboo
That doesn't
conspiracy.
make any sense, Neil.
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause
was he put it out earlier?
Right. Something like that.
Yeah. Even though he said he wasn't going to.
Yeah, it was supposed to be 18 December, but he released it yesterday.
Ah. So he spicy ridiculed.
I think
we play some of that. I kind of like that one. Let's play some of that.
Oh yeah, but I think
before we get
it was the members only after show is coming out on the 18th, unless I'm wrong. Doing with Adam and what?
No, that's the after show.
Yeah, let's play that. No,
Well,
that's a separate. That's a separate extra. The after
what
show.
are we on about here?
Just hold on, Adam. We'll let you know. Shit.
It all happened on the same day. So what you're going to play now, QE, that happened on the same day as the members only stream that happened later on.
I'm still waiting for the
happened on
members
that?
only one.
You were on it with me and AI and Adam.
Oh, who
and
cares
Nathan.
about that? That's.
No, I'm saying no. I'm just saying that's coming out on the 18th of December.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah, do play some of that, QB. That's a good
Yeah, I gotta skip to it because it's ridiculous, most of it. So
it's the very start, the absolute very start of the after show. Is when
Witsit comes right in immediately. And for those that don't want to hear, I'm telling you right now, you're going to hear AI come in about 15, 20
don't
times.
poison the well.
I'm telling you, listen to it.
Do not poison the well for everyone else. Now relax.
Yeah, you'll
what? Yeah, we'll hear it. Just hold off. 1 second. Gonna override Nathan.
You have your opinion, Neil.
I do think Nathan is ace.
And Nathan, I got to find where the after show starts.
Hold on, Nathan, why did you release that? It was something to do with the Boo conspiracies video, right?
It's just because the video that Taboo released had the short 5-minute video clipped from the start of the live show that video was a part of.
Nathan, serious question. Why is it on Fortnite you have to shoot people stupid amount of times sometimes to kill them?
Because it's very realistic. That's why she's wearing a silver outfit and can jump from the sky.
Adam, ask him the question. He's now here. So, what did he tell you to do?
Oh, yeah.
The other night?
Yeah. Depends. Okay, I'll answer you. It depends on the gun and the range, like in real life.
Oh, God.
So, if you're going to shoot someone with a 9mm, yeah, you might pull off a lucky shot in their eye and they go immediately down, but there's a good chance you're going to have to shoot them 3 or 4 times to completely put them down. On the other hand...
Thanks, Adam. That's just a diversion. Now, ask him again, Adam.
He had a machine gun, on the other hand.
You say there's no need to ask the question. You just know.
Nice Christmas tree, Adam. You too, Nathan.
Thank you.
Oh,
Beautiful.
boy.
I agree. I decorated that myself. By decorated, I mean there's no decorations on it, so it's just lights. That's why it looks nice in a photo. As soon as you put crap all over it, it looks horrendous, like any Christmas tree.
Adam, can you go ahead and ask him?
I thought you already had. I told you it depends on the gun. The range is also extremely important. If you're at like quite a long distance with a shotgun, well, then you're just pissing in the wind, basically.
He ain't gonna get it in.
All right.
Bring up a different topic, Adam, and then do a 180 switch really fast.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Well, I was going to say, what do you mean it looks like shit if you put stuff on? I'm going to tell my wife. And then on that same thing, 2:30 in the morning, mister. I kept going through to meet your request so you could do that bloody show Monday.
I know what you're talking about.
No.
What are you talking about? I mean that sincerely. I'm not being sarcastic.
So the other night, you had a please, the wrong word, but a request. Can you get through it, please? So that we're talking about the thing on Monday, the Patty and Mark review of this show, so we can actually be talking about it, because at the moment we're talking about stuff we supposedly haven't seen. So as we preface the beginning of the Ballbusters, we've got work to do because we've got to get through this, which we diligently did after 6.5 hours. For me to come home today after a full day's work to find out that there was no need.
Okay. I didn't say that. I didn't say, can you please make sure you go through the entirety of it on board? But I didn't say that.
You did. You asked get it finished so that we can review it Monday.
No, I said,
Yeah, you did, Nathan.
I feel unreasonable covering this as I haven't watched the entirety of the video yet. So I'll hold
You said we
judgment
haven't
until I
covered it
have,
yet.
is what I said.
Maybe we need to play a different video, QE. Maybe we need to go back.
You feel free.
Someone's trying to
I know what I said.
rewrite history here.
No, I know what I said. I said I'll have to come back. I'll have to hold judgment until I have watched the entirety of the video. Given that I've only got to about the 45-minute mark thus far. When I'm saying to Patricia and Mark, it sounds to me by your response and reaction that we're watching a completely different video. And then we started playing it a bit more, and I was like, hang on, I haven't actually watched the entirety of this video yet, so I should really hold judgment lest me be a hypocrite. And I am paraphrasing slightly. I did not say lest.
Nobody's disputing you didn't say that bit. It's the other bits that you're ignoring. The bits that would lead me to the information.
Oh, yes. I do vaguely remember saying, please spend 6 hours on Ballbusters covering this without me there so that we can cover it on Monday. Yes, I do. It's all coming back to me.
Nobody said 6 hours. 6 hours is just the level of commitment that we gave, you see, just to make sure I kept my promise to you.
I don't recall asking anybody for any promise of anything.
QE show, it was Thursday's live show, or Thursday's show, and it was about 15 minutes past 3 London time. If you're looking for, because I remember where I was and what I was doing at that exact time when Nathan was saying that because we hadn't covered it all, he didn't want to respond to it. And you and him came to the agreement that, yes, that you would cover the whole lot on Saturday and we'd respond to that video Monday. That was the deal. And Adam then was part of that, and you went through it with Adam on Friday night as well while I was there, Nathan.
Yeah. And you said if you didn't cover the show on Monday, you'd sell your children into slavery.
It's all coming back to me. You're right.
There you go.
And you'd give Brian a lot of money.
No, but
here we go.
Thank God it's done, though, really. I'm glad we did actually persevere, because to be trying to round up again on Tuesday would be...
Yeah, well, Tuesday, somebody else is going to get their ass handed to them as collateral damage.
Are we doing the Paddy and Mark show?
No, because Nathan went ahead and
done that today.
earlier.
I buried it in the middle of a 6-hour extended after show.
Yeah.
Are we playing it?
We've already done it.
Just relax. Just relax. We're going to play this in a second, but somebody else, unfortunately, on the panel is going to get waxed tomorrow.
I'm here. So what I'll do, Adam, is as it plays, I'll explain the range, the ammo, the type of gun, and where on the person they're being shot. I'll give you the full breakdown.
Is it me?
No, it's not you. It's me.
I just thought it was unreasonable. I watched you die after shooting a guy loads of times, and then he hit you once and you died. I just thought it's just I don't think I'd want to play that game. But
Yeah,
now
that
you-
happens frequently to me.
Damn
Love my-
unreasonable video games.
Yeah.
And do you know what I shout at the screen when I'm not recording? You bitch! This is fixed. He's cheating.
Yeah.
To answer that question, because we're all on 3 different topics, if the shoe fits, you know what I mean?
Well, it doesn't.
Somebody sounds like they're feeling slightly guilty.
Hey.
No, it's like there'd be crosshairs trained on me from time to time, and I'm like, hang on now. I'm just making sure. I need to know if I need to duck.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
probably
it's just target practice.
I probably wouldn't show up tomorrow if I were you.
Well, I'm showing up tomorrow.
I know you will.
That's my boy.
Tell him, Brian.
We love you, Brian, for real though.
I don't know how much love's going to be going around.
That's a bit of a stretch there. Chocolate.
Again?
What?
Yes, Brian. They all love you.
You evil interrupter.
Yeah. So that's for tomorrow. This is for today. Here we go.
Found out.
I'm
I'll
very
say if you are
curious.
watching this.
Oh, brother.
Right when the
very
handsome man's
curious,
about
I
to
didn't do
appear.
anything wrong.
Can we just let the handsome man appear on screen first, Brian? Thank you.
One of the only shapes you can't do that with.
And on that profound note, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Prem, just stay for a bit. What a guy.
Nathan is funny.
Running streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
You beautiful man.
I heard otherwise, but I mean, it's all good.
Wholly unprofessional eyes there. Really bad broadcasting eyes, those. Look at the state of that. That's not that. That's just no. Get your auto cue in the right place. The audience is noticing you queuing. Bad fade.
Yeah.
Follow.
However, what a good-looking man.
Yeah, I
Shut up, Adam.
That's right. Bring him back on. Excellent. Thank you, Q Streams. Then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
This is the best part of the video.
The words aren't followed. There's a time problem here. You're speaking, but the words are different.
I heard otherwise, but I mean, it's all good.
Oh, isn't it uncanny that right in the beginning of the after show, Numpty Dipshit arrives? Is that just coincidence? It's immediately. He's the first one to speak in the after show.
And what otherwise?
Situations like that are.
Again?
So what
Oh,
happens
that was
is,
you- that was-
the explanation for that, as you brought it up, is I say there will be an after show to follow. I move my mouse over the pause button for the recording, press pause, then I thank the live audience, which isn't relevant to the recording, and then I roll the outro, right? But you don't see the outro, you see the last frame of the outro when I start recording again, and then open the mic on Discord, and it just so happens Witsit was talking when that happened. Okay?
Okay.
They're tricky, man, because I didn't even know Genesis was going to be there until the night before. Yeah, like at 12 the night before. And then I'm like, damn, so he's wrote a whole book against flat earth, but he's a geocentrist. So I'm like, I wanted to make it where we weren't going at it at the beginning. So I don't know, it was tricky, you know, because then it very quickly turns into like 3v1. And yeah, I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard not to like completely monopolize the mic, and you have to be like real aggressive to not get interrupted or to keep it on point. And I don't know. I just didn't really want to. I didn't want to like turn off.
Pause it.
Did I just hear? So I decided to suck Robert's balls because I was too chicken shit to take 3 of these retards on my own. Bring it on! I prefer a straight fight to all that sneaking around.
Well, yeah, to me it sounded like I was using loads of tactics to make sure that I didn't actually talk about flat Earth.
You don't need a tactic. You've got truth.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know what the tactics is about.
Just tell him the Earth is measured, navigated, and aviated flat. All
No,
three of them.
Adam, he said that's not the best proof. He believes, and you'll hear it in a few minutes, what he says.
Also, who were the 3v1? Who were the three?
Also, have you got any messages you want to pass out to people on Christmas Day?
Yeah, Earth is flat.
Happy Christmas, Earth is flat, says Adam.
Yeah, put it in your crackers. Replace all your crackers with things like that. You can't have gas pressure without containment.
That's too late. I know
Yeah.
we can say this to the members. So if you're watching this before Christmas and you're obviously getting it as a member, then pre-Christmas you need to buy some crackers, carefully open them, and replace the jokes with "you can't have gas pressure without a container." Gas would fill the space.
Why wouldn't you eat the crackers?
You can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. Earth is measured flat.
How can you imagine that? You get your Christmas riddle. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline? Better than the normal crap.
I have a message.
Go on then.
Get stuff
on turkey. Happy Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas.
It's the audience because there's a bunch of people that wouldn't look into it otherwise. So it's kind of tricky.
Was it a flat Earth debate?
Well, that's what they said, but it clearly wasn't. You know.
Well, why didn't you tell them how Earth is measured flat and take them into there?
I love you, Neil.
He did. There's one AI. I was talking to Wicked. Drive that
AI.
point home, and you need.
Like, can you move your lines?
Let's have a J, because I just love
before
Neil.
when you do your J's and stuff, if you move your mouse off the screen, it'll just get rid of that red line with all the controls and the times and stuff. If you just use your keyboard to J, K, L, L, or
Yeah,
whatever.
I got you. Yeah, and do me a favor, because everyone that's in here right now, a lot of people are in the video. So if you want me to stop, say stop. Okay? Thanks.
Not go to anything else.
Well, I disagree with you, man. I think that the Earth not moving is a big
Everything
part of
else,
it.
everything else they go to. You heard it,
And we
right,
have a
Adam?
J.
Yep. Here we go.
And you need not go to anything else.
Another one, please.
Well, I disagree with you, man.
You need like
You need
6 J's.
You need a full J on here. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Drive that point home.
Gonna
You
need
need
another
not
one.
go to anything else.
We're gonna need a couple J's.
I think so, because I think the point was somebody else interrupting as soon as Neil's just started to speak to somebody.
Okay. All right, I gave you two full J. Well, actually 3.5 J's. Here we go.
Literally, we're going backwards.
Was
Shut up. Thanks.
it a flat Earth debate?
Well, that's what they said, but it clearly wasn't. You know.
Well, why didn't you tell them how Earth is measured flat and take them into there? He did.
Yeah.
Drive that point home, and you need.
Wow.
Right away.
I didn't quite hear what was said. It was a little bit low for me. Can you?
Do you need to discern the words to know the intent?
A little bit.
As Neil was stating, as Neil was bringing up the topic of flat Earth too, and about
Yes.
the debate to Witsit.
Yeah,
and
was
asking
this
him,
a flat Earth debate?
yeah, and did you tell him it was measured flat? Even as Neil was bringing it up, AI was trying to come in and interrupt. Then when Neil said, "Did you tell him Earth was measured? How come you didn't tell him Earth was measured flat?" AI came in and said he did before Witsit even got to speak.
Got it.
Not go to anything else.
Well, I disagree with you, man. I think that the Earth not moving is a big
Everything
part of it.
else, everything else they.
He thinks the Earth is not moving is a big part of it. That's what he
Yep,
just said.
it's a better point.
No, he said it was a big part of it. Not better point, a big part of it. That's what he said.
Go to makes no sense once you establish that Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's fair. But the thing is, Neil, is where's your track record of debates in public forums with thousands of viewers?
What?
Pause. What does
Wow.
that got to do with anything?
There's now
Yeah.
a personal attack
Right.
of poisoning the well fallacy at Neil, who's proposed a reasonable question. So instead of allowing the reasonable question to go, let's attack Neil. What's your credentials, Neil, to ask a question?
I'm on
Right.
Flat Earth Debate Daily every day for the last since COVID.
That was a rhetorical question, Neil.
I know, but I want to answer it. It's being recorded.
That's a shit qualification.
Yeah, that was suspect. I'd have to say that was suspect right there. I'd have to say that was suspect.
Let's have a J and smell how suspect it really is.
Establish that Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's fair. But the thing is, Neil, is where's your track record?
That's fair, but what's your track record? Huh?
Where is your track record? He asked.
Yeah, so
Of debates in public forums with thousands of viewers to benchmark your performance.
what does that have to do with his question? Nothing. I'm struggling here. I talked to him last night, and I said I was going to review some videos and some things where he made comments. I have yet to review the one where Brian and Adam and Nathan were in, and ping pong golf ball came up. But I said I have to review that, and I don't want to hear his opinion on it before I review it. So that's a little sus there, AI. You're going to have to answer to this.
To me, Mouse.
My point is, everyone
worry
everyone
about
has
it. It's
Monday morning
coming.
quarterback syndrome a lot of times. You know, we can't.
Monday morning quarterback. Now, you see, no one is above reproach. No one. So this little appeal to Monday morning quarterback is kind of horseshit because, like today, there's going to be a game tonight. So it's going to be Tuesday morning quarterback.
Well, plus, based on his AI's critique, an example in comparison, Neil's fully on the field. He's on one of the teams. He's out there daily, under the spotlight, on the field, playing. So what? How can he be a Monday morning quarterback? He's in the team, in front of the cameras, like in his comparison. It's like, well, where have you been on a public forum in front of thousands of people? I'm pretty sure if I counted up all the number of views that Neil's been on, it would be into the hundreds of thousands.
Yes.
Always all be everywhere at all times. So sometimes you got to take what you can get, right?
Yeah. I don't take what I can get. I say what I mean what I say, and I say it directly. Got it?
I'll just let you guys know it's pretty tricky. It's actually tricky in person. It's pretty tricky, because you don't want to, like, you guys may disagree, but I don't want to come off as like this super like pompous, arrogant flat earther that's like super aggressive, interrupting people. Or whatever. I would never be invited back.
Right, failed.
Everyone knows this.
That's passive aggressive attempted projection. So he's inferring that that's what we are, and it's also projection. Sorry, Adam. I'm sure you probably got a similar point.
Yeah, we were all on it.
Not really. I was going to say, well, actually, you failed then on everything because you came off as exactly that pompous, arrogant. The only thing you didn't come off of was a flat earther, mate.
Exactly.
I don't know. Does he think we're like from the planet Krypton, and we don't know that if you're on in a formal discussion on YouTube with 100,000 people, that there is a certain decorum that should be followed, or is or is it you, ping pong golf ball, that have to tell us, to have to elucidate that fact for everyone?
Yeah.
Who
How do you not
the
come off?
fuck do you think you are? That's what I want to know. Who do you think you are?
And happy Christmas, everyone.
Friggin' goober. What a goober. What a pompous goober you are. Let's hear some more.
Goober's good.
So it's just like, you know, I guess
Yeah,
everyone
and
has
to
their.
be fair to that sentiment, it wasn't actually structured as a debate where there was a moderator and two sides going back and forth. Like it was.
Are we interrupting to substantiate the Witsit's point here? What is this? Who is he?
It's going to happen 10 more times, maybe more.
I'll tell you what, mate. No, I'm not engaging. I'm going to be quiet in this because, frankly, I've made my mind up. But off you guys go. This will be fun, actually. I'm going to shut
Okay,
up.
well, let's just put a bit of balance in. Don't immediately make me the bad guy. Could it be that AI recognizes that there's a good chance that Witsit's going to be stood alone in a room of wolves ready to devour him, and he's just demonstrating his shoulder to shoulder, I'm here to back you up, to keep his interest and keep him here, keep him talking, just to play devil's advocate? Just suggestions.
Well, that's twisted.
As a panel discussion.
Exactly. Like, and I was actually, of course, told as a debate, but I knew it probably wouldn't be. And then I find out.
When were you ever in a debate? What's it? It's my contention that you have never been in an actual debate.
Gem Panda.
You think that was debate?
I think I would call what he did with Gem Panda debate in Gem Panda. I'm sorry.
We considered it debate. Yeah, to be fair.
With Gem Panda?
Yeah, we would often go in there and, whip them around.
You considered
24/7 party.
So you considered that a debate?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
two Nathan Oakley shows he came onto. He had his ass handed to him in the debates, but he did debate Nathan twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Genesis is going to be there. So now it's like clearly not going to be one. And, Alex Stein isn't a debater.
Which, you know who's the best? You know who's the best?
So it was Globe.
Sorry. It'll come back a couple seconds. Here it comes.
It was heliocentric versus geocentric. Good job.
The whole last 45 minutes was about flat Earth.
Really? That's not what we heard. We heard a gish gallop of points about flat Earth, but that's not being about flat Earth.
Redshift.
Yeah, I have to comment on this. We were led to believe that I won't even say the names, you know exactly who I'm talking about. We were led to believe by a few people, but one main person, that later on in the debate, they got into flat Earth stuff. And that it was like unfair to critique when we hadn't even gotten to that point. But I didn't hear. Even Nathan asked me earlier on about the flat Earth stuff that was in it. And I couldn't really state other than what you just said there, just like several points put together, thrown out fast. That was it.
Yeah, gish gallop through a bunch of them, not drop an anchor. Right? There was one elongated talk about refraction with Babylon Bob. And I would really, Babylon Bob, put ping pong golf ball to the test. He directly asked him poignantly to him, and it intimidated ping pong golf ball. He said, "Are you telling me?" I'm paraphrasing. Are you telling me that you don't believe temperature affects light refraction? To Witsit? Remember that. Then Witsit paused because his goose was cooked. And then he agreed with Babylon Bob. A very good question to ask ping pong golf ball if he ever decides to slither his way back in here is to ask him to define refraction for everyone. I would love to hear that. Follow?
That's the highlight of that for me. That bit where, because we've been like we're not trying to hang him as we're trying to demonstrate that the way he claims he knows things to people is a lie and it's duplicitous. And that was the great one for him to agree with Bob that the change in the speed of light at the boundary layer, is something he agrees with. Is exact exemplifier of the problem with the man. You can't agree to that if light doesn't travel.
Exactly. Yep. Good job. Just another in a long list, like in the high hundreds of double speaking contradictions.
Yeah, but for all intents and purposes, I mean, that's all good.
Oh, we're going to get to that.
Yeah. Oh, you mean to further the conversation?
Yeah,
we'll get to that. It's coming. It's coming. We're going to get to that because there's.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you see, I think it's a valid point that because once you've agreed that killing Jews is okay, to have a discussion, just to further the conversation of how you kill them, it's reasonable to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Just to move the conversation along.
Well, let's see if that happened.
I'll listen.
Oh, the last 45. How nice.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's no making people happy. But I don't actually care.
What do you mean by you people?
You hear AI in the background trying to get in?
You're not here to make people happy. Oh, yeah.
No, you're here to tell the truth.
That's it. Well, that's guaranteed to make lots of people very unhappy.
Yeah. Yeah. You're here to tell the truth and be a flat earth representative that's worthy of being a flat earth representative to all of us in the background who's been out here for 7, 8, 9, and 10 years with all the blood and guts all over them. Unlike you. Do you get it now? Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball Happy. You probably don't. Let's get your slobber nurses in here and let's explain it to them. And maybe they could convince you in about 3 years or help you understand. Glue sniffer, retard, goober.
Well, who's you?
Not about making us happy with it.
Go ahead.
Like,
One at a time.
how about not acting like the Democratic Party, and when somebody has a criticism going, well, I see how you feel. Like,
no, it's
no
just
need
what I'm
to-
saying. Like, you all are running this narrative. I didn't talk about flat Earth at all.
All run what narrative? We weren't running a narrative. We were just doing a review video.
No, he's now saying we're claiming he didn't talk about flat Earth.
In the part that we watched, no flat Earth was brought up. Yes. That's just a fact.
No, he
It's
didn't.
not a narrative.
Yeah, in the bit we have them watched, and shout out to Nathan Oakley, the 6.5 hours that we put in for him, to make sure we'd watched it all. There was very little in that. There was a small paragraph of that he didn't actually deal with, which kind of listed some of the main points: Polaris, elevation angles, etc., etc. But in terms of mentioning flat Earth, no. Spent hours on or ages on Redshift. When there was a chance to bring flat Earth in, with regards to gravity, even he sidestepped any flat Earthers' explanation as to relative density disequilibrium, hand waved it as a insignificant thing because he believed that everything was electrostatic. It's electric. That's what we did witness, him purposely crowbarring his own religious Ethereum electro universe beliefs. He really didn't make no attempt to pull any conversation back to a flat Earth. He was happy to engage in, like I said, Redshift is a great tell because there's an electromagnetic explanation for that. So happy to get there. Yeah, it was very notable the way in which he led and what he did and was willing to talk about.
So I would like him to define whenever he slithers back in. That's two things: define refraction and then define redshift. Now, not what he makes up with citation. Let's read them both, and then let's see if his worldview dovetails with them. Yeah. Okay. Okay, clown. It's just going to get worse and worse for you, liar.
Well, he just claimed it wasn't about flat Earth. I corrected him, and then you all moved the goalpost to, oh, it was only the second half. and dude, you can go on the shows and do it how you would like, because in reality,
So why don't
I
you
specifically
talk to
made.
them like that?
Why wouldn't we need to go on the shows and do how we like? We got you. You're the self-purported flat Earth representative. Why should Elijah do anything? He's not the self-purported flat Earth representative. You are. So what the hell is this?
Specifically made the flat Earth measurement argument. Okay.
You said you specifically made the flat Earth measurement argument. No, you actually didn't. No, you didn't make an argument. You gish galloped through it with a whole bunch of other points, not dropping anchor and staying there and saying, listen, putting their feet to the fire. That's what you did. Don't you even know? Are you that stupid that you don't even know what you did on that debate? Is that lost on you? Oh, I used the debate very loosely in the discussion between idiots.
I'm not going to be in here like interrupting each other, right? I'm just saying
interrupting. That's all you do.
Specifically made a point with the flat Earth measurements. Every time I made specific flat Earth arguments, they ran.
When were those? We'll have to have you come in and show us those. I didn't witness any, and I watched the whole thing.
Away from them. So it's really easy to sit over here and act like I should have done something differently. Should I stood up and started screaming and been like, you're avoiding?
No one said that. Huh? What? Is that your defense for your poor ass representation? That's all you got, crayon muncher.
The point. I made multiple flat Earth arguments and they kept ducking.
You did not. You liar. You're a liar. We all listen to it and we know you're lying right now. Again, shocking surprise.
Them, and there's 5 other people there fighting for the mic. So what am I supposed to do?
Why didn't you object? Why didn't you object when they talked about the travel of light?
Second. There wasn't 5 other people there fighting for the mic. There was the host and 2 other people.
3.
I thought you said 5.
He said 5. There was the host and then 3 others. Babylon Bob, Astronomy Dead, and Alex Stein.
Oh, yeah, but I was talking about people who he claim is opposing him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah,
listen, we're going over the.
Go ahead. Sorry.
All he did was reference some particular flat Earth arguments. He didn't bring them up. He didn't go into them.
Exactly. Yeah.
So he didn't do any of that. Sorry about that. Pause.
No. You're right. Yeah, he lied. He just lied to the whole group right here.
Why didn't you object when they talked about the travel of light?
Oh, good question, Neil.
We're going over the fact that he's lying, though. Like, you just lied.
What did I lie about?
Light traveling.
You said that everyone is talking about, you this, you that. No.
Okay.
That's what Neil just said, dude. Not 2 minutes within the last 2 minutes, dude.
And I tried to stop him and tell him to put that on Neil.
What are you, his representative?
Okay, fair enough.
Hold on a second, friends. Neil, did you watch the entire thing?
Yeah, we're reviewing.
I did.
By the way,
doing it on Ballbusters on Saturday.
By the way, the points that you've been hitting me on being concise and being clear with my words, I've been hearing you, and now I'm hearing this, and so again, I'll work on it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Reviewing it. We do things slowly. We
Okay,
don't
so you
train
haven't
for
watched the whole thing yet, right?
Not yet, no.
Yeah,
So
which
why,
you
why,
go to-
why,
better
don't you
AI.
think you should reserve your critique until you watch it?
We're critiquing it as we watch it.
Well, Whitson, if you do good, we give you credit when you do. When you're on point,
Well, you just made the
we
claim
shout
that it
you
was a
out.
heliocentric.
Somebody say pause.
Yeah, I did. It's there's two people there. There's two people there asking, have you watched the whole thing? Now, we have at this stage watched the whole thing. Now, one of them, at least one of them, should have been just STFU. Ing. Why is that person having to interject when that person did watch the whole thing and there was no flat earth arguments happening in that debate?
Oh, that's a good point, Brian.
Because that person and Whitsitt were trying to indict you, Neil, and others, including Nathan, on critiquing something without watching it, when that person had watched it and they were fully aware that there wasn't that brought up.
Good point.
Centric debate. You just made that claim,
Well,
but you're wrong.
He got emotional because I said what I said, and now he's operating from an emotional space, and that's why it's so
Oh,
hard.
you're the one that keeps making personal comments. I couldn't care less about the personal conversation.
It was a critique of something you're doing. How the freak else am I going to do that?
Okay, look, here's the deal. I didn't know St. Genesis
He's
was
not
going
going
to
to
be
answer
there.
the question.
Yeah.
He's just going to claim that I did something, and my rebuttal is just going to go unanswered.
Dude, you're making it all about you and some personal thing. I don't care about anything. Okay, so all I'm trying to say.
And I wasn't. That's bullshit.
Not Eli. Oh, I'm not.
There goes AI again.
That was
All right.
beautiful. Yeah.
All right.
I thought that was good. And instead of just again, you made a good point. He's going to ignore it. You point that he's going to ignore it, and then he attack. That's Whitsitt. Yeah. That's what he's going to do because what he's not. I don't know really what he's here to do other than play a victim. So I wasn't there. But what he's not here to do is to come and speak to his people, his flat Earth people, to set the record straight with honesty. Yeah. The only purpose of him expending his energy is for damage limitation, not to us. Yeah, because we already are aware of Whitsitt, but to the rest of the people in this community that hold this debate as some kind of Damocles decider for them. Yeah.
No, to the 37 that are watching.
Yeah, that's what he said.
But it'll be replayed and it'll be reused and rehashed to cite how unreasonable we are and that it's perfectly okay to go onto these shows and pimp ether or electrostatics and not really mention flat Earth because we're mean.
Can we set a time to do the book, like so that we actually do get a little bit done, maybe an hour or two?
I'm reading through it as you lot ramble. To be fair, anyway. So
you want to do the book?
Not this second. I'm just saying.
No.
Yeah, we better because I only have till 3. Well, hold off on that. Wait a second. No, I don't. I have till 4. So let's go 30 more minutes and then we'll hit the book. How about that? Fair?
Perfect. That sounds perfect. If Adam's cool with that, as it's down to him because he's typing. He's got the most labour-intensive part work-wise.
Yeah, spot on. I've only got a sandwich coming in a bit anyway, so that's no worries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Here we go.
Let me say this real quick. The appropriate response to anybody who doesn't like what's going on, right, in the fallout of this, if they should be attending Tim Pool's stuff and making corrections according to the way they want it to be corrected, right?
How do we attend Tim Pool's stuff and make corrections? What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense, AI.
Clean up the mess.
Yeah, but that still doesn't. Logistically, what do you want me to do? How do I get into Tim Pool's stuff and make corrections? That doesn't make any sense.
What you've got to do is go to Tim Pool's shorts videos and give a concise and really supported rebuttal as to what ping pong golf ball means.
That's
not a fair summary. Right, again, I've got to be the bad guy and summarise it from... No, he's saying, okay, because he's in front of a lot of people and there will be a lot of engagement in the comment section, go to the comment section and engage with all these people who are interested in Flat Earth with the good arguments. That was AI's position, which I actually agree with, but for the fact that there's cancer on the show that we're having to do that on. So he's just picked a bad show to make his example, in my humble opinion.
That's fair enough. I would have to disagree, because what he's asking us to do is go into a comment section that's going to be full of anti-flat earthers and idiots, and be overrun by 50 comments on every one comment you make. And that's somehow going to get through to Tim Pool. Give me a break.
Yeah, that's nonsensical. I agree.
You were being asked after somebody who is a supposed flat earther who's made an arse of himself. You were being asked to go in there afterwards and not make any recognition that, from your point of view, this guy does not speak for us flat earthers. You were asked to go in there and put some good arguments on his behalf that he may or may not have mentioned. But for whatever reason, don't mention or disavow this guy or point out that he doesn't speak for us, which is what we're saying. You were being asked to go and tidy it up.
Yep.
That's what I would do. All right, go ahead.
And I'm trying to make this point. I didn't know Scientism was going to be there.
What's that got to do with me? What's that got to do with me throwing in there a little light?
Take another hit, Elijah.
That must be Flat Earth is literally the last subject. What's wrong with that?
Okay, so I'm going to now say what happened. You haven't even watched it. Okay, so
you
the
just
first
told
thing,
me that, stupid.
Yeah, because he claimed it was just a heliocentric debate. I'm like, it was like strictly flat
I
Earth.
didn't though. All I said was,
I'm not going to talk to you if you can't control yourself, Eli.
Part of the debate. So stop trying to spin it. That's all I said.
Can you try to control yourself?
Pause.
Okay.
So there's a great example of Witzit's behaviour. So Eli's made a point. His Witzit's rebuttal is to just completely ignore what he's just told him. And Eli quite rightly goes, "You just told me that, you idiot." And then he then goes to some kind of appeal to format fallacy to try and gain power instead of recognizing, instead of just being a man and going, "Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah." There's no recognition of his faux pas at all. In fact, what there tends to be is a aggressive stance. It becomes more and more aggressive every time you point out he's not being reasonable, which is all Eli's done there.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why would you wait for
now
the
it's
45
Neil's
minutes
turn.
instead of laying down your claim right at the beginning?
Let
I'm having that shit.
Oh my God, there's now
Let him
3 of
talk.
you from G Plus who can't control yourselves.
This is going to get out of control here.
I thought I had a good question.
Okay,
Do it in the
so
beginning.
like just so you guys know, if you watch at the beginning, you see that what Tim does. Because I didn't even know Scientism was going to be there. And by the way, I reached out to I had over 5 PhDs like tentatively agree and then back out, and then I reached out to like 20 other people. So we just had to go with this guy last minute, right? And so it is what it is. And so it was supposed to be basically a 1v1.
Right? In Witzit's defense. Why is he finding the show guests? That's really weird to me.
I don't know.
He's on the globe side, Alex is on the flat earth side, but they both acknowledge that they're not like real debaters like that. So basically, it was just supposed to be more so me versus that guy. Okay. Then the night before, I'm told Scientism is going to be there, who's obviously a very well-known geocentrist who, in my opinion, has done a lot of work exposing the lies in academia about heliocentrism, but obviously is super anti-flat earth. Okay. So I didn't know that until I got there. And so I go talk to him, and then I tactically am like, okay, I need to go talk to Scientism and at least like have some rapport with him. So it doesn't just immediately turn into.
Well, you already had rapport with him. You had him on your show. Don't you remember that? What do you mean? He's not a complete stranger. He's been on your show.
Is this a business meeting?
I don't. That's really strange. It's like Robert Scientism was a total stranger. Huh? Yeah. What about the 2+ hours of you talking to him on your show? Yeah. Go way back. Yeah, that's very strange to say that. What's it? So on top of that,
So he had to talk to him. I understand that, but it acted like he was a total stranger. You knew who he was, so you had to go talk to him a little bit, but you already know who he is, and he knows you. You've had discussions.
Why?
I don't know. Let's hear why.
Just before
this, like all the table against me, where I can't really speak. Okay, so I did that, and then what does Tim do at the beginning of the show? He immediately goes to Robert because he has a PhD, and he's like, and throughout the whole show, he's always just like looking to him for the, the approval of whatever said. So he starts the show by having Sungenis.
That's not Robert St. Genesis' fault that Whitsit's got qualifications in fact all.
Yeah, that's true. He's just giving us a play-by-play,
No,
like a
it is victimhood. This is pleading by bullshittery. This is not relevant. It's a great story that you can tell your grandkids about how you were mugged off the day you got on Tim Pool's show by a guy that held a PhD, and that's why you were ignored because you had a swimming certificate.
What I'm hearing,
swimming certificate.
That's a good one, Adam. What I'm hearing is that he actually is intimidated by Sungenis because of Sungenis's position or something. I don't know what's going on there. That's the way because he said it. I've heard him say it twice now already, and this struck me when I heard him saying it, and when I listened back yesterday, and I don't know if I heard him say it originally because I don't know if I was in the call at that point. But it's like he said twice, I didn't know Sungenis was going to be there. It's like why do you care?
Yep.
Yeah, why do you care if he's going to be there? It's like as if he is a problem for you.
Yep.
Present geocentrism. Okay, so then I had to make the decision. Am I going to start correcting Sungenis right now from the beginning and arguing with him?
Yeah.
You can disagree.
I'd have gone with yes. I'd have gone with yes.
Debate is, isn't that what a debate is?
Everyone's saying yes.
Well, what else what would you do? No, I'm just going to nod along and, like I say, agree that it's okay to kill Jews so that we can further the discussion as to how, even though I disagree with it, but then we can have a reasonable discussion about what methods we should kill Jews with. No, object, Whitsett!
Well, for an intents and purposes, I mean, yeah.
We'll get to that. Adam, you're in rare form, Mr. Swimming Certificate.
I made a decision that wasn't the best. So I had to try to tactically work that situation where it didn't get out of hand from the very beginning.
Sorry.
Can you
Somebody
play the ads?
put some idiot put ads in this thing.
Yeah, smash
Tim
the
is in
super chat
control
to
of the
support this
show.
channel.
He pushed.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, smash the super chat to support some people to skip ads.
Right at geocentrism. Every time I would even try to slip in flat Earth comments early, he would
slip in flat Earth. Like which ones? I didn't hear any. Early, you didn't slip in anything.
Wait,
the hell are you talking about?
I'm confused. If it was a flat Earth debate, why would you have to slip it in? Isn't that what it is? A flat Earth debate?
Yeah, why do you need permission?
Yeah, but everyone realizes that that's not what's going to happen here. I'm not holding him to task on that. Yeah, I mean, he's in the middle of this thing. He's doing a poor job so far. But I understand there's a lot of things at play going on here. So I understand what he's saying. I mean, you got to wait for your spot.
Yeah,
right? There's a lot of group. I'm not done yet. There's a lot of group dynamics here that he's got to navigate. Right? That's understandable. We all know that. Shit, we're listening to it, right? It's like
I have to disagree.
He's revealing some type of mystery to us or something. Yeah, we get it.
I'll go after Adam.
So before you disagree, I think from my recollection of this, at no point did we critique Whitsett for not interjecting before he'd even been introduced. Something that I think we made comment on, that he had to sit there like a lemon for quite a while. The Flat Earther on the Flat Earth show. That was notable. We actually said that in his defense. It's what you say when you are introduced we've got issue with Whitsett.
Okay.
Exactly.
So this is a nothing burger. Whitsett.
Well,
go ahead. Finish it off.
I'd have to disagree. The reason I disagree with you, QE, is that if I'm on Modern Day Debate, one of these type of things, and they're having a 10-minute intro, and it's 10 minutes of somebody talking about a heap of rubbish, and I'm supposed to not get involved, I'm not doing the thing because I'm not interested in that heap of rubbish. As far as I'm concerned, now I understand there's a little intro happening for each person in this, and that's fair enough, a little introduction, but it's not 10 minutes. As far as I'm concerned, once that little intro is done, it's fair game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
but the intros aren't done yet. He's not past them yet.
But Brian, you see, that's why he won't introduce you to people.
That's exactly right. Because of his reputation.
Wait, and he'd bring it back to this geocentrism thing, and he'd try to facilitate the conversation between Astronomy Live and Scientism. Okay, so then I had to find a way to get back into those conversations without just like yelling over people or being super unprofessional. So I didn't.
No one asked you to do that. No one. No, that wasn't asked of you.
No,
And
no.
Yeah, but he's smacking us with that.
Again, we noted that in our critique of it when we watched it. We alluded it to the Ross Geller sketch in Friends when his wife invites back her friend for a three-way. Yeah, we alluded to it then because it was notable that he wasn't involved, and it was just a space cadet arguing with Roberts and Janice.
Yes. So Witsit right now is making a defense on a phantom.
Well, not a phantom, because like I said, the phantom would be for him to think that is our critique of him.
That's what a phantom is.
Yeah, no, that's what I know. What I'm saying is the phantom isn't that actually he wasn't involved. That's true. We commented on that and pointed that out. The phantom is that he thinks that is our critique of him. It's not that Witsit. It's what comes out your mouth.
Exactly. That's what I said. Just with the word phantom, I don't need 10,000 words to explain something. It'll take 3.
I know.
Thanks.
Actually even make the decision for it to be like predominantly geocentrism. If you just watch it, Tim does that himself. Sanjina starts talking, and then they start going into CMB and all this other stuff. Right.
Okay.
So I have to like give valuable input about the actual subject. I can't just start changing the subject.
I get it.
As if it's my show.
I get it. You're saying it's difficult. Well, you can let me just summarize. So what you're saying is it was orchestrated to be a neutral outcome. And
that's the thing. What he said there, I can't just be changing the subject. The subject has been changed on you by these two guys having a conversation. You're there to debate these guys. I don't care if there's more than one. The purpose of you being on this is to debate these guys. So that's when, like, he would critique me for it, but that's exactly when I'm going to go, hold on, everyone. Excuse me, Tim, but this is a flat out versus, heliocentrism or globe debate, whatever. So let's have that debate. You know what I mean? I'm going to do that. I'm going to directly address Tim, and I'm going to directly address these two guys as well. And that's what he's saying. He's saying, "Oh, you can't be doing that." Yes, you can. I don't care if I'm not invited back.
You can do that. That what you just said was not rude at all.
Exactly. Yeah, that's correct.
Just to fight how you can do that, you see, when as a flat earther you're asked about gravity, instead of answering as a flat earther what you can do is crowbarring that what, and this is the way you preface it. And lots of people deal with the density ball, ping pong golf ball. But what I believe, right, is that everything's electrostatic. Now you can use that same tactic you did there to go, yeah, Robert, yeah, I know stationary, but from my viewpoint, it's not only stationary, it's stationary and flat. Now let me talk about flat. See, if you can do it for electrostatics, you can do it for flat Earth.
Exactly, Adam. Adam, rare form.
But he's not a flat earther. That's why he's not going to do that. He's going to use flat Earth to punt his ether.
Thanks, Neil. We never knew that. That's can you believe? Neil, you discerned that all on your own.
Yep, I did.
That's amazing accomplishment. Your parents ought to be prouder than game roosters.
you had no control over it. Am I right?
Sort of, but and so if you actually listen though, if you
Sort of.
That's like a naughty boy. Yeah. So what? What? So you started a fire, all three of you. Yes. Yeah. And you had no control of it. Yeah, they made me, Mum. Yeah.
Sort of.
Listen to his response. It's like a child.
Sort of. But I only had a swimmer's certificate. Yeah.
You think about being new to the subject. You know, we may disagree on this, but I think that for people to hear that this idea that Earth moves around the sun is not nearly, it's not actually the definitive truth that it's claimed to be, it's still good to like break through someone's cognitus before you start going to geometry anyway. People just start.
No, that's bass backwards.
I like that from Nathan. Nah.
Nah. Oh, that was Nathan. Nah. Yeah. Good job. Yeah.
Shutting down. Now you may disagree. Everyone's different, you know.
I mean, the reason
well,
I'll
actually,
tell you why I disagree. I can keep it relatively brief, and then Brian wants to ask you something, if that's good by you. So the reason I would say it's not good is because, number one, it's a belief that others hold that's, for you, a non-positive claim that you don't need to in any way justify. I don't have to prove something isn't happening. They have to prove it is. And if their basis of truth is just, well, I believe it is, and you need to prove otherwise, well, then you're caught in a dichotomy that serves no interest for you. You don't need to prove it.
A false dichotomy and a fallacy proving non-existence.
But that was so
But I did make that
by Nathan there as to
It was.
yeah. And he went, sure. He doesn't take advice from it and recognize it properly. He hand waits, sure. As in, I'm not even interested in what you're saying. I'm going to get back to my own rhetoric. But, yeah.
Yep.
It's so obvious. We're in actual talk about. If somebody says that to me, I've got to deal with it. Otherwise, I'm not actually having a conversation with you, am I?
Correct.
It's
Adam, have you had a glass of wine yet today?
I've only had half, and I'm talking too much to drink.
Can you keep it to a half at all times?
Yeah, Adam, you don't realize how awesome you'd be if you just stayed sober on Kiwi.
Yeah, Jesus. You have some seriously good insight here and can break it down the way I like it broken down, sarcastically.
Well,
it would become meek and live after about 2 weeks.
Yeah, you take over the show.
Yeah, we'd hate that.
No, we wouldn't.
We'd love it.
If that's what I wanted, that would have been the empire I'd have built.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is, that you would have been awesome if it wasn't for the drink.
No, I'm saying, from what you're saying, what I could have done is mug Nathan off, do a much better show, and been able to drink by 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shit, right. Nathan, sorry.
I did make that point on the show. Right? I specifically said that they have the burden of
through this by end of 2029.
I just wanted to make a quick statement. Why he dismissed Nathan there is because in his head he's going, "What would you know? You're not on these big platforms." That's what's going on in his head.
I don't think so.
Don't be. You can't claim that what's going on in somebody's head, man.
Okay.
Especially a lying doofus like this, unless you're a lying doofus.
You know, like Brian. You know, like
you got a swimmer's certificate, Brian.
Bronze.
Do you not
proof.
find?
And then what happened was St. James jumped in and ran cover for Astronomy Live. And then I actually went to you're just, reifying a belief or suspending belief. And let's go back to the Earth and look at the empirical evidence. And then again, St. James jumped in and ran cover for him. So it's like, if you actually pay attention to the stuff I say, so much of what I tried to say
you
was
were introduced last. You know what I mean? It was pretty obvious in terms of how it was orchestrated. What was slightly troubling was it seemed like it was implied that you had introduced or brought along Astronomy Live.
Here we go again.
Smash the super chat to support this channel. I'm very poor. Very, very poor.
Yeah. And the reality was that I Alex was kind of responsible for finding the guide to defend the mainstream globe model. And so he was asking me to help. And I am the one that reached out to Astronomy Live because I couldn't find
Well, fair enough.
anyone.
You were asked to do so. So it's like find an opponent for yourself, almost.
That's an interesting point. Let's focus on that point for a second.
Hold on, just before you do AI. Hold on, just one sec, AI. Hold on, AI, just one sec.
Go ahead.
Brian's got a question he wanted to ask, and then go ahead after Brian, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Brian.
I'll wait until after that. It's okay.
Oh, the evil interrupter is going to shut up. Oh, no,
He does that. He does that so people get this
Yeah.
misconception that he's a really generous guy and will give way and yield. He'll do it once.
Yep.
Just the once, though.
Yeah. Yes, he'll do it once just to sort of grease the skid so he can
No.
interrupt later.
No, I don't like that narrative. No. Brian always does that. But when it's his turn to speak and he feels like people are taking away from what he's trying to say, when it's finally his turn to speak, that's when he gets crazy.
No, that never happens.
Yeah, so what I was just going to say is, don't you think it would be an opportunity for certain Globers to want to be on Tim Pool's podcast? The fact that some of the Globers weren't willing to show up, that's pretty telling.
Yeah. Like there's only like two that I didn't.
He's got a point. I mean, I genuinely felt privileged watching that podcast. I mean, it's Tim Pool.
I excluded, which was McToon and FTFE. And that's just because they've slandered me
Good
so
choice.
much. I don't even want to give them platforms like that.
Pause.
I don't blame you a bit.
So, right. So you've been called to Rome. It's a little Rome. It's Tim Pool's Rome. Yeah. But you've been called to Rome into the gladiators arena. And you've been said, pick whatever Muppet you want to destroy in front of the baying crowd. And you didn't pick one of those chumps. Yeah, or you actually picked Astronomy Live. I mean, this seems false, is my honest. That doesn't sound real. None of it sounds real. That the flat earther would have to go and find his own opponent for Tim Pool. The whole thing just seems like everybody was in on it, working on it. Yeah? Not like, if you want to come on my show, yeah, with Alex Stein, go and find a person to argue against. And then behind your back, I'll just pull out another guy, which will make it a three-way argument. The whole thing, and this isn't an indictment of Witsit, other than, like I said, the whole thing seems to be that everybody was talking for quite a while to organise this whole thing. And so the cluster screw it is like with most things that are organised by committee, it turns out as nobody wants.
Yep. This was pretty disjointed the way it all went down, according to Witsit. Yep.
I can agree with that.
Horrible. No, that was the way it was horrible.
Which is why I actually kind
My
of kept it a
question-
secret, because every time that it comes out that I'm going to get on any decently big show, McToon immediately like starts spamming them, behind the scenes, trying to get on. So, but I actually what I wanted was someone with.
McToon, and certainly Fight the Flat Earth, why you would ever want to invite them?
No,
but why would you invite somebody like Astronomy Live who's not an anti-flat earther? That's my confusion. You don't have to invite the biggest dickhead anti-flat earthers, but you would invite somebody that's relevant to the genre, wouldn't you? Not Astronomy Live. Is he?
Maybe that's the. I don't know. I don't want to divine Witz's thoughts, but maybe that's the point.
Maybe he knows him too, though. Maybe he knows Astronomy Live a little bit, and he knows he's not a absolute, train wreck of a Muppet, even though he's stupid. But he's not going to be an asshat on the show. Follow?
That was kind of my point. Like maybe because he's a glober instead of being an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, he's straddling on the line though. But this is a nothing burger. Nothing. This is there's nothing here so far.
With credentials, because that's like the whole deception is like, oh, the experts, the science, blah blah blah. So I wanted it to be something like that because they'll be more professional, whatever. And dude, it was like impossible. I had so many people agree, and then they would kind of go look into some of the debates, and they'd come back and say they couldn't do it. And then I had
What debates? The only debates that you've been involved in is with Nathan, and you got your ass handed to you. Does Whitson think modern day debate is like a debating platform? Is he counting those all as debates? Really? Has he convinced himself that they were debates? You know, the discussions with T-Jump. Do you think that you've debated somebody there, Whitson? That's part of your credentials, huh? Seriously. Oh, my God.
had some people saying, like, there's an astronomer named Phil Plait. He said he couldn't do it because, or he wouldn't do it because Tim Cast was a right-wing podcaster, you know? So, like, the political aspect of it also was a component. So it was
Big nothing burger so far. Are we going to get to some meat?
super tricky.
Very telling.
It's easier to
That's
talk
very,
about.
very, very telling, isn't it?
Yeah, really.
So yeah, totally. So part of his fan base, where remember he wouldn't introduce Brian. So also part of his considerations in terms of his persona that's portrayed to people, yeah, is that he might be going on to a right-wing platform. His words, not mine, yeah? Tim Pool, yeah, that fucking Nazi, yeah, apparently. So should I do this? You see, these are what he does think about, his media image, yeah? Which is where he's investing his time, which is how you get onto these things. Being a media whore, not being a flat earther. It's kind of irrelevant.
Gotcha. Yep. I see where you're headed with
reckless on the internet and pretend the Earth's a globe than to like sit in person and actually debate it, right? So
and on a platform that
There is no debate with objective topics. What's it? You idiot of a clown.
actually has some substantivity and cross pollination. You know what I mean? Like to go to McToon's channel to talk about it is much different than going on Timcast to talk about it from a.
No, really? No, we didn't know that. Thanks for letting us know.
No, just will you just recognize how brave Witsit is, please?
yeah, and it's just so many people. So and like that's just even with Astronomy Live, he talks reckless on the internet. But if you looked at him, he was like super timid and not, you know, just. I think that's actually good. We should push in person more. But yeah, so I don't know, Brian. You had a question. I'm just gonna reiterate this to you guys. I actually tried. I asked people before.
Well, Brian, you have a question? Go ahead. But let me reiterate one more time. Brian, are you still there? I'm gonna just reiterate. Brian, you got a question? Let me just reiterate.
Beforehand.
Oh boy.
Smash the super chat.
Yeah,
People.
well,
Smash the super chat.
Whatever's on screen is of no recommendation from this channel.
And a happy Christmas to you all.
Get stuff.
And I kind of tried to integrate the critiques or advice, right? But what I found, because it wasn't a real debate, was they were able to bury the specific points. So like if you actually listen carefully to the arguments I made, if they were responded to in good faith, like with specificity instead of being deflected away from, I actually made very specific flat earth arguments that I would assume this room would be happy with. It just
I didn't hear any.
I didn't either.
Me neither.
I heard some gish galloping.
We heard, like I said, a very short constructed paragraph with lots of buzzwords that if any of those buzzwords have actually been used as flat earth proofs, we would have been very happy. But as for actually hearing any demonstrable flat earth proofs, no. Redshift.
Nope.
Ping pong.
He did say in the middle of that whole fiasco that Earth was measured flat, maybe once.
He said,
yeah, he did.
He said,
That's not an argument.
Thing with Earth measured flat, angles to Polaris, blah, 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 blah. Anyway.
Yep, that's what happened. So it was Gish Gallop headline parroting. So it wasn't arguments. Yeah.
We haven't heard him yet.
Because we pause it like this. Ooh, here we go. He's coming now. He's just smashed it. It's Polaris, flat Earth, and then nothing after it, wasn't it? It was just that was it. That was its moment. Yeah. It's a bit like you know when your kids 5 and 6, and it's the Christmas play, and they're a star, and you have to wait 3 hours, and they come on, and then 3 seconds later they're gone, and you're done. That was it. That was it.
Yep.
That was flat Earth.
It made his parent AI happy.
Yeah, that's what it was like. I told him a number of times Saturday that he should have dropped anchor right there. How many times did I say that?
You like the way I made that relevant? Happy Christmas, everybody.
Yep, get stuffed.
Yeah.
Also pointing out.
Check this out, friend.
By the way,
I got a logistic point.
Hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, that's it. I'm done now. I am actually done.
Okay, point taken about
Thank you.
actually,
Pause.
you
Right.
tried.
Right. Tosser alert number 1, like Tosser Pokertail number 1. Because Brian gets called it a lot. His friend. Can I have a J?
By the way,
I got a logistic point.
Hold on.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, point taken about actually, you tried to integrate flat Earth and they ran interference. I get it. That is tough.
No, that didn't happen.
But what's crazy though? Sleeping Warrior in a way pointed out that kind of tactic when you land a winning point. Someone will just carry it off.
Yeah, that's great. But Witsit didn't land a winning point. What are you on, Elijah?
I don't know where he's going with this.
He was being told that Witsit did. Just like we were all being given the impression that after a certain point in the show, that this suddenly a load of flat Earth proof came in.
Yeah.
Right, pause here. Because this is important, Brian, isn't it? Because this is why we have to get through it on Saturday night, isn't it? According to Nathan.
Yeah.
What? Should I be paying attention?
In the other direction.
No, you've been indicted in
home for the audience.
Shut up.
Yeah, every time, bro. They did this every time in the show, even with the stationary part of it. So what can you do?
Yeah, so
And
let me
what's it
talk
just
about
so
the
you know?
logistical point real quick.
AI then, John.
So the show being broadcast from Tim Pool. Oh, back. Let the other guy talk. I got to take a call.
Thank
Go on,
God.
Will you
No, we're
wait on
getting to it.
Brian or John?
Well, I'll say it real quick. There was some points in it, like, that we applauded you on too. It wasn't, a lot of it was like when you were making points about how the globe fails, all they would do is let you get out the globe claim, and then it fell and everything else got interrupted. It would be turned to Sungenis to speak or to the other guy to speak after you got out their claim, and you never got to refute it. And that was upsetting to me anyway.
And it's like, dude, if you just think about it, I obviously can't, I could, but I would never be invited on anywhere else, right? I can't just like start raising my voice over everyone. So it's just,
No one asked you to do that.
Or is he implying does that?
Again, I'll cite ping pong golf ball. However, I believe that everything's electrostatic. And you didn't shout when you changed the topic away from flat Earth's viewpoint to your Ethereum viewpoint. You didn't shout. You did it eloquently. Yeah? I mean, it was gibberish, but you did it eloquently, and the people had to stay tuned. So the defense being presented is at best a falsehood and an understatement of your abilities to lead a conversation, something like, say, with ping pong golf ball, and I believe in that everything's actually electrostatic, that you've demonstrated in the same room within the same hour that you are capable of that. So this is, why would you need to defend like this?
Yep.
You recognize that wasn't why you were there, and you're going to pretend that you just did a bad job representing flat Earth because you don't want to appear rude.
Yep,
that's what you're saying now, mate. That's weak.
Yep, he's defending. He's anticipating, then defending a phantom that he's made up in his mind of what our objections are to him. He does it constantly.
Yes, he does. And that's 100%. He's constantly making these things up in his own head. But when he's stating, I didn't want to be rude and just talk in over everyone, he's implying that other people would do that. Nathan, in particular, I might be involved, but it's Nathan. He's pointing because he know who else are people going to say is the greatest flat earth debater? They're going to say it's either him or Nathan. They're going to choose now. They could choose you too. I'm just saying.
That's fine.
Right, yeah, but who has he heard besides himself? He's going to hear about Nathan. So in a way, Nathan is his biggest competition.
Yeah, he's punking Nathan here. It's a backhanded slight. It's subtle, but it's backhanded. Yep. And he's created a phantom in his mind. That's not our issue with you. What's it? You idiot.
It's like the negative to getting on the bigger shows. It's like they obviously, for Tim, he's jeopardizing all this money. So he obviously has to make it clear that he is on the side of the mainstream because these people, like, they sell out.
Not continued nothing burger.
In that sense. And so it's always the odds are stacked against you. To me, it's just a net positive to have some of our real arguments said.
A nothing burger still.
What I'm hearing is the only way to get flat earth out into the mainstream, because if you talk about flat earth, they'll censor you, is to not talk about flat earth when you're invited onto shows about flat earth. And that's how he's going to get onto the bigger shows to, again, not talk about flat earth when he's on there. But if he was to talk about flat earth on the smaller shows that are still bigger than our shows, then he wouldn't get onto the other shows to not talk about flat earth.
No, he's talking about raising his voice and stuff, Adam.
No,
I know what you're saying.
He may wish to paint it like that, but the actual audio is what he did is how he's going to get onto the next slightly larger show is to make sure he doesn't mention flat earth proofs because they'll upset the status quo too much. Yeah, not because he's mildly. No, the system's got no problem with mildly shouty people. It loves Alex Jones. Okay, obviously, if he started smashing up the set, raging, then probably he isn't going to get on. But if he was slightly more alpha male instead of the little sap that he was, well, he just sat in a corner and was very, very quiet. And given your opportunity, if that's your chance, then that's how you take it. But I don't think if he was more of a man, a bit like St. Janis was, he wasn't afraid to eject at points. He didn't shout once. Yeah. So
he was assertive.
I find it it's an appeal to his format. Argument.
Yeah. Correct.
In front of that big of an audience, even if it is like unfair,
Hold on, AI.
Let me reclaim the logistical point.
Just one sec. There's a whole bunch of people I want to talk to, but me included. Brian, did you want to get something in? Then,
yeah, Eli, please, because we argued about this literally
that sounds like Brian.
Like last week, right now. But go on, Brian.
Yeah, what's it? I've only seen maybe the first 40-something minutes of the debate. And, well, my opinion on the first 40-something minutes is that it was all based around possibles and maybes and general relativity and this, that, and the other thing. But at the very, very, very start, and this is where I would have come in, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have cared about pleasantries. Astronomy Live claimed that he had measured the radius of a globe Earth. Now that is a straight out lie. And I would have, at the very start, very, very start, I would have said, hang on a minute, there's been an absolute lie here told. And I would have held him to task on that and got him to go through the process he claimed to have gone through to measure this thing. Now I would have been fastidious about that. I would have been like a pit bull onto a piece of meat. I wouldn't have cared. Now, I don't know because I haven't seen the other half of it, but did you hold him to
That's
task on
why you
that
don't
claim?
get invited to those platforms, Brian.
Pause.
Yeah, thank you, AI.
Well, yeah. We'll have a little J because wow, Brian speaks, mate, to Witsit again. Very noticeable. What I was going to say actually was there, Brian. We could keep saying I wouldn't have interjected, but I was thinking on this, and there's very few opportunities in life where you get to both cough and go bollocks. You know, bollocks.
Yeah.
But if I was on a show like that, that's a witty way of doing it. When instead of going liar like that, yeah, you just bollocks like that. If somebody says I've measured the R-value, actually, I'm introducing myself. Here I am. I'm not rude, but I'm not going to be mugged off. But anyway.
So you're saying there's another way to go about it than screaming liar than busting up the set?
Well, I think I found in life, yeah.
I would have to disagree with you in that scenario because to just straight out call someone a liar would be wrong. But that guy did lie, and I could prove within that debate, the start of that debate, that he was a liar. And when he said that he did what he did, that he didn't do what he did, and what he used was flat earth measurements, and that it was a lie for him to claim that, and he was fully aware that it was a lie.
Yeah,
all you gotta do is say, "Excuse me, how'd you do that? Can you break it down how you measured the radius of Earth?"
Sure, you could have stopped them there, or like I said, at the very least, wrote that monkey down. Wrote the monkeys that I actually measured the radius of the Earth and the distance of the sun. I would have had my pen and paper right there, right, and quickly wrote them down. At the very least.
Anyway, can we have a little J on that? Hear the end of Brian's point to Witsit, and then let's see what happens.
I was only just about to start asking Wit the question, and that's when he came in.
Yep.
Just so people know, sorry.
No, not so just so people know. We want to hear the actual thing, not your spin on it. Okay? Let's hear it.
Like a pit bull onto a piece of meat, or wanting a card. Now, I don't know because I haven't seen the other half of it, but did you hold him?
That's why you don't get invited to those platforms, Brian. That's why.
There you go. So that's a question to Witsit, and somebody steps in.
Hold up. So the concept of non-introduction isn't introduced by Witsit?
No.
What his weak mind set that up then, from what I've gathered?
That attitude right there is why you're not there. Okay? That you got to take your respect, bro.
AI, nobody's talking to you.
Yeah, can
Neil, AI is nobody's talking.
Right, just pause now, fellow Ballbusters panel members. There's a reason I think later this evening that I might interject and defend Brian, and if I'd have been here at this point in the afternoon, my defense and spidey senses would have been up at this point. This is now the second unfounded, just direct. This one's even more obtuse, and it's just direct assault of Brian's, who Brian is. Yeah, you're just a wanker. I'd never introduce you because of who you are. Well, that's great, but not relevant to the point that Brian was making to Witsit for you to interject and just ad hom attack this guy. This is gentlemen, fellow ballbusters. Huh? I said I weren't going to interject, but this is abhorrent. This guy, is pissing in your face, and he's doing it without half of us recognize. You're all there. Why aren't you kicking off for Brian and going, who the fuck are you, you idiot? Why are you having a go at Brian Bellend? What's your agenda, Bellend? And we all know you, Neil, but you'll be decried for your honesty. What's going off?
All right, let's let it play out.
This is.
Can you please leave Witsit talk, AI? Because he's
very nicely done, Brian.
Able to talk for himself. Thank you. Witsit.
But I mean, I kind of agree in the sense that, like, yes, that's ideal in terms of the information. It just wasn't feasible. If you actually watch where he says that, he mixes that in with this like big conglomerate.
No, it was his intro
of bullshit claims, right? And then immediately they shift it away from me. And so like Tim takes it and gives it to Robert.
And then shift away from you. You haven't been introduced. You've been introduced, but you haven't given your introduction. So this is again one big nothing burger.
After that, and like it,
Yeah.
dude, these people are not gonna have you on. These people are not gonna have me on.
See, he climbs on AI's point to divert away from Brian's question.
Oh, right. See, I'd only heard that night what he is accused of. So, and that's why I asked. So he said this now. It's its weak mind. But wow.
Yep. Yes, sir. That's what happened.
If it's
Just
not,
before we do move on, Nathan, tell Clover it's lovely. It does strike me a bit like a feminist protest against Christmas, but I like it all the same.
Thanks.
A bunch of interruptions. It's audio chaos. We're talking about like a highly professional production, right? They have an entire warehouse. They have an entire team.
1 second.
You're never gonna get on, look. You're never gonna get on these shows if we do it like we do in Discord, where there's just audio.
He didn't say that. That's not what he said. Like we do it in the way of Discord. That's not what Brian said. You're mischaracterizing what Brian said, or he didn't even say anything yet. Right? So you're anticipating your phantom dumbass sense is you're just dreaming this up in your own head, Witsit. Are you delusional? Don't answer that.
Exactly what he does in Discord. Yeah? Not respond to you, chat shit, quote loads of mainstream science that contradicts his Ethereum position, and then when asked about flat Earth, pimp ether. Exactly what you do over here, and why we're holding you to account and critiquing you for what you did over there, daft lad.
Yep.
We're interrupting and clipping, and it's just never going to happen. They're going to be like, and then, and actually, and one more thing. Alex vouched for me to get me on, so it's like I had to show respect to Alex, and that was like the agreement. Obviously, was like professionalism. I wasn't going to make it where I betrayed Alex and he vouched for me to get on that platform, and then for me to just like,
that's weak. That's weak.
What's betrayal? Talking about flat Earth or crowbarring in ether? Make sure, do not betray me, my child. Yeah, do not let flat Earth proofs. Yeah, maybe a short summary, which is nonsensical, but do not let flat Earth puff your lip. But make sure, if you are not to betray me, to crowbar in ether unnecessarily in your short time you will be given on the flat Earth debate, which doesn't discuss flat Earth really.
Right, guys in Discord, I'll be right back.
King James, put the Greek word underneath. Wait, what are you doing here, Nathan?
I've got a little favour to ask.
Go on.
Well, the show that I'm recording right now goes out on Christmas Day, and I noticed you guys in Bible study, and I know I've just literally dropping this on you while you're probably in the middle of talking about something. Was there any nice sentiments that you wanted to put on my Christmas Day show?
Christmas Day show?
Yeah, this show will go out to an audience on Christmas Day.
All right, well, so we're live. We're being recorded.
You're being recorded. If you just say go away, I'll go away. But if you just want to say something like Happy Christmas,
No.
that'd be nice. From a Bible study group on Christmas Day.
Well, I'll just preach. What do we read in the? I'll give you a little word. Okay, I'll read you a scripture verse for everybody. Okay.
Perfect.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, jeez, where is that verse I'm looking for? So you're doing your Christmas show right now? Are you taking off that soon?
Yeah.
Really?
No, but don't ruin the magic. It's really Christmas Day, and we're saying this live.
Right. I'm looking for that verse where, well, with the wise men and stuff like that, where it says peace on earth and goodwill to all men. That's basically what I wanted to say. So that's my Christmas message, okay? The Lord Jesus came into the world, right? He came not into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world, that he that believeth on him may have eternal life. And that's it. That's
Perfect.
it. Just yeah.
Thank you, Righteous. Anybody else from the Bible study group who've all kept very quiet? Got anything to add to my Christmas show? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Hello, Nathan. I would like to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. May the Lord be with you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I will leave you to it. Thank you for indulging me. Happy Christmas to you too.
All right, Nathan. All right. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Minute. Like, it's interesting that you're saying this when your history with Brian is that you had a debate and you were actually the one that was, being aggressive for no reason, not really having the debate. We all talked about that. And I think somebody jumped in and I got tired of not being able to get that point out. But I don't know.
Well, let's see.
But
I
there's a
won't
way
do
to
that.
there's a way to communicate that.
Let me
because
segue.
that is
Hold on. I just
Let me
want
segue that.
Look. Everything's being put to Witsy. So he's going to get a response.
There you go.
No, I mean,
AI
I get
with
what
rebuttal.
you're saying, and
Just pause.
yeah, okay.
Why should I pause now?
Because this is where he's won. All right. Because what's going to be discussed now is Brian. I weren't there, didn't listen, but I can positively guess that instead of critiquing Witsit and what was said or not said,
right?
What we'll go on to is Brian and how and what we should do and how we should behave and what sensibilities we have to do to be able to further ourselves within this world, which is kind of perfect for him, isn't it? Because no longer is he being able to account.
Right. Yep. Let's see where it goes.
Duly noted. I don't know what you mean.
You've got no way of
duly noted.
Positively responding to that.
Was it addressed though at all? Just afterwards, did you address it with him at all?
He did. He already told you the answer.
Hold up. Who's the defense?
Wow. Was that
Wow.
Yeah, AI.
Brian, how have you not popped, mate? Say what is going? Kimmy, you're listening here. So,
Yeah,
I'm popping from.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
Let's have a
got it.
freaking J. Because I tell you what, I like being validated, and I never thought it'd be this bad. I thought it was just down to me and my sensibilities.
There's your J.
You've got no way of positively responding to that.
Was it addressed though at all? Just afterwards, did you address it with him at all?
He did. He already told you the answer.
Yeah.
Yep, I got it.
Wait.
Wait. I got it.
I think AI was already engaged, and so he was trying to pick up on it on a point or run the ball. And I think when Brian jumped in, he's like, that's already been addressed.
No.
I don't know, but I'm seeing what y'all are seeing. I'm still.
I see it. We all see it. All right, let's continue.
Stop, everyone, stop. Yeah. Stop. I said, in order to be conciliatory towards the person that had invited him on, in this case, Alex, he couldn't be that guy that was.
Did he address it at all during the whole thing? Because I've only watched the first 40.
Oh, he's asking you if later on in the stream, did you address the fact that it suggested?
Yeah. From what I remember, I pointed out that he's just assuming the spirit.
Brian, because like I said, I'm not. So just to check, what you suggested to Witsit was that you could have possibly brought it up later on, not smashed him over the head with a chair.
Yeah, but that's not the case. The lie you accused Mark Sargent of is now Witsit's lie. Witsit's saying the same thing, isn't he?
Yes. There's going to come a point from this suggestion as to why we can't be introduced, yeah? And I'm looking as to why Brian is demonstrating his suggestions, which would mean he'd be unintroducible. There's nothing... like I said, in fact, it's the complete opposite, isn't it? It's exactly fundamentally what I would do. I would do exactly what's fine. No, if you have to wait, you wait. But do you, in the next hour and a half, ever bring up that he's claimed he's measured the R value as a flat earther?
Yes. Yes,
Well,
and what he said he did.
But he couldn't do that. I couldn't. How the hell would he bring that up? I mean, like, it's like being asked about gravity and just going ping pong golf ball, but what I believe, you see, it's not Atlantic boys, it's to recognise that everything's electrostatic. There's no way he's got the oratory skills, as he demonstrated by crowbarring in electrostatics when asked about gravity as a flat earther, that it would be reasonable for him to pare back the conversation to the outlandish claim that his opponent just presented, that he'd measured the R value, a fundamental of any bull nonsense.
No, he said he did. He said he did, but he didn't do it.
But he didn't. So he then lied. So he's then
Yeah.
lied to this panel at this point, hasn't he?
Yes.
He didn't. He always
Looking
said-
at observations and claiming that, which is what he's doing with his radius value claim and the distance.
No, that's not what we've been asked. Just one sec. Just, AI, please, AI, please. AI, thanks.
I can't keep out.
If Brian's saying, did you explicitly address the claim that he made directly, which I don't think you did, that's fine, but that's
I
what
don't
Brian's...
remember.
No, that's fine. It's if it was 2 hours later.
Now he said he doesn't remember. How could you address that claim? How can you confirm you did address the claim and now you don't remember?
Who cares, right? Now,
I do.
Who's white knighting? And
that's
saying,
your.
I remember for you. I remember for you,
Hold on,
sir.
Adam. Sorry to do this to you. That's a sidebar issue, isn't it? It's not the main issue here. The main issue is if we're gonna call out Mark Sargent for it, Jesus Christ. If Whitsit's doing it, he's definitely going to get called out as the primary thing, not the fact that he's got some white knight defending him and he's running subterfuge or distractions or whatever you want to call it. That's all AI's doing currently.
No, you know. I know you've been off having a coffee, Nathan.
No, I've been sat here the whole time.
Because, well, then you'll notice that I said no. I'm going to stop with what I said, and we've got two issues. So we've got Whitsit and his performance and his bullshittery representation, of his performance, and how he's prepared to lie to his flat Earth peers about what his motivation as to why his performance was so crap. That's one thing. And then what we've got is the notable thing of every time Brian speaks and addresses Whitsit, or if at any point there's a wobble for Whitsit, in comes a certain person, to the point now that a point's been put to Whitsit about did he mention it later. Whitsit can't remember. Of course he can't, because he doesn't mention it later. But we're about to hear, aren't we, that somebody else has remembered on his behalf.
That's correct.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Whitsit actually didn't say to me, if you listen back, at no point do I remember him, or did I hear him say there that he did address it. AI implied that he had said that.
No, Whitsit said he did address it.
Did he?
And then he said he didn't remember.
Yeah, so there's Whitsit says he does. Then there's a bit of interjection from me saying, okay, well, if it's 2 hours later and you can't remember, fair enough. Then AI steps in. Then Whitsit comes back in to say he can't remember if he has or he hasn't, after saying he has.
Correct. That's where we're at.
Watch it.
Well, we are going to watch it. We're just asking
That's
him.
the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is that a lot of us in the community are actually ahead of the FED panel on this. Like, we've already been involved in this stuff and the fallout beyond it, and we're not waiting until Tuesday to cover it. That's my point here.
What fallout?
Yes, we are.
Okay, there's logistics going on, and I just want to put...
Go ahead, Adam.
Well, first claim, he's ahead of us, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, that means he's watched it.
Yeah, right.
No, I think we're missing Adam's. Hold on, everyone, stop a sec.
Slow down.
Hold on, hello.
Slow down.
Just one sec. The reason Adam's interjecting is because this justifies his position later on, right? So at this point, AI is being all bullshit. Look, I'm ahead of you guys. I've watched this video. I know how awesome this is. Right, so later down the line, when Adam's going, okay, well, given that you've watched it, let's see what the fruit of this marvellous video is. Here's a short. Ping pong freaking golf ball is the result. That's not really a good position to be asserting your dominance like you have been earlier, but in future tense for us now, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yes.
No, but no, not just that. Okay,
not no.
Yes. So there is that.
Say no.
Oh my God!
You always do that. You always say no. You need another intro.
Okay. Shazam.
Fine.
Shazam. Right. That is fair enough, and that may be why he decides to take the approach he takes with me later on. Is I obviously I don't know at this point. This is the point he's making. What I'm saying here is he's claiming that later on, everybody else, chill out, chill your beans, guys. It's all good. It's it to the rescue later on. He does cover this. Well, this then is a lie, isn't it?
Yes.
Huh? There you go.
Thanks.
Put this out there, okay? From Tim Pool's side, the broadcast is not over yet. So if we just go internal on this, we're going to miss an opportunity. So, for example, Tim Pool is broadcasting shorts that he's clipping out. Or
what does that have to do with the topic? Now you've circled. Now we're away from Brian's question. Why'd you do that? To hear you say the same shit you said before. AI. So this is nonsense.
Crew is clipping out from the episode. And so they are going to be broadcast to his channel in that format, and it would behoove us, especially people like Brian, who has points to contend with, to interact with those broadcasts when they occur or as soon after as they occur, because that will be the most chance to impact audiences that have not yet had a closing of the circle of reference to, like us. For example, on the main broadcast, when it came out in the second time, I was putting plugs in there, you know, to people who came for a flat Earth debate. 2/3 of it wasn't flat Earth. Hey, you want to learn more? Come to 24/7. Hey, you want to learn more? Come all the people to go interact here. But interacting, so I'm just saying.
What do you mean by interact?
Okay, hold on. Before we discuss this, hold on just a second, Brian.
That's important.
Sec. Everyone else has put something to it. So I want to put something to him before we open it up in general discussion, right? My only critique with it.
Oh,
try that
Elijah,
again.
let's stop. Elijah, you here?
Yep.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, there's times when you just need to shut the fuck up, man.
Okay, moving on.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I got you.
You there, Witsit? My only critique has been my rhetoric for the last 12 months, which is, as a flat earther, I'm encouraging particularly the Discord server that we're not generally in, which is politics.
Pause for a sec,
Why are we pausing?
Because I find it very interesting that after the minute or so that AI has been speaking, Nathan has chose to do an AI or a Witsit to him. Completely ignore his, but he's referenced Brian. Whatever AI said, did you recognize that there, Nathan, or did you choose to ignore it?
I chose intentionally to ignore it.
Yeah. I think that's very telling. It was very obvious to me.
Yeah.
You cut him off there.
It is. And we haven't got an answer to that question. So go ahead.
He only made a distance between the point and this position, and that's what he did.
Exactly. Yep. That's exactly what happened.
I chose to ignore it for a different reason, though. Sorry, that's pertinent, but the reason I chose because there's a severe conflict of interest when AI is encouraging, in this case, my audience, because obviously this is recorded. We're now the audience of our own video, right? But he's encouraging the audience to go to a different videographer's video and comment about a different server I'm not related to in any way. Yes. It's like, at this point, do I say, oh, yes, and I encourage my audience, go to this video about Witsit with a shit performance and encourage them to go to 24/7. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he Jedi mind tricked you off of the question that wasn't, well, it was answered contradictory, but no one really caught on to it. But okay.
Move forward as flat earthers on the front foot. I've listened to what you've said in terms of how it is, and I've been there. I understand entirely what you're saying, and I can empathize, right? However, my plug, my way of talking to any other flat earther, including you, is to say, if your first and foremost intonation is to go forward on the front foot talking about how Earth is flat, and looking, if you're second in line, third in line, fourth in line in this instance, looking for any opportunity from what the opponents have said up until that point to point out how what they have said requires a flat Earth to be measured, that would be the way I would have moved forward and would have hoped you'd have done the same. I.e., the moment you got the mic, if it was along the lines of Brian's critique, to say, That guy said he could measure radius. He can't. The only way he can is by elevation angles to Polaris, for example. You've got to measure a flat Earth for radius. Something along those lines that starts on the front foot of flat Earth being the main thing you're talking about, as opposed to Earth's not a globe. That's just my...
He said, if you heard Witsit said I said that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You
So he's
glue
gone
sniffer.
from... He did address the radius value's been measured to, I can't remember if I did or I didn't, with a bit of help from AI, to now he's talking through me to say he did say that. No, he did not.
Yes. Yep. So you lied again. That's 3 lies. Now, you did mention elevation angles in your Gish Gallop about an hour later, but that had nothing to do with the radius. You didn't stop. You didn't drop anchor and kill him with it. So, no, you just lied again. Shocking surprise.
See, this is
take
the
on it.
point.
That's all I've got to add.
All right, good.
Just if you were to take the transcript from the whole show and Google search, asked it to, Control F, find Polaris, it'll be there. Find elevation angle, it'll be there. Right? Find lots of other things. But the thing is, if you then looked at the transcript, they'd all be there in one very short paragraph and not referenced in any way, shape whatsoever.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the reality. Yes. So I suppose technically there you were truthful. You did say elevation angle. You did say Polaris. You didn't use it to support any argument. That's our beef with you.
Yep. Exactly. You got it.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So I did make that specific point, right? But
did you? I thought you didn't remember. You just lied again.
Yeah, that's the lie. He didn't make the point. He said the words, but no way did he make the point.
Yep.
It goes to how the conversation started. Like I said, everyone's supposed to have their intro. I'm not. Everyone can do their own thing. I'm not interrupting someone's intro. I'm not hijacking the show from the host who's facilitating the intros or taking the first topic that he chooses.
So what I've put to him is specifically, when in line, when you're third or fourth in line, the first thing you do when you get on the mic, that's how I've prefaced the question to him. So I was hyper-specific about how the question would be answered. What's he now answering? I don't want to interrupt somebody's introduction.
Yes.
What the fuck?
It's a phantom. He's back on a phantom that he's created in his mind that we would do. Yep.
I'm not going to interrupt. I'm not going to insult someone's grandma. I'm not going to steal a pension. Yeah. Well, there's lots of things you're not going to do. It's not relevant to what's going off. And the thing is, Brian's already said
it's not relevant to Nathan's question or Nathan's request.
But it's contrary to the suggestion, the polite suggestion that nobody would introduce because he's too polite, Brian, by saying, well, do you bring it up later? Just you said earlier. Now, that's already been said, but now he's using the contra as a defense to subterfuge away from dealing with the issue. He's saying, well, like I say, I wouldn't throw chairs at him and go, oi, show me your R value then. Well, no, none of us would. It's it, but that's not what's being put at you. But that's what he wants to address again.
Yeah. He's addressing a delusionary straw man that he's created in his head. Like I never claimed it was science. Remember, he said it 500 times, right? During the 3 debates, discussions that we watched, right? And the other ones for over a month. It's the same routine. Nathan didn't ask him that. Nathan didn't say anything like that, right? He said, "Oh my God, he's delusional."
Character assassination.
Yes,
just to bring to the table. I just wasn't going to do that. I actually stayed very reserved at the beginning because I knew it was 2 whole hours. And
who cares? We were all there. We know what you did.
I was not going to let them box me out, but I was just going to try to let it play out for a little bit.
That doesn't have anything to do with what Nathan just told you.
So that was my decision. I specifically made that point multiple times.
Now you made the point multiple times. You didn't remember one time, and then you made the point again.
So
very troubling. What's it? That's number 5. Each instance is a lie.
So just before you press play again, Witsit was in politics on the 2nd or 3rd visit this year, because we've been going there for almost a year now, right? Same thing every time we go in. We're here to tell you one thing, one message. On the front foot, tell them Earth's flat first. Whitsitt's heard that. I've told him personally that message about 9 months ago. Right, so notwithstanding the fact I've told him this personally, my question is, why, when you've got the mic, not having to barge through anybody, as he's now answering, not like it was put to him, as you keep pointing out, why didn't you step forward into the arena with an address of his claim that he got R off the back of Brian's non-answered question and tell him Earth's measured flat with it? So what's his answer? I didn't want to barge through the middle of someone's introduction.
Yep. Yeah. It's that fairy tale delusional phantom that he creates in his own dumbass mind. He's not answering the question or the request. Idiot.
Times, and it was always ignored. And again, so Jenna started running cover for the guy. I made the point that you actually have to make. I made this point probably 4 times. That you actually have to take flat Earth measurements to Polaris to even get the globe model in the first place.
No,
he did not.
No, he didn't. That's a lie.
3 or 4. I would struggle to find one. Like I said, those words were used, but never to make an actual point. Yeah, that was our critique of it through listening to it, Whitsit. Yeah, so to claim that you tried to make that point 3 or 4 times, the only thing I can say is what in your head.
Yep,
you didn't verbalize that.
Correct.
This is very interesting.
And I explained
hold on.
right? I said.
So what's interesting here is that AI has made it acutely aware, made Whitsit acutely aware that we've only watched a small portion of the video. Ergo, in Whitsit's mind, I won't be challenged when I state I said, and he nicely and slowly details how acquisition of the globe is achieved through angle measurement to Polaris. I can't paraphrase it verbatim, but that's essentially what he's just said, nice and calm to us. So he can nice and calm like lie through his back teeth, but when he's actually there in the moment in front of the 100,000 people, he can rattle it off with 15 other things either side of it without it being attached to a point or rebutting a panel member as his opener, which is what he's being asked. So he's capable of lying nice and calmly, but putting a flat earth proof to an audience he isn't capable of. He said he's done it 4 times. That's a lie.
You have to actually use that horizontal baseline to the zenith, and then they take that latitude system and then they wrap it around a ball.
Yeah, you were using that in a perspective argument.
It doesn't.
Not to the radius of the Earth argument. Remember Bob jumped in, Babylon Bob, and said you're using a perspective. You're using the perspective argument. Yeah.
So you have to make flat Earth measurements. It's the prerequisite to even creating your globe model.
You got a bit of indigestion there. Fair enough. No, good. I can't wait to hold on just a second, Neil. Oh my God.
Pause.
Thank you, Neil.
Pause. Because this is now pertinent. Okay. Because Nathan is now going to modify his behavior because he's got standards. Right?
Yes.
Now, he may have listened and thought, what a load of cockamamie bullshit you've presented so far, was it? But because of the support of AI, who's warning people, apparently, in a friendly way, which is why everyone's going, oh, no, guys, honestly, this shit gets really flat earthy later. Now, Nathan's about to make an apologetic. So let's hear it.
Yep.
Neil. So what you're saying is when we get to it, which we haven't yet because we're reviewing it, you may or may not be aware or care. Either way we are. And when we get to it, I can't wait to hear it. So even still, my critique would still stand that, yes, AI saying there'll be a whole load of shorts videos trimmed out. It'll be for the guys doom scrolling to find 30-second clips. And potentially some of what you have said will be amongst them, I would hope. Great. But in terms of the video that's already out there, 40 minutes in, there's no very limited flat earth stuff. Whereas if you, I'm just repeating myself. If your mindset is to take the first opportunity to say Earth is measured flat, and it's the first thing that's documented from your side, Now, that critique would
Right,
stand,
pause.
and I'm delighted to hear.
Yeah, he repeated it again.
No, but what he's had to do is check himself because he's got in the back. And Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point now, in the back of your mind there's the possibility, therefore I can't keep ripping into him, that this pile of shit actually gets better, right? So you do make the points that we're holding you to task for. So because I've had it secondary source verified, other than the confirmed bullshit from your mouth, Witsit, there's another source that's saying, oh no, hold up, that you've now got to mitigate this position, even though you won't let go and underline the point that actually from what we've witnessed in the first 40 minutes, and the main point I'm making is you have had chance to speak, and you haven't done what we've suggested, which was to jump on the R value. But you're holding back because there's now added belief or validity to his claim that he does do it.
Yeah, there's a
Supported by
cheerleader
AI.
there. Yes, because there's a cheerleader suggesting that there's going to be a whole bunch of shorts videos that are going to promote how wonderfully well the arguments, our arguments, the best arguments, were put forward by Witsit after 40 minutes. Because there's a cheerleader. So yeah, I'm having to modify myself, aren't I? I don't know. So I've got to play it safe.
You're not. You didn't catch it. You're actually reiterating your point that after he gets the mic, then it's time.
Yeah, I'm also doing that. But Adam's asking me if I'm hedging my bets in the way I'm modifying my language. Yeah, I'm being a bit Weasley because I don't know. I haven't watched the rest of the video. And there's a cheerleader saying it's going to get better, there's going to be short. And then I've reiterated, yeah, but when you got the mic the first time without barging through anyone, why not say Earth's measured flat?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I got. I now get, Nathan, why all of this is new to me, but when I actually, because he's using these shorts that these will be the boon to us flat earthers. So when actually I turn up later on, I can see why he sees his arse, because that's his evidence for supporting Witsit. Nah, but it'll come out all right in the end.
Yeah, and then you turn up Johnny Con lately and go, all right, well, let's have a look at him then. Call his bluff. Yeah. But he doesn't know he's got a bluff. You didn't know he'd got a bluff to call. You just went, oh, well, I'll have a look at it then. This is shit. Ping pong golf ball? What are you telling us to do, AI? This looks bad. And he's gone, let's have 3 hours of...
Yep.
What's happened is AI has allowed the outlet for Witsit. He saved Witsit by bringing that in. Witsit didn't know any different. He saved Witsit by presenting that to everyone.
Yeah, but still, Witsit isn't answering Nathan's request. Still, is that lost on everyone? He just reiterated again against the fan. Okay, great.
Right,
I'm glad it's not
we're going to press
lost
play
on
again.
everyone.
No more comments. You've got this mindset of pointing that stuff out, because that's all I've been encouraging others to do for the entirety of a year. Great. So I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, also, I didn't even bring up Ether at all. Like, obviously, it came up in the conversation. I actually did the opposite. I was like, this has nothing to do with Ether, because he was trying to pigeonhole me into that conversation.
Yeah, we know. Pause.
Must have been
Pause. Did you hear that? I didn't talk about Ether at all. I didn't bring it up. I told him what wasn't Ether. So we've gone from he didn't talk about it to he wasn't the one to bring up something he did talk about to he corrected somebody on what Ether wasn't in the space of 10 seconds.
Yep. Good catch.
Hold on. I cheered him for that. And there's no sense in saying something like that, Neil. He hit it spot on the money.
Come on, I'm joking around with it, but he knows I'm kidding.
He was being baited. Hold on, we're giving him props, right? There was someone on the panel that had suggested to you, or suggested to us, that they told you in advance, you're going to get baited into talking about Ether. I can't remember who it was on Ballbusters. And the whole time, who was it?
Reg.
It was Reg Joe.
Saying they had conversation with
Right, Reg Joe said he had a conversation. Regular Joe.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that dude.
We had an after show.
Not
Nobody's talking
not
to
to
AI.
you, AI.
No one was talking to you.
Witsit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to Witsit.
Session. I'll just lay the groundwork for that. There was an after show session after the 8-hour episode where the main panel had left, which it returned, and he did a sensing session essentially of the people there of constructive critiques of how he should act on these big platforms coming up that he's telling us he's going to be on. And people there, including myself, Flatsy, Reg Joe, gave him critique. Make sure you say these things. Make sure you avoid getting baited by these things. And of us who gave him specific advice, we noticed in this debate versus others that he actually took that advice and ran with it.
That's our biggest problem. Yeah,
Pause,
good. Props
please.
to you, Itzy, because that is our biggest problem.
Please.
That's why he's been so defensive. It's like he's his boy's mentored the boy, hasn't he? That's why he's got so much skin in the race. He wants to have mentored Whitsitt into doing a good job, and maybe he's convinced himself that he did do a good job after his mentoring.
No, he was doing that before any of this happened. He was doing coming in trying to defend Whitsitt long before this. So you're trying to pull something out of the air now, Nathan.
I'm
that
just
is not the
guessing.
case.
We're all having fun, Brian. There's no need for that tone.
Fair enough. Let's continue.
Do whatever you like. Obviously, it's your bag. But when you associate the ether with flat Earth, that guy, I can't remember which one. I think it was the astronomy now. It might have been the geocentrist. They're just trying to bait you into talking about it because they know you'll have you over a barrel looking silly quickly. And you didn't.
I like that part.
Didn't take the bait.
Oh, man. Nathan, you haven't seen the whole show yet, but the person who looks the silliest in regards to Ethereum concepts is Sungenis. He makes himself look like an absolute stone cold.
Well, yeah, that's because Whitsitt didn't open up his mouth about ether. If he would have, then Whitsitt would have looked like the silliest. But this time it was Sungenis. No difference between the two.
Old retard. It is funny, hilarious.
Good, because he's an idiot, and he had already done that in the first 45 minutes that we did critique.
Yeah, only at that point of the combo did I even make a comment about the ether, and I because what he was saying was so retarded that I was like, well, there's this other concept as well. That's what Tesla said, and then tried to move away from it.
We're at the point where
but I'll also say this: that's actually why I'm here, right? Because I know for sure that there were people saying like, "Oh man, he's not our representative, and this sucks, and he doesn't do good," blah blah blah. But I actually do want to hear the criticism because whether you guys want to accept it or not, I am representing quote unquote flat Earth on these platforms. He asks me,
"What's quote unquote flat Earth?"
I forget that.
Different? Is that different than flat Earth?
No, it means that in various parts that we critique, Whitsitt in the actual video says, "I'm just speaking for myself here." So when he's in front of the audience, he's telling the audience and the people on the panel he's with, talking to in actuality, he's telling them that it's just his opinion. But obviously, we know and he knows, because he's telling us here, that what he says is a direct reflection on flat earthers, regardless if he says, "Oh, this is just my opinion." My opinion might as well be my and every flat earther I represent's opinion. So when he says here, whether you like it or not, I represent flat Earth, he's acknowledging that it doesn't matter his disavowment of flat Earth when he claims to profess his own opinion of things. He knows that's not the case. It's his disclaimer for his doublespeak when he's disclaimed that it's just his opinion when he puts out shite on the show we're critiquing, right? And he knows that. This is post him making the show.
I agree with that. Little thing I'm hearing, and again, it comes to standards. He's just, and I'd like a Jay just to confirm whether I'm like reading too much into it. But it sounds. You are, brother. It sounds like to me, that he's just said, "I hear you, flat Earth brothers. I hear the criticism that's being given, which is why I disavowed ether on this show." Yeah. Now, what am I supposed to say here? Oh, well done for dropping your own standards and not presenting what you truly believe in, which has never been my objection to you. Yeah. Again, it's a lowering of the man's personal. If I was an etherite, I'd be an etherite, right? What I wouldn't do is go and try. And then there's the final point that all of that is obviously then contradictory to the bit that nobody's seen this. Because if they had have seen it, they'd have gone, well, What's it? When you were asked about gravity and you went, yeah, density, buoyancy, ping pong golf ball. But what I believe is that everything's electrostatic. It completely shows you to be a liar at this point now. Also, whilst you demonstrating that you're claiming to us that you're prepared to piss on the ether to do what, and this is the reasoning for him being here, to do, he will come over here and claim he's pissed on the ether for damage limitation to his peoples. Yeah. That he then goes on to say, yeah, no, because my balls are so big that I is representing you. I is the representative. He actually, no, you're not. And we're going to spend a lot of time pointing that out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes,
my
are.
representative now, if we've seen it, wouldn't be saying things like, it's a force that's X amount stronger than gravity, accepted in his argument for the sake of his ether.
Yep.
You're like, no, you don't represent us.
Yep.
Whether you guys want to accept it or not, I am representing quote unquote flat earth on these platforms. You know, he asks me, you know, and you're a flat earther, right? And I say yes. So I actually take
Jesus, Adam.
Oh no, this is right. So this is actually where we are, because unfortunately, that's going to be the reality of the next few months. This guy popping up left and right, representing us. Now, what we have got is one suggestion that what we all do, Flat Earth debate panel, all you guys in Discord and all you YouTube listeners that know the truth about Flat Earth, is that what you should do is, as AI suggests, pick up your bin bags, your spades and your shovels and go and clean this shit up. Or, yeah, as AI then changes his tune to go, no, let's give the best arguments, which may or may not have anything to do with whatever Whitsin's been babbling about. Or, what I suggest is, whenever this Muppet turns up, the rest of us just keep a very succinct message. This guy is not a flat earther. He is an Ethereum. If you do want to know why the earth is measured, aviated, and navigated flat, go to @Nathan Oakley 1980 and just leave a very simple tagline, the same one from multiple people. Because that's what this Muppet, yeah, this guy thinks will turn up and criticize, defend, or whatever, and just give him views. No. It's because one clear message to those that we are speaking to, those that don't have a clue what's going on, whether they think he's a liar or a representative of Flat Earth. Just let them know. And let the show host know when he does turn up. This guy is not a flat earther. You do want to know why the earth is measured flat, navigated flat, and aviated flat, go to that Nathan Oakley 1980.
Is there that to be pretty important? I don't want people to have to sit back and watch me be on these big shows. Like, that's the biggest show I've ever been on. And
Wanker, liar.
You know, just so
absolute lying shit. Yeah, serious. That's your whole raison d'etre. I pulled it out, Nathan. Nice. Yeah, that's why we just critiqued you, and in terms of people were talking about effort, and I didn't castigate you when I said where you've put your effort, but that is where you've put. That's the eggs you put. Yeah, that's the basket you chose, is to promote yourself for that purpose, not for truth, but to get ahead in these realms. So don't pretend to me you don't want to be there. That's exactly where all your energy is being spent, to make sure you are the one. You've just told us seconds before, whether we like it or not, you're going to represent us. You duplicitous liar, son.
Everyone knows. And so I don't want them to have to watch it and feel like they're not having their point represented at all. At the same time, I'm also not going to not be me, right? I'm not going to change my position. So
we get it. John was telling me in the pre-show, because I was like, I don't care if it's representing or not. And he's like, well, then he's your unwilling representative. In other words, like you've just stated, whether I like it or not, you're out representing Flat Earth. Doesn't matter if I like Flat Earth or like you're doing that, and we appreciate that. That's why everyone's critiquing you heavily. So glad that you take it seriously. And I'll repeat for the third time, I won't say it a fourth. if you're on the front foot talking about Earth being measured flat, then you're on a winner, because that's not anti-globism, which is what flat earthers have done for the last 10 years.
Well, I think in this instance, I said,
Pause. Nathan, no, that's not the critique of him. If that was our critique of him, then actually we shouldn't be as savaging as we are. It's not the observation we've got. He's not just some muppet that presents a really good anti-ball earth argument. He's some guy that bins fantastic flat earth arguments to pimp ether. That's our beef with him. Yeah?
Yes.
which it made himself palatable for even bigger venues.
Pause.
And
There we go. What? Who was just talking to who? And then what happens? Somebody else comes in with a defense for somebody.
Yep.
What, guys? Chocolate, Eli, Flatsy Klein.
I was just gonna say Flatsy and Price of Adam.
Yeah, they're kind of quiet.
I'm here. It's noted. I'm listening.
Is it duly noted? Fair enough.
when Nathan said earlier that hopefully he's finding these arguments in the people scrolling that are attached to Timcast, I don't think that's sufficient. And what they need to find when they see these shorts, they need to find people from our side of the community there engaging in the comments respectfully with precise arguments. So when they see the short, underneath the short.
Yeah, because we're disrespectful bastards, right, AI?
But you can see why he sees his arse. Now, this is a great argument at the time. If you haven't seen the thing, the rest of the show, to know what the shorts will be composed of, but he's claimed he has. So this is where he's a liar, yeah? So he's now claiming the shorts will be good. And what we need to do is just build on that. Okay, and I think this is where I piss him off, Nathan, correct me wrong, because when I come in naively, not being aware of this whole conversation and why he's white knight, why and how he's white knighting for Whitset, I come in and then just go, we've got ping pong golf ball. Where do you go from there if this is your argument at this point, 3 hours, 4 hours before I've arrived? Yeah, I can see why. But actually, at this point, you guys have got to ask yourself the question. If he hadn't seen it, he could make this argument, couldn't he? Right? But he's actually, in this clip, claimed he's seen it and appealed to you guys to hold back because he's seen it. So what part of the stuff that he's seen, bearing in mind he's seen ping pong golf ball, don't worry about that, it's a load of bollocks. Let me tell you what I believe, electrostatics. He's seen that. What is he defending? Is he delusional? A liar? What is going off with this gentleman? And why does he think he, amongst the Flat Earth debate panel, he's the guy that needs to come in and help the Flat Earth debate panel with the understanding of Whitset, yeah? He's not attacking Whitset. He's helping you guys on the panel comprehend Whitset's behavior in a more positive manner.
The
Or
argument's
trying to piss
proper,
in your face.
they see segues to the platforms proper where they can find out more information. Now, I'm going to stress this to the community listening. A lot of you have sat and watched shows, have sat and criticized how people put themselves forward in the public, have sat and listened to Nathan say, share the show, have sat and listened to say, Nathan.
This is the fourth time.
Projection, Your Honor. No, that's exactly what this guy does. No, a lot of us who he's talking to sit here, just like he accused Neil of it. What have you done, Neil? Well, what Neil's done is turn up every day and stick his neck on the line and give his opinion day in, day out. Now, he's throwing the same accusation at everybody now from a guy that cannot say, he can't hold the contradiction to say, I do this. The accusation he throws is exactly at him. And we can confirm it is valid when thrown at him. But it's not valid when it's thrown at Neil, Eli, Chocolate, the rest of the Brian, who we love throwing stuff at strangely. Yeah, it's not valid there. This is a man who's either confused or throwing a smokescreen. Because remember, we were talking to Witsit, but what's happened now, thanks to AI? We're making accusation of the FED panel members.
And say, go and put a link in that person's channel. And many of you have done so, but more of you have done nothing but sit back and throw stones from a glass house.
You shithouse FED panel member. What have you done? You sit back and you throw stones. Listen to AI. Yeah? He's your daddy.
So I'm telling you, go spend your money on super chats. Go spend your finger time typing in the comments and addressing some of the points made, and make it to where the millions of people who Timcast's subscribers are will have a segue link through algorithm and presence of our arguments in text form. Go do something about it, for goodness sake.
Yeah, and from that regard, we can only thank Witsit for having the opportunity to have that sort of call to action. But for the fact that Witsit was there, we wouldn't be calling for action for people to go and make comments in that regard, giving good arguments. So, yeah.
Can I ask
I agree.
Can I ask you a question after Eli?
After Eli, yes.
Yeah. So all of this stuff is great. Excellent. Cool. I mean, yeah. All right. Now, there was a heavy debate between us about how we should be putting ourselves out there and having this conversation. And I said, it's interesting that whenever, aliens comes up or Bigfoot comes up or magic mushrooms comes up or anything comes up, there's somebody like Joe Rogan to sit them down with a hot cup of coffee or something. And, they can just explain or weave a story that captivates you for an hour and a half. That's kind of what's been granted to.
What? Eli, have you... I know 10th man's not on the panel. But I'm not actually making me a cup of cocoa for story time. What's going off? Sorry.
Dave Weiss, actually, the way he has his conversation. I said, well, it's funny that whenever it's flat Earth, it's always, well, let's have him versus this glober. It's never, let's just have this conversation. What do they have to say? I want a flat earther who's going to lean on the front foot of the earth is measured flat to have that in discussion form on big platforms too. Why can't Tim Pool also have you on the platform to have a discussion rather than a debate? That's something that
that's what I'm trying to do. That's like my objective, and that's specifically why a lot of this advice I'm getting is, in my opinion, not good advice. Because if I did any of this stuff,
Pause. Eli, please tell me you're there. Because otherwise, I've got to say, what the actual fuck was that?
I'm in the shower. What's up?
All right. Dry your balls and explain that.
Happy Christmas, everyone.
Eli wants us to be nice and have conversations.
Dry your baubles and explain that.
Well,
Yeah,
and
Happy Christmas.
And what's its comment? He's still dealing with the Phantom. He hasn't.
He didn't.
Right.
He didn't even address. He's about to not address what I just said. Where what I said came from was a conversation that we were having prior. And I was just arguing. It's why are we arguing about debate? We don't want to have a debate. We just want to tell people that the earth is measured flat.
That's
but that's coming from a prior conversation.
Yeah, we heard you that time. So now we got it 3 times. We're good.
People were telling me I should have done, from the Monday morning quarterback. I would never be invited back, and it's already
never be invited back by your Phantom, the Phantom that you created in your mind. You're an idiot.
What does that got to do with my advice?
Risky.
That's completely.
Well, I just so you know, I'm not Monday morning.
I said what you did is good. I said what you did is good. Whatever. But also, we should be talking in this format as well.
Okay. Pause, please. Okay. So we're at the point now where people are going to respond to Witsit's appeal to format. I couldn't throw a chair at him when he said he could measure the R value. I wouldn't hit him hard round the head with a fucking shillelagh, as he's implying Brian would do, which is why he had to modify his behavior. This is not our critique of him, okay? And as Brian described, all we wanted him to do was to say, hi, yeah, thank goodness it's been 45 minutes. I'm Witsit. Before I start, there's a really pertinent point I'd like to address, which is what Space Cadet over there has just claimed, which is he's measured the R value. I think this is a really good place to start if we're going to talk about flat Earth. Now, that's how I would do. Yeah, we'd all have our own way of doing it, and like we'd all be different. But this is what Nathan holds him to, which is like, why didn't you do that? But what the response of why he didn't point out to the audience in a polite manner, is based on the fact that the only way in his mind he could do it was picking up a shillelagh and smacking the guy around the head. That's his. This is pathetic.
His response is,
I wouldn't have defending delusional. He's defending delusional phantoms, like I've been saying.
Yeah,
So
he wouldn't have been invited back.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have been invited back if he'd have embezzled the guy's pension as an employer.
Yeah. Do you need me to stop in 5 more seconds so we can say the same thing over again?
No,
Are we going to do the book? Can we do the book now?
Wait, my part's coming up.
This is important, right? And as whoever wants to come in and summarize it through their understanding, be it through a different analogy or just calling him, a distracting, duplicitous liar. This is the point of where we're at. And this is all we are actually continually demonstrating, other than the fact that there appears to be a guy right now that I haven't fell out with. Yeah, that he hasn't pushed too many buttons for me to say I'm done with him. But there's also the second point that we've got this other guy, QE. Now, after this amount of time, we've given it probably, a decent amount of time. And you said to him, I'll listen, Adam, because I had to take a stand. And all I'm hearing now is, like I said, this is why I changed position. All I'm hearing now is validation. Okay. Where do you start? What is going off in our community? Because I've got no axe to grind against any individual, be it Witsit or Theo Megaworthy. Yeah. But what I do have a problem with is having identified people whose agenda are not in alignment with the rest of us. How long do we suffer their presence? It's just like the rumpus. At least he was honest, and he said he was opposing us.
No, he wasn't.
At least he was honest when he lied.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was a liar too.
He was honest when he said he would. Well, no, yeah, actually, that's the day. Yeah, brilliant, Nathan. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, when he said, "I know it's a ball," we know he was being dishonest. Yeah, exactly. But how long do we continue with this? Yeah, there's the two people here
until he shows up, and then answers for himself. Because when he shows up, he's going to be asked this because everyone in here has listened to it. So can we get back on the main topic? Thanks.
You should have did that in debate form in a place where you were postured to debate.
I didn't say you said that, bro. I didn't say. I said I have the same objective. And I'm explaining why I'm doing.
You guys are missing it.
Not missing nothing.
Major platform. Yeah, hold on a second. No major platform is offering that format that Elijah wants. We have to force their hands to accept that platform by having smaller platforms engage in the way in which just recently happened. And then you reach a tipping point to where somebody else, let's just throw it out there for pie in the sky. Let's say Lex Friedman. You know Lex Friedman's format? He's going to invite somebody to have a one-on-one discussion eventually. But he's not going to invite some schlub in the corners of the internet bitching. He's going to invite someone.
No one's claiming that. So you've been Jedi mind tricked by Witsit to adopt his delusional phantom AI.
The other thing is, sorry. The other thing is, what Witsit's doing isn't the thing that's going to get him onto Lex Friedman, right? He's just chasing clout, going on anywhere that will have him that's big, and prepared to sacrifice his morals and even the stuff he's told his etherite believers that he's led, like the Pied Piper thus far. He's prepared to turn his back on all that, double speak, lie, contradict, to get ahead. Now, typically, the people who are doing good interviews are the ones that go out and find and discover good guests. They're not the ones that go, oh yeah, this guy's been on all of these other shitty little podcasts. I'll have him. No. Right. But AI is often the misapprehension that, well, you've got to get this out there. Well, no, it's rolling the way that our detractors would want it to roll, as far as I can tell. It's all going nicely to plan, with useful idiots like Witsit at the helm. So, cheering along for this isn't really any benefit to us at all. We've just got Witsit doing his Witsit normalness. So eventually, if it does reach that tipping point that you guys are describing, or whoever is suggesting that there might be a tipping point, they won't go out looking for the Witsits of the world. They'll go out looking for the quantum erasers of the world. They'll go out looking for the Bryans of the world, to expose those people who are far more interesting and obviously intelligent to an audience that hasn't heard of them, as opposed to an audience that might have vaguely heard about some tosser called Witsit because he's been on 101 shitty little podcasts.
I just need to make the point there. I agree with you, Nathan. Just very quickly, Adam, I'll be quick. I just want to make the point that...
Sorry. I thought it was the recording again, Brian.
No, I'm sorry. It's just I'm on the phone mic. So I want to make the point that what AI is doing there is he's actually asking us to just accept any old thing and go along with any old thing because you should be a pauper. As opposed to, no, we are the ones with the information. We don't have to suck the teeth of any supposed important person. We don't have to do any of that. They should be coming to us, not the other way around. Now, I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying is I'm not going to be going begging at the feet of someone. I will not do that. They want the information and they want it from us, then they've got to show us adequate respect. I'm not going
I totally agree. That was the word I was waiting for. It's about respect, and not just them showing us respect. It's about having about a self-respect. Now, this is what I was trying to drive at, Brian, when we were talking about this in the last few days. And I was like, each time I've said it, I've said, look, if I was to assess this, I'd probably have turned down the gig. Everyone else is like, no, you wouldn't have. No, you'd want to have been on there. I'd be like, I don't know, ping pong golf ball. And Neil's response, I remember in the moment, was like, you wouldn't give him with anything. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to be in a scenario where I'm concerned that any slip of the tongue will be turned into a shorts video to make me look like a shithead. I don't want to do those gigs. They don't want me there because they want me there because they respect my information. They want me there so they can get a nice short video of me saying ping pong golf ball. That's what they want me there for. Why the fuck would I want to do that?
That's what he did too. That's exact. Did he put any other shorts out?
Right, and this is
That's not my question. Let me ask the question.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and then please come back to me afterwards. Okay.
Is that the only short video that's out?
No, there are many shorts videos.
Oh. He put out multiple shorts videos of this.
Well, that wasn't your question. I have no idea.
Yeah, my question is, did Tim Full drop a number of short videos about this interaction?
According to AI, yes.
Yes,
not according to AI, it did, yes.
According to AI, no, the short videos. I want to see them. Can somebody send them to me?
So would a third-hand opinion on the matter not suffice? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's not going to suffice. I need cowbell.
Yeah, they're on his channel.
Go to Tim Paul and press shorts.
All right.
Sorry, do you honestly think that QE suggesting to us if we know would be an invite for us to tell him how to go and find out for himself? I think you've missed the point here, lads. I really do.
No, it was a shove that up your arse. Why would I send you a link which requires me to go to Tim Paul, press shorts, press copy, paste, send, when you could just go and press Tim Paul shorts after I told you? We've got Tim Paul, right? Yes, there are multiple ones there.
Okay, I see him. I got it.
And all of them will, and this is the point, they will, and it'll be worth watching, even though we know there's nothing of flat Earth in there. But it will be very interesting as to what is taken out of that 2 hours, right? I'll be interested to see how much Whitsit's in there, because, and respect to Whitsit, he's ignored. Yeah, they're scared of anything he might say, is what I saw from that. Outside of Whitsit's performance, the last thing when you're talking about gas pressure without containment is you want is a flat earther. And that was obvious to me. Keep his input to a minimal. That's a production thing from Tim Pool. Yeah. But
so he's the upgraded Jaren. He's Jaren 2.0. Whereas we're already on to Jaren mysteriously fucking up every time he goes out there doing something popular like Netflix. So
no,
we.
No, I don't think he's saying that. I don't think he's comparing him to the input Jaren had. That was far more crucial.
Hold on. The thing is, in reality, what most people are going to see is the shorts. And not only that, when you go to look for the flat earth content, it's not really there. So regardless of what Whitsit's intention is, what it looks like is he's a useful idiot.
He's the token black guy in a movie. He's there in the shorts video being killed, isn't he? The shorts videos are him being decapitated, metaphorically speaking. In the long format, they're just trying to keep him excluded. He's only there to be decapitated. So they want to minimize his input.
Here's the short titles. Here's the short titles. Flat Earther says mainstream science doesn't have a viable model for gravity. That's one. Another one. What is dark matter? Another one. The evidence that the planets revolve around the sun, revolve around the Earth, not the sun. The next one. Flat Earthers say the universe is not expanding. Next one. Edwin Hubble's shocking discovery. Next one. Flat Earth believer has an alternative take on gravity. Next one. Did America lose the technology to get to the moon? Next one. Even outer space has an axis of evil. Wild theory that suggests sun orbits around the Earth. Why the sun looks like it does a figure 8. And the last one, Alex Stein calls out Elon Musk's SpaceX. That's it.
That's why my next question is relevant.
Well, that's
good,
bloody
that's
air
good to know, Neil. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous thank you.
No. Right.
It's coming up.
A repertoire that he can base.
Are you going to speak, or are you just going to?
I'm waiting for the video to play.
No, forget the video. Right.
That's what my question is.
You're going to segue onto the book, Neil.
All
okay,
of those.
I didn't know.
No, we're not. It's too late.
It's too late.
Let's
carry on. Let's carry on focusing on the 2 points that have been raised this evening. Okay.
Yeah, we already got it, Adam.
No,
so for the next 20 minutes, we got it. All right.
Yeah,
Is what's in the shit bag?
No, I have a point until the 15 interruptions of nonsense just so somebody could hear their own fucking voice.